Chapter 1, Affair. Late night, hotel room. The big bed was in a mess. A beautiful woman was covering her plump body with a quilt, looking very satisfied. Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed, feeling very regretful. I don't know what happened tonight, but the moment Sister Lee lay down, he couldn't control himself. Sister Lee. I'm sorry. Just now After waking up, Zhou Yang felt ashamed. The beautiful woman's face was as red as the sunset, and she teased, "Why are you saying sorry? Is it because you were too violent with me just now?" She reached out and grabbed the backpack beside her, took out a wad of money, and threw it next to Zhou Yang. "I like you like this, take it." "Sister Lee, I can't take this money." Zhou Yang hastily refused. "If there's nothing else, I have to leave first. Etc. "What's wrong, Sister Lee?" The beautiful woman took out 2 more contracts from her backpack and placed them on the bedside. Zhou Yang said, "I'll sign this contract." "Thank you, Sister Lee." Zhou Yang hurriedly left the hotel and returned to his residence. His girlfriend Lu Wei had already gone to bed. Because the weather was hot, Lu Wei was almost naked and without a blanket, so her beautiful figure was clearly visible. Looking at his girlfriend on the bed, Zhou Yang felt more and more guilty. "I spent 4 years together in college with LV Wei. After graduation, we both came to EPS Pharmaceutical Group as interns. Zhou Yang worked as a salesperson in the district, and LV Wei worked as a customer service representative in the customer service center. They had very little time to meet each other every day. Tonight, Zhou Yang had planned to take Lu Wei out shopping, have something to eat, and improve their gradually fading relationship. However, he was called by his immediate boss Xia Hongtao to accompany a female client, Lu Yanli. Halfway through the drink, Xia Hongtao said he had something to do and left first. Zhou Yang and Lu Yanli drank until they went to the hotel. "Damn it, Xia Hongtao tricked me." Zhou Yang was indignant, but he was also too tired and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhou Yang came to Xia Hongtao's office and slammed the contract signed last night on his desk. "Oh, great, Xiao Zhou, the contract was signed so quickly?" Xia Hongtao's eyes sparkled. "I told you long ago that if you took action, these rich women would have no chance of escaping." "Manager Xia, was there something in the wine last night?" Zhou Yang asked. "Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have no self-control at all." Xiao Zhou. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Xia Hongtao said with a smile, "You're young, handsome, and have a great figure. As for the female clients in our area, if you work hard, you'll definitely get them." The more Zhou Yang listened, the more disgusted he became. He was looking for clients based on his own abilities, so how could he possibly use such tricks? Just as Zhou Yang was about to open his mouth to refute, he heard Xia Hongtao ask, "Do you want to become a regular employee?" Zhou Yang choked back his words and said, "Yes. Of course I do." "Okay. Once you get the next target, you can basically become a regular employee." Xia Hongtao pointed at Zhou Yang. "The next target is the famous beautiful and wealthy woman in your area, Tang Yumei." At noon, Zhou Yang's mobile phone ran out of battery and the charger was in the rental house, so he rode his bike back to the rental house to get the charger. When he opened the door, the scene before him was one he would never forget. The rental house is very small and the door faces the bedroom. On the bed in the bedroom, my girlfriend Lu Wei was lying in the quilt with her smooth and white shoulders exposed. Lu Wei, who never likes to turn on the air conditioner, now turns it up to 16 degrees. "Zhou Yang, aren't you at work? Why are you back at this time?" Lu Wei looked extremely panicked. At this time, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. In an instant, Zhou Yang understood everything. His blood boiled and he rushed towards the bathroom angrily. "Zhou Yang, what are you doing?" Lu Wei hurriedly got out of bed and stood in front of Zhou Yang. At this time, Lu Wei was wearing a black lace sexy outfit, with no clothes covering her body. "LV Wei, do you still have any shame?" He had never seen Lu Wei wearing such clothes. For a moment, extreme anger and humiliation filled Zhou Yang's mind. "Brother, let's talk it over." At this time, the man took the initiative to walk out of the bathroom and stared at Zhou Yang vigilantly. "Is it you?" Zhou Yang paused. He knew the man in front of him. On several occasions, the beautiful and wealthy woman Tang Yumei came to the store to buy cosmetics and was accompanied by him. But the specific relationship between the two is unknown. "Zhou Yang, since you've seen it all, I won't hide it from you." LV Wei smoothed her hair and said, "Xia Feng and I are already together." Lu Wei spoke calmly, as if cheating was a matter of course. Ha! Zhou Yang just thought it was ridiculous, 4 years of college love, worthless as grass. Zhou Yang, I know I'm sorry, but you can't give me what I want. LV Wei said with red eyes, it's been more than 2 months since graduation. Look at how much money you make every month. With your ability, it will be difficult for you to buy a house in Shanghai in your lifetime. What do you want me to do? Should I follow you and suffer for the rest of my life? And you also know how difficult it is to get into EPS group. At least half of the people will be eliminated after the probation period. At this point, she glanced at Xia Feng tenderly, but Brother Feng has connections. He has already promised me that he will ask someone to help me get a permanent position and transfer me to EPS headquarters. If you can become a regular employee of EPS Group, you will enjoy the super treatment of a Fortune 500 company. You will feel proud in front of relatives and classmates in the future. So, just for this, you don't care about your face? Zhou Yang pointed angrily at the sexy lingerie on Lu Wei. Is there any problem? Xia Feng came forward and said with a provocative look in his eyes, I bought this dress for Xiao Wei. I know how to appreciate her beauty. Appreciate your mother. It would have been fine if Xia Feng didn't say anything, but as soon as he spoke, Zhou Yang became furious and punched Xia Feng. But Xia Feng was very ruthless. He picked up a stool beside him and swung it towards Zhou Yang's head. Bang! Zhou Yang was knocked to the ground, with a trickle of blood flowing from his head. Xia Feng finally stopped hiding his true feelings and started to curse at everyone. Zhou Yang, right? I'm telling you, I just fucked your girlfriend right there in your bed. You idiot, you'll never be able to hold your head up high again because of this cuckold. Brother Feng, stop talking. Lu Wei felt a little embarrassed. Xia Feng, however, was still furious. He said to Lu Wei, Xiao Wei, you might not know this, but my mother is a major client in his area. If she makes a complaint, he'll be fired immediately. Zhou Yang's heart moved, and he remembered that Tang Yumei brought Xia Feng with her several times when she went to the store. Is your mother Tang Yumei? Zhou Yang asked subconsciously. Are you allowed to call my mother's name? Xia Feng picked up the stool and tried to hit Zhou Yang. Alright, Brother Feng, ignore him and let's go. Lu Wei tried to dissuade him, I've broken up with him and I'm moving in with you tonight. Okay, let's go. Xia Feng stopped pestering her, spat, picked up the suitcase, and the two of them left the rental house. As he watched the two of them leave, Zhou Yang's heart became calmer. Xia Feng is actually Tang Yumei's son. What a coincidence. Chapter 2: The helplessness of the female customer. The summer in Shanghai is very hot and humid, with high temperatures lasting for several days. Zhou Yang wanted to maintain a good relationship with his client Tang Yumei, but he hadn't found a suitable opportunity in the past few days. Just when I was feeling discouraged, the opportunity came. That night, a batch of health products ordered by Tang Yumei arrived, and Zhou Yang delivered it overnight regardless of his working hours. When I arrived at Tang Yumei's house, I rang the doorbell several times, but no one answered. At this moment, a red Porsche drove over. It was Tang Yumei's car. Tang Yumei got out of the car drunkenly, paid the bill for the designated driver, and saw Zhou Yang at first sight. Xiao Zhou, why are you here? Sister Mei, the item you ordered has arrived. I was afraid you would be worried, so I specially sent it to you. Zhou Yang came forward. Thank you for taking the trouble to come here. Tang Yumei reached out to take the express delivery, and a fragrant breeze blew towards her, making Zhou Yang a little intoxicated. Tang Yumei may have given birth to a child early. Although Xia Feng is in his 20s, she is only nearly 40 years old and is well maintained. She has fair and smooth skin, big eyes, a high nose bridge, sexy thin lips with lipstick on, and she looks like a queen. If you ignore her age, she is definitely a goddess. At this moment, because she was drunk, Tang Yumei's steps were slightly staggering. Sister Mei, this thing is heavy. I can help you move it in. Zhou Yang said. Alright. It was indeed inconvenient for Tang Yumei to hold the keys and mobile phone in her hands. She opened the door of the villa and motioned Zhou Yang to come in. When they arrived at the villa hall, Tang Yumei asked Zhou Yang to put the express under the coffee table, and she sat down on the sofa. Aunt Lu, go get me 2 glasses of water. Tang Yumei called out, Aunt Lu? Aunt Lu? Aunt Lu is her nanny. Oh, I'm really drunk. Tang Yumei smiled drunkenly and knocked her head. Aunt Lu is on holiday today to go back to the countryside to visit relatives. For a moment, they were the only 2 people left in the huge empty villa. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Yang would have said goodbye in a hurry. But not today. Sister May, take a rest. I'll get you some water. Zhou Yang said as he walked towards the water dispenser not far away. No, I'll do it. Tang Yumei propped herself up and went to pull Zhou Yang. But because he was too dizzy, he stumbled and bumped into Zhou Yang, making both of them feel embarrassed. I'm sorry, It's okay, Sister May, you've had too much to drink, let me do it. Zhou Yang held Tang Yumei's arm, helped her sit on the sofa, and poured her a glass of water. You are a guest, and I am asking you to take care of me. I am really embarrassed. Tang Yumei took the cup of water, her cheeks flushed and she looked radiant. It can be seen that she has a good alcohol tolerance. Even when she is so drunk, she not only does not stutter when speaking, but also remains conscious. But the body can't lie. She staggered a little while drinking the water, and the water flowed down her white neck, into her cleavage, and wet her collar. This scene made Zhou Yang's mouth dry. Sister May, are you living alone in such a big villa? Zhou Yang asked. When Tang Yumei heard this, her pretty face became a little gloomy. Yeah. Aunt Lu sometimes stays overnight, but otherwise it's just me. Perhaps it touched her heart, and under the influence of alcohol, she began to talk. Xiaozhou, don't be fooled by your sister's usual fancy clothes. In reality, she's worse than pigs and dogs. Sometimes, I really envy those who lead a simple life. Zhou Yang didn't say anything either, but sat opposite her and listened attentively. This is a woman with a background in a story, and Zhou Yang admires her very much. But at the same time, he also heard the other party's helplessness. Tang Yumei runs an advertising company. Because her family has background and connections, projects come one after another, and making money is as easy as drinking water. However, when material needs are met, spiritual emptiness becomes increasingly apparent. Her husband is an executive in a large company. He is busy with work and rarely comes home. My son Xiafeng opened a small company, but it was not doing well. He would only come when he needed money, and I would never see him at other times. Tang Yumei couldn't remember how long it had been since she had chatted with someone like this. Especially, at night, chatting with a young person of the opposite sex on the sofa in your own home. Oh, right. Tang Yumei laughed self-deprecatingly, don't call me Sister May anymore. I'm old enough to be called Auntie. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore, the auntie inside? Zhou Yang suddenly laughed. Ha? Tang Yumei was stunned, then amused, ha. You scared me. Stop panting when you talk. I thought you really didn't want to work hard anymore. Just when Zhou Yang said that, Tang Yumei's heart seemed to skip a beat. But to be honest, you only look 2 or 3 years older than me. Zhou Yang said seriously, I think calling you sister is just right. You're quite good at talking. Tang Yumei lifted her hair and her eyes became much gentler. She also developed a growing fondness for this young man in front of her, who was about the same age as her son. Sure enough, no matter what kind of woman she is, she cannot withstand praise. However, just as the two were chatting enthusiastically, the door of the villa was pushed open. It turned out to be Xiafeng who came. Xiaofeng? Tang Yumei frowned slightly, not seeming very happy about his arrival. Why didn't you even ring the doorbell? Mom, your house is my house, why would I ring the doorbell? As Xiafeng spoke, his eyes stayed on Zhou Yang, and his anger suddenly flared up. Why are you in my house? I'm here to deliver the company's products. Zhou Yang said lightly. Get out of here after delivering it. Xiafeng cursed. Xiaofeng. Tang Yumei said with a glare, how can you talk to him like that? Mom, he's a poor salesman. If you let him in, it will pollute our feng shui. Xiafeng said, and began to threaten Zhou Yang again, don't come to my house again, or I will beat you every time I see you. Shut up. Tang Yumei's good mood of the night was instantly ruined. She said to Zhou Yang, I'm sorry, Xiaozhou. I spoiled this child. It's okay. Zhou Yang was angry in his heart, but he smiled magnanimously, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Zhou Yang walked out the door and heard Xiafeng shouting from the villa hall behind him. Mom, don't let him into the house again, or I will be rude to him. Why do you dislike Xiaozhou so much? Do you know him? I don't know him. But you can tell at a glance that he's not a good person. Mom, file a complaint against him tomorrow and tell him to get out. Did you take the wrong medicine tonight? The next morning, Zhou Yang was still sleeping soundly when there was a knock on the door of the rental house. He picked up his phone and saw that it was only 6 in the morning. Who is it? Zhou Yang, it's me. The voice of ex-girlfriend Lu Wei came from outside the door. What are you doing here? Get out. Open the door first. Lu Wei kept knocking on the door. We have broken up. If you knock on the door again, I will sue you for disturbing the public. Zhou Yang shouted. I have something to ask you, please open the door quickly. Lu Wei's voice was very urgent. Chapter 3 Xiafeng, who is the green-haired turtle between us? Zhou Yang felt something was wrong, so he got up and opened the door in his pajamas. What's up? I'm here to get my diploma. Lu Wei was wearing a professional suit today, but it still couldn't hide her good figure. As they were talking, Lu Wei came in and started searching. Xiafeng asked someone to recommend LV Wei to work at EPS headquarters, and today he planned to drive her to the group headquarters to complete the onboarding procedures. When Lu Wei was packing her things last night, she found that her diploma was missing. She guessed she forgot to take it when she moved. Without a diploma, you cannot get a job. So, before going to the headquarters this morning, she stopped by Zhou Yang to pick up her diploma. In order to avoid conflict, Lu Wei asked Xiafeng to wait for her in the car downstairs. Did you hide my diploma? After searching for a while without success, Lu Wei asked Zhou Yang. Am I that boring? Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed and said sleepily. Then why is it gone? Lu Wei frowned. Zhou Yang sighed and smiled bitterly. You put your diploma under the cupboard when you sorted your clothes last time. Did you forget about it? After he reminded her, Lu Wei also remembered it and hurried forward to open the cupboard, where her diploma was lying motionless. Sure enough, Zhou Yang didn't do anything. I was wrong about you. LV Wei picked up her diploma and saw the small flower Zhou Yang had put on it. She suddenly recalled her 4 years in college and couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Yang, actually, I still have feelings for you. Don't try that. Zhou Yang sneered and pointed outside the door. Take your things and get out. Zhou Yang. LV Wei said seriously, I just want to live a better life. I hope you don't hate me. I know you're upset about breaking up, and I'm upset too, but this is reality. We're all adults now and need to face reality. Love without a material foundation won't last. I still have half an hour. Although I can't be with you anymore, I can make it up to you. After saying that, she put down her backpack and walked to the bed. Even a fool would understand what she meant. But Zhou Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at this moment. When did this woman become like this? Xiafeng is still waiting for me downstairs. You need to make a decision quickly. Lu Wei sat down on the edge of the bed and tossed her hair as usual. Do you want it or not? Zhou Yang opened the curtains and looked down from the second-floor window, and saw Xiafeng's car parked right under the window. Xiafeng sat in the car with the window rolled down, smoking and playing with his mobile phone leisurely. I'm not interested. Zhou Yang said coldly. Zhou Yang. Lu Wei took the initiative to rush over and kiss Zhou Yang. What are you doing? Zhou Yang pushed Lu Wei away. Zhou Yang, you're my first love. Breaking up should have a ceremony, right? LV Wei also planned to use this method to say goodbye to her first love. I'm giving you this last chance. We may never meet again. Zhou Yang also became sad. Although the other party was too much, when he thought about the 4 years of relationship in college and recalled every little thing in the rental house, he felt shaken. Zhou Yang. Lu Wei took the initiative to greet. Because the window was open, the sound reached the car downstairs. Xiafeng heard LV Wei shouting from the upstairs window and frowned, thinking to himself, could it be that Xiao Wei and that poor bastard are arguing again? He hurriedly dialed Lu Wei's number. But the atmosphere upstairs was very lively at that moment, and Lu Wei reached out with a trembling hand and hung up the phone. Xiafeng yelled downstairs, Xiao Wei, did that bastard bully you? I'm going upstairs now. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei panicked, asked Zhou Yang to pause, and dialed the phone instead. Don't come up, it's okay, I'm negotiating with him. After saying this, Lu Wei was afraid that her trembling voice would be noticed by the other party, so she didn't dare to continue talking and quickly hung up. After hearing Lu Wei say that everything was fine, Xiafeng stopped caring and continued to sit in the car and play with his phone leisurely. Half an hour later, in the bedroom upstairs. Lu Wei stood up with messy hair and looked at Zhou Yang with resentment. You don't have any pity for someone else's girlfriend, right? Zhou Yang didn't say anything. Lu Wei sighed and went into the bathroom to wash up. 10 minutes later, Lu Wei took her diploma and went downstairs. Zhou Yang came to the window and looked downstairs. Lu Wei happily threw herself into Xiafeng's arms. Xiafeng looked up and saw Zhou Yang standing by the window. He raised his middle finger at Zhou Yang and shouted, "Green-haired turtle, bye." Then, he got in the car and left with Lu Wei. Watching the car leave, Zhou Yang was a little dazed. Zhou Yang didn't take Xiafeng's provocation seriously. He and Lu Wei had already broken up and no longer had any feelings for her. The sexual pleasure they had just had was just to satisfy their physical needs. Therefore, Xiafeng's provocation did not irritate his nerves at all. Zhou Yang just felt a little dazed. Love during student days is so pure, but after graduation, love deteriorates. Lu Wei may still love herself deeply, but she obviously loves money more. For money in future, Lu Wei can give up everything. In this world, women like Lu Wei can be found everywhere. Is it LV Wei's fault? Or is it me? At this moment, Zhou Yang woke up and realized that his youth was completely over. He secretly vowed that he would become stronger in the future. He wants to escape the fate of being a small person at the bottom of society. He wants to display his talents and ambitions and become the big man who can decide everything with a wave of his hand. Lu Wei, thank you for helping me grow. At the same time, he became more determined in his goals. Zhou Yang, who grew up in a family of traditional Chinese medicine, has better innate conditions than anyone else. He was influenced by his family since he was a child. He could recite the Bai Chao Jing at the age of 5 and started practicing taking pulses on family members at the age of 8. His ancestors also passed down many precious ancestral prescriptions. Unfortunately, the dragon is just swimming in the shallows and is played by shrimps. Only when he goes to a wider world will he have room to display his talents. Therefore, he needs to improve his performance as quickly as possible. Only when his performance takes off can he be converted to a regular employee and apply to be transferred to the ESP Group headquarters. Only in that vast world can he display his talents and realize his ambitions. Only then will he have the opportunity to gain greater wealth and prestige. And there are many more beautiful and elegant women than LV Wei. He's going to conquer. After all the ambition, we have to return to reality. Zhou Yang couldn't sleep anymore, so he got up, washed up, and went to work. Unexpectedly, manager Xia Hongtao also came early today. They met by chance and he called him to the office. "Zhou Yang, how's things going with Tang Yumei?" This was the third time Xia Hongtao asked the same question in a week. Zhou Yang felt that the word progress was a bit strange. "Customer relations are maintained well." Zhou Yang replied. "That's right." Last time in Xia Hongtao's office, when Xia Hongtao said that the next target was Tang Yumei, Zhou Yang had already stated that he would maintain a proper customer relationship with the client. Zhou Yang always felt that he had done his job well. "You have to hurry. The internship period is about to end. If Tang Yumei doesn't help you, you probably won't be able to get a permanent position." Xia Hongtao said with some regret, "Forget it, I'll help you." Then, he threw a stack of information to Zhou Yang. "This is some information about Tang Yumei, I hope it will be helpful to you." Zhou Yang took the information, which detailed Tang Yumei's resume, birthday and other information. Even her private habits, preferences, and social circles. Xia Hongtao lit a cigarette and said vaguely, "Xiaozhou, I'm helping you like this because I really hope you can get along well with Tang Yumei." The 4 words "establish good relations" at the end were spoken very loudly. Zhou Yang felt that something was increasingly wrong. Originally, it was agreed that I was just asked to maintain the client, but now, he is providing information and hinting at me. What exactly does Xia Hongtao want to do? Zhou Yang is also a young man who has just entered society. Faced with this situation, I couldn't figure it out for a moment, so I just asked directly, "Manager, just tell me what you want me to do." "Ha ha ha." Xia Hongtao laughed, thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll be frank. A big boss above me has given me a task, and you are the most suitable person to carry it out." "What mission?" Zhou Yang asked. Xia Hongtao said mysteriously, "I need you to establish a relationship with Tang Yumei, and take a video for me." "Ah? What video?" Zhou Yang asked. "Even now that we've come this far, you're still playing dumb, aren't you?" Xia Hongtao gave a cryptic smile. "What else could it be?" As he spoke, he put the cigarette in his mouth and clapped his hands together a few times. Zhou Yang. Chapter 4. Zhou Yang, this is my door card. You have to have sex with Tang Yumei, film the whole process, and then give it to me. Xia Hongtao said, the big boss at headquarters wants it. Ah? Zhou Yang was stunned. The big boss at the headquarters wanted to seduce Tang Yumei into bed himself and even took a video? What's going on? Who is this big leader and why did he ask me to do this? Zhou Yang asked. Is that the right thing for you to ask? Xia Hongtao said sternly, his face stern as he displayed the authority of a manager. Do as I say, and I guarantee you a promotion and prosperity. Zhou Yang frowned, feeling extremely resistant inside. Regardless of whether this matter is illegal or not, the inner morality alone is a hurdle that cannot be overcome. Manager Xia, I'm afraid I can't do this. What a great opportunity. Xia Hongtao narrowed his eyes and said with a look of disappointment, Tang Yumei is a big shot. She has money and connections, and her looks and figure are no worse than those of a young girl. If you can get her into bed, your whole life will be worth it. Why are you so rude? Zhou Yang sighed, these are two different things. I won't go against my conscience just for a promotion or a raise. Bang! Xia Hongtao slammed the document in his hand onto the table, staring at Zhou Yang. How much is your conscience worth? Zhou Yang, I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful. If you don't do this, pack up and get out today. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and said, I'm still in my internship and haven't made any mistakes. Why should I leave? Xia Hongtao sneered, you're interning in my area, and I have the power of life and death over you. If I say you're unqualified, then you're unqualified. Besides, if that senior leader knew you refused to help, do you think you'd still have room to survive in EPS Group? Zhou Yang took a deep breath, feeling somewhat desperate. This was the first time since his graduation that he felt the darkness and ruthlessness of society. But his Zhou family has an ancestral teaching that they will never sell their conscience for profit. Although Zhou Yang is poor, he cannot lose his ambition and engage in petty scrambling for promotion and salary increase. Then I'll quit. Zhou Yang said. Zhou Yang, why are you pretending to be so noble? Xia Hongtao raged. Society is a melting pot. No one can be so noble in society. I'm not noble, but I won't play tricks like this with you guys, Zhou Yang said. Idiot. You're crazy. Zhou Yang's attitude made Xia Hongtao furious. A female subordinate heard the commotion and rushed into the office. She touched Xia Hongtao's chest in a pretentious manner, saying, Manager, why are you so angry? Calm down. Xia Hongtao pointed at Zhou Yang's nose and cursed, Zhou Yang, remember this, with your self-righteous behavior, you'll never get anywhere. People like you are destined to achieve nothing. You are just the trash at the bottom of society. You will never achieve anything great. Zhou Yang turned around and wanted to leave, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt unconvinced. He stopped and looked back. What if I succeed one day? Xia Hongtao grinned and yelled, if you can succeed, you idiot, Xia Hongtao, will F King kneel down and call you daddy. You'd better remember this. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth. At this time, the phone on Xia Hongtao's desk rang, and a female subordinate next to him helped to answer it. Manager, Zhou Yang's client has arrived at the front office and specifically requested Zhou Yang to come over. Which client? Tang Yumei. Xia Hongtao took a deep breath and said in a gentle tone, Zhou Yang, although you are leaving your job, you still have to stand your last shift. You don't have to tell me that. Zhou Yang left and came to the front hall, where Tang Yumei was already waiting. Tang Yumei wore a burgundy slim-fitting long skirt today. The high slit of the skirt revealed her white beautiful legs. She paired it with a white suit on her upper body, which was sharp and angular, highlighting her very powerful aura. Moreover, she also wore light makeup, light eyeliner and curved eyelashes. On the sexy lips, the lip glaze is a matte retro red, which forms a sharp contrast with the cool white skin. The gilded tassel earrings swaying on the earlobes add a touch of luxury. In addition, her facial features are three-dimensional, her almond eyes are bright, and her eyes reveal a deep and lazy feeling. Absolutely a queen lady boss. Zhou Yang hurried over and asked, Sister May, why did you come to the store in person today? I was just passing by and came to see you. Tang Yumei smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing. When the colleagues heard this, they immediately became envious and jealous, and whispered to each other in groups of 3 or 4. Forehead. Zhou Yang was embarrassed. Ah, I'm just kidding, don't be so reserved. Tang Yumei smiled generously, didn't you say last time that you had new products in the next few days and invited me to come and take a look? Oh yeah. Zhou Yang patted his head. He had been busy arguing with his manager today. The new products are here, please follow me, Sister May. Good. Tang Yumei stood up and went to the exhibition area with Jo Young. Tang Yumei is about 168 centimeters tall, with an amazing waist-to-hip ratio, smooth and full body curves, a calm gait when walking, and her graceful figure is like the undulating waves, which makes people's blood boil. Jo Young calmed down and walked to the display area, pointing at the new product and introducing it to Tang Yumei. Sister May, this product. After more than half an hour of explanation, Jo Young convinced Tang Yumei and successfully signed the contract. I'm going out now. Please deliver these things I ordered to my house later, said Tang Yumei. Sister May, no problem. Jo Yang said. Stretch out your hand. Tang Yumei ordered. Ah. Jo Yang was stunned. Tang Yumei directly pulled Jo Yang's hand over and slapped it. Feeling Tang Yumei's skin as soft as jade, Jo Yang's heart was moved. The next second, a thumb-sized black card appeared in the palm of his hand. Sister May, what is this? Tang Yumei raised her lips to smile, and looked at Jo Yang with raised eyebrows. This is my door card. You can use it to enter and exit my house at any time. Ah. Jo Yang panicked. Sister May, how can I accept this? Who told you? Tang Yumei glared at Jo Yang like a little girl acting coquettishly. I'm out now and I don't know when I'll be back. The nanny is back in the countryside and there's no one at home. When you deliver the goods to my house, just use this door card to get in. After you're done, just leave the door card at my house. Oh, I see. Jo Yang scratched the back of his head, but a sense of loss inexplicably arose in his heart. I'll be leaving first. Tang Yumei smiled and left with a twist of her waist. At this time, manager Xia Hongtao came over and said, Jo Yang, I saw everything. What did you see? Jo Yang asked. The way she looks at you, she can eat you up. Xia Hongtao said in a low voice with an obscene smile. Xia Hongtao was observing from the side just now. He was completely oblivious to the interaction between Tang Yumei and Jo Yang. In Tang Yumei's eyes, there was only Jo Yang. Chapter 5 My sister has a secret. Therefore, if this task is given to Jo Yang, he can definitely accomplish it easily. In that case, Xia Hongtao wouldn't have to work so hard in the district anymore, as the top leader would immediately transfer him to the headquarters. If he goes to the headquarters and becomes the confidant of the big boss, his future will be bright. So, at this moment, Xia Hongtao put aside his managerial airs and came to Jo Yang to communicate again. Jo Yang, my words were a bit harsh just now, but they are all for your own good. I can guarantee that if you make a move, Tang Yumei will definitely not be able to resist. You have to seize this good opportunity. Xia Hongtao had a bulging belly, a pair of small eyes that were bright, and a flattering and obscene smile. You're overthinking it. Sister May is a very public person and is very warm to everyone. Jo Yang's eyes flashed with disgust. I'll deliver this last order to Sister May this afternoon and then I'll resign. You don't know what's good for you. Xia Hongtao's face was extremely gloomy. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked back to the office. Then I heard him yelling from the office, "Idiot, if you're like this, you'll never get ahead in your life." In the afternoon, the warehouse shipped goods, and Jo Yang drove the company's truck to Tang Yumei's villa. He first rang the doorbell. There was no response from inside, so Jo Yang used the room card to open the door of the villa and entered the lobby. However, he was surprised to see that Tang Yumei was lying on the sofa in the living room in a charming posture, seemingly asleep. The TV in the living room was on at a very loud volume, so she didn't hear Jo Yang ringing the doorbell. At this moment, Tang Yumei was lying on the sofa, like a sleeping beauty. The straps of her black nightgown slipped down to her elbows, revealing her delicate collarbone and jade-carved shoulder lines. Under the black miniskirt, her two long and straight legs were crossed, and a strand of wavy hair covered her delicate nose, looking messy and sexy. Jo Yang felt a little embarrassed and quickly turned around and tried to leave quietly. Unfortunately, a gust of wind blew and blew the door of the villa shut. Bang! The heavy door panels collided, making a sound almost like a landslide in the soundproofed villa, many times louder than the sound of the TV. Ah! Tang Yumei suddenly woke up and saw Jo Yang looking at her. She felt like she was electrocuted. Her pajamas were a little messy. In an instant, an unprecedented shame and embarrassment appeared on Tang Yumei's face. When did you come? Just now. Jo Yang scratched the back of his head and explained, Sister May, I came to deliver something. I rang the doorbell but there was no response, so I used the door card you gave me to open the door. You saw everything? Tang Yumei's face was flushed like the sunset. What? Did you see what I did just now? Zhou Yang didn't want to lie, so he nodded and said, I saw it. Then he hurriedly explained, but it's nothing. You go. Tang Yumei covered her face with her hands and buried her head deeply. Her long wavy hair fell between her legs like a waterfall. She was very upset and frustrated. Then I am leaving. Sister May, I left the door card on the coffee table. Zhou Yang didn't dare to breathe. He put down the door card, turned around and tiptoed towards the door. Etc. Tang Yumei raised her face, her expression as calm as usual, but her eyes became sharper. Let me ask you a question. Sister May, please speak. Zhou Yang stopped. Do you think I am shameless? Tang Yumei asked. It is hard to imagine that this big sister boss who is usually so glamorous and respectable would actually ask such a question. It is enough to see that she is very fragile at the moment. Sister May, what are you talking about? This is normal, especially. Zhou Yang wanted to say that, especially for a woman like you who has been alone in an empty room for a long time, your physical needs also need to be released. But when he thought it was not a good thing to say, he quickly stopped. I have my own unspeakable secrets. Tang Yumei smoothed her hair across her forehead. If you don't mind, I can tell you. Zhou Yang naturally wouldn't object and said, sure, I happen to have time. Tang Yumei forced a smile and patted the sofa beside her, come sit down. Zhou Yang sat down next to Tang Yumei somewhat awkwardly. Smelling Tang Yumei's body fragrance, he became even more restrained and sat straighter. Tang Yumei came over and whispered in Zhou Yang's ear, I have a gynecological disease. Ah? Zhou Yang was stunned. Tang Yumei sighed helplessly, I've been to several major hospitals in Shanghai and taken a lot of medicine, but it always relapses. What kind of gynecological disease is so difficult to treat? Zhou Yang asked. Tang Yumei was a little embarrassed to speak, and her cheeks flushed even more. I don't want to talk about the details, but I'm a very clean person and I pay attention to hygiene. I don't understand why I got sick. Sister May, give me your hand. Zhou Yang said. Ah? Give me your hand. Zhou Yang ignored Tang Yumei's gaze and took the initiative to hold Tang Yumei's hand. Then, he put the index finger and middle finger of his other hand together and gently placed them on Tang Yumei's wrist. After a while, Zhou Yang said, this isn't a gynecological disease. Can you also treat patients? Tang Yumei's beautiful eyes flashed with deep surprise. My family has been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for generations. I've been following my father's medical practice since I was a child, and I've been influenced by him. Zhou Yang said, judging from your pulse, you have damp heat in your liver meridians, a heme deficiency in your constitution, dry blood causing wind, and your skin is malnourished. The internal heat is disturbing your genitals, resulting in insufficient immunity in your reproductive system, which is why you're experiencing these symptoms. But this is not a disease, and it won't affect your health or hygiene, it's just. What is it? Tang Yumei's eyes were filled with anxiety. It's just that my desires are usually stronger. Zhou Yang said a little embarrassedly. The vulva is disturbed, the 5 hearts are hot, and people naturally cannot control their restlessness. You're so accurate. Tang Yumei muttered, her voice as small as a mosquito, her face blushing like a peach, as if water could drip out of it. That's why I always have that kind of dream when I fall asleep. Zhou Yang smiled. His face no longer had the helplessness and confusion of a small salesman. Instead, he was calm and composed. This isn't really a disease. It's easy to treat. Just a few Chinese herbs will do the trick. Zhou Yang was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine. His ancestors passed down hundreds of prescriptions, including prescriptions for treating damp heat syndrome and the liver meridian. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Tang Yumei's face was as red as a rose, and she was extremely happy. Her usual aloofness was much less, and now she was more gentle like the big sister next door. Xiao Zhou, if you can help me cure my illness, I will take care of all your future business performance. Zhou Yang's expression darkened, and he sighed, Sister May, I appreciate your kindness, but you don't have to worry about my performance. I've been fired from the company. Ah? Why? Tang Yumei asked in surprise. Chapter 6 High-End Girlfriends. Zhou Yang didn't know how to explain it. He still doesn't understand why the top leaders at the headquarters would have such a task. He guessed that the big boss was Tang Yumei's enemy and wanted to find something to hold against her in this way. Sister May, do you have any enemies at the EPS group headquarters? Zhou Yang asked. Tang Yumei frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, I do know a few people, but it's impossible for them to be enemies. She looked at Zhou Yang intently with her beautiful eyes. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Is your resignation related to me? Zhou Yang was shocked. Tang Yumei was indeed extremely smart. She actually noticed something from a casual remark. Ah, no. Sister May, don't think too much about it. Zhou Yang hurriedly covered up. Seeing that Zhou Yang was unwilling to say more, Tang Yumei stopped asking. It's better to quit. Tang Yumei patted Zhou Yang's shoulder gently, a smile on her face. You are so young and have such good medical skills. Being a drug salesman is a waste of your talent. You have a better future as a doctor. Zhou Yang spread his hands and said, My ancestors have taught me that I cannot practice medicine for generations. Ah? Why is this? Tang Yumei was very surprised. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows. It's hard to explain in a few words, I'll tell you in detail later. Okay. Tang Yumei became increasingly interested in Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, since you are about to resign, you don't have to hang out in the company. I have a party with my best friend tonight, so come with me. Tang Yumei said. Zhou Yang scratched his head. Sister May, is it appropriate for me to go to your party with your bestie? Why not? You must come with me. Tang Yumei said with a mysterious smile, My best friends are all young, beautiful, and wealthy women. Zhou Yang felt itchy, but at the same time he was also confused. Why would Sister May bring me to a party with my best friend? Is she going to introduce me to a girlfriend? No way. My level is a million miles away from theirs. Although he couldn't figure it out for the moment, being able to attend a high-level circle gathering like Tang Yumei's was something he had been longing for. Okay, Sister May, as long as you don't mind, I'll go with you. Look at what you said. I can give you the door card with confidence, so how can I look down on you? Tang Yumei smiled gently. At night, White Horse Club. Zhou Yang followed Tang Yumei into the club. He had never been to such a place, especially such a top-notch luxurious club. He was so busy looking left and right that he couldn't keep his eyes busy. Seeing this, Tang Yumei smiled but said nothing. Soon the two entered the reserved box. The box is very luxurious, with walls inlaid with natural marble and exquisite patterns and designs carved on it. Light shines through the marble texture, creating a mysterious and luxurious atmosphere. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling is dazzling and radiant. The box is very large and divided into many areas, including a dining area, an entertainment area, and some private rooms. At this moment, several of Tang Yumei's close friends had already arrived and were sitting in the dining area, eating and chatting while waiting for Tang Yumei. Two young and handsome waiters shuttled between the tables, serving them. Sister Tang Tang, why did you come just now? A woman with delicate makeup and wearing a low-cut camisole looked at Tang Yumei. There's a traffic jam. Tang Yumei said casually, Is everyone here? Of course, you're the only one missing. Come here. The delicate woman waved at Tang Yumei, and at the same time glanced at Zhou Yang behind her. Hey? Sister Tang Tang, who is this? In an instant, all the women at the table looked at Zhou Yang. My brother. Tang Yumei said. Then he took Zhou Yang to his seat. Zhou Yang first glanced at the dining table. The table is full of delicacies, and the tablecloth is inlaid with gold thread, shining brightly. This table of food is more like a work of art, pleasing to the eye. But what embarrassed Zhou Yang was that he didn't even recognize the expensive food and drinks on the table. The only thing he had heard about was the bottle of Louis XIII, which he had heard from his ex-girlfriend Lu Wei. I heard it's quite expensive, even enough to buy a car. At this moment, Zhou Yang was in a luxurious palace, looking extremely restrained. The next second, the beautiful woman opposite Zhou Yang suddenly stood up. The beauty had a tall and straight figure, with flowing and smooth hair, big and watery eyes, skin as white and flawless as Tang Yumei's, and a very nice figure. She bent down slightly and reached out to take the fruit from Zhou Yang's side, with her deep cleavage facing Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang felt his mouth dry and he quickly looked away. Ha ha ha. The handsome boy is shy, the exquisite woman teased. Oh, Susan, you too, aren't you deliberately seducing me? A slightly plump lady at the side teased. The young beauty named Susan rolled her eyes at the lady and said, Sister Laura, I'm not as scheming as you think. Then, she took the fruit and sat back in her seat, asking Tang Yumei, Sister Tang Tang, I've known you for so long, why haven't I heard that you have a younger brother? Oh, you believe her when she says she's my brother? Lady Laura looked at Zhou Yan with a wicked smile. This young man is quite energetic, he should be able to handle it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Sister Laura, you are so bad. There was laughter all around. Go away, stop making fun of others. Tang Yumei scolded with a smile. Tang Tang, why are you so nervous? Sister Laura smiled mysteriously and asked Zhou Yang, brother, what's your name? Zhou Yang. Hey look, his last name isn't Tang, he's not your brother at all. Isn't it okay to be your brother? Tang Yumei explained with a red face. Fuck first tone brother, isn't it just fuck fourth tone brother? Laura said with a wicked smile, Zhou Yang, are you ready to accept the baptism of your sister Tang stormy weather? Ha ha ha. There was another burst of laughter at the table. Zhou Yang's face turned even redder. Although it was a pleasure to be told dirty jokes by a group of beauties, Zhou Yang was naturally introverted, so he felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. Seeing this, Tang Yumei hurriedly explained, Zhou Yang, don't be offended. My good sisters aren't usually like this. This is only between us. Sister Mei, I don't mind. Zhou Yang said. Let me introduce you. Tang Yumei said seriously, pointing to the nearest elegant woman in a suspender. This beautiful woman is the CEO of Xinhua Media, Tang Xian. She's worth hundreds of millions. Xinhua is a semi-state-owned enterprise and a Fortune 500 company. Zhou Yang was shocked. This beautiful woman looked young, but she was actually an amazing entrepreneur. Tang Yumei pointed at the slightly plump lady again and said, this is my childhood friend, Sun Ruoding. You can just call her Sister Laura. She is very rich. She owns more than 100 properties in Xinjiang and 3 office buildings. Ah? Zhou Yang was even more shocked. Based on the housing prices in Shanghai's first-tier cities, this guy is worth more than the previous one. Sister Laura flirted with Zhou Yang, handsome boy, I collect rent to support you? Ha 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 ha. You're not a good person. Tang Yumei scolded with a smile, pointing at the young beauty. This beauty's name is Susan, and she's the director of the Huaxia region of BR Pharmaceutical Group. You know from working at EPS that BR Pharmaceutical is a world-leading pharmaceutical company. Susan has the final say in BR's entire Huaxia region. Zhou's inner shock could no longer be described in words. Any one of them here is a top boss. And each one is so exquisite and beautiful. A high-end game for sure. The next second, Tang Yumei raised her glass and said, my dear 3 sisters, my brother is single. I brought him here today to ask for a favor. Chapter 7 Golden Scales. Want to introduce a girlfriend? Laura patted her chest, do you think I can do it? You are not showing off. Tang Yumei rolled her eyes at Laura, with a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth, my brother is single and just quit his job. Now he needs a decent job. Which sister can arrange it for him? Sister Mei, this. Zhou Yang was stunned. He finally understood Tang Yumei's good intentions. It turned out that Tang Yumei brought him to her girlfriend's party tonight to introduce him to a job. Looking for a job? Just look for a job. What's with all the talk of being single? It makes me so excited. Sister Laura is cheerful and straightforward. Brother, you come drive me. I'll take you to collect rent every day. It's not decent to collect rent. He just graduated from college and is at the age to work hard. Tang Yumei said. Tang Xian said, then come to my place. After the internship, you'll have a permanent position, a stable job, and great benefits. Zhou Yang, I heard Sister Tang Tang mention you before. She said you were working at EPS. Susan, with the unique temperament of a female CEO, said coldly, we're both pharmaceutical groups, but I think BR Pharmaceuticals is a better fit for you. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and suddenly felt that this world was too absurd. The jobs and opportunities that the lower-class workers fought for with their flesh and blood are treated like toys in the hands of these upper-class wealthy women, and are worthless. This sense of rift between circles made Zhou Yang stunned and helpless. Among them, my Susan is the most reliable. Tang Yumei's words interrupted Zhou Yang's thoughts. She smiled and took Susan's arm. Boss Su, what position do you think Zhou Yang is suitable for? Wait. Zhou Yang suddenly stood up and said seriously, I'm very happy to meet you all, but I can figure out the work myself. I won't bother you. After saying that, she bowed to everyone and said, Sisters, I appreciate your kindness. When these words were spoken, everyone was very surprised. With such a good opportunity, anyone would come up to me with their arms around me, right? But this guy seems quite courageous. This made several beautiful girlfriends take notice of her. You're a good brother. Sister Laura nodded and smiled. In Xinjiang, the sisters will protect you. But Tang Yumei sighed, stood up and said, Zhou Yang, come here. Tang Yumei took Zhou Yang to a separate room and closed the door. Zhou Yang, this is such a good opportunity, why don't you give it a try? The dim light shone on Tang Yumei's delicate face, making her look particularly charming. She was not angry because of Zhou Yang's rejection, but asked very gently. Zhou Yang frowned, Sister Mei, thank you for thinking about me, but it's not suitable for me. BR Pharmaceuticals is such a good company. It matches your major, so how could it not be suitable? Tang Yumei frowned slightly. She helped Zhou Yang find a job in order to repay him for treating her illness. This is not what I want, Zhou Yang said. Tang Yumei pursed her red lips slightly, her brows furrowed slightly. I think you're relying on women just for the sake of face. That's not honorable, right? After saying that, she seemed a little angry, stood up and said, if you are like this, I can't help you. Then, he twisted his waist and walked towards the door. Sister Mei. Zhou Yang suddenly called Tang Yumei. What's the matter? Tang Yumei's tone was still a little cold. Sister Mei, didn't you ask me before why my family has forbidden me from practicing medicine for generations? I'll tell you now. At this moment, Zhou Yang's expression was so solemn that Tang Yumei was stunned. She had never seen this expression on Zhou Yang's face. Is it related to your not going to work at BR? Tang Yumei asked. Certainly. Then I really want to hear it. Tang Yumei returned to Zhou Yang and sat down seriously. Zhou Yang said, my ancestors opened the Jinlin Clinic and have been practicing medicine for generations. Later, during the Republic of China era, when warlords were fighting, my ancestors traveled around to provide free medical treatment to disaster victims and wounded soldiers. They saved countless lives. However, once, when treating a warlord leader, my great-grandfather made a mistake with a herbal remedy, which worsened the warlord's condition. My great-grandfather reflected on himself, adjusted the medicine, and cured the warlord. But the warlord was a tyrant and thought my great-grandfather was playing tricks on him. He arrested my great-grandfather and had him executed. Ah! Tang Yumei's almond-shaped eyes flashed with surprise. If my great-grandfather hadn't taken his entire family and escaped early, our entire clan would have been massacred. Zhou Yang sighed and said, later, our family went into hiding, unable to let go of what happened to my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather was depressed because of this, and he passed away soon after. Before he died, he left behind a last will. Treating illnesses and saving lives is 1,000 good things, but if you make a mistake even once, everything is ruined. From his generation onwards, the Jinlin family is forbidden to practice medicine. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the family tree. Although the family inherited the ancestral prescription golden scale, we haven't opened a clinic to treat patients since then. After hearing this, Tang Yumei's expression was stern. Your great-grandfather is using the teachings of his great-grandfather to protect future generations. Yes. Zhou Yang sighed, but I'm not willing to give up. Although our Zhou family no longer practices medicine, I have learned Chinese medicine from my grandfather and father since I was a child. I can see that their love for Chinese medicine is endless from generation to generation. Therefore, I have had a dream since I was a child. Although my Jinlin family can no longer practice medicine, the Jinlin should not be buried. The wisdom of our ancestors for thousands of years cannot be buried. At this moment, there was a light flashing in Zhou Yang's eyes. I will use the golden scale to promote Chinese medicine, benefit the Chinese people, and make it famous throughout the world. Tang Yumei also felt a shock in her heart. He never thought that the young man in front of him had such lofty ideals and ambitions. That's why I came to EPS Pharmaceuticals, because it's the largest Chinese medicine pharmaceutical group, Zhou Yang said. Only on this huge stage can the golden scale formula play its greatest role and have the opportunity to be marketed nationwide and globally. I understand. Tang Yumei's eyes were full of admiration. So, my goal is to stand at the top of EPS Group and have enough power. Zhou Yang said, only then can I carry out my plan. There has never been a moment when Zhou Yang's gaze was so firm. Tang Yumei was also shocked physically and mentally, with a glimmer of light in her beautiful eyes. She finally understood why Zhou Yang rejected such good jobs offered to her best friends. Because what Zhou Yang needs is not a position, what he needs is a platform and opportunity to fulfill his great ideals and ambitions. Just like the name of the prescription passed down from generation to generation in his family, golden scale. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind in clouds. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. One day he will transform into a giant dragon soaring into the sky. Even a female boss like Tang Yumei was shocked by Zhou Yang's aura at this moment. Zhou Yang, I was wrong. I underestimated you before. Tang Yumei said, I apologize to you. Sister, what are you talking about? You also want to help me. Zhou Yang said, oh, by the way, I just rejected several of your girlfriends, will they be unhappy? No, they don't care. Tang Yumei said with a mysterious smile, if I'm not mistaken, they should all be having a blast now. Zhou Yang, get high? What do you mean? Tang Yumei pointed her sexy lips towards the door and said, you'll know for yourself when you see it. Chapter 8, Drunk Beauty. Zhou Yang followed Tang Yumei out of the room and looked around with shock in his eyes. At some point, a few more male waiters appeared in the box. They all wore white trousers, were shirtless, revealing their muscular bodies, had exquisite hairstyles, and wore light makeup, looking very handsome and pleasing to the eye. One of them was dancing vigorously, holding a pole in his hands, with a seductive posture. This dance is so boring. Sister Laura yelled, picked up 2 bottles of beer, walked forward, and poured them over the man's head. The beer, with its white foam, slid down from the man's head, flowing over his collarbone, over his muscular chest and abdominal muscles, soaking his pants. That's enough. Sister Laura laughed loudly, the jewels around her neck and the gold ornaments on her hands complemented each other, she was shimmering and noble. The man knelt down like a dog, licked the beer off his body, and pleased Laura to his heart's content. Only then did Zhou Yang realize that these women were only being polite to him to give face to Tang Yumei, and now they revealed their true colors. I want to sing, said Tang Chen from the side. Stop dancing, stop dancing. Sister Laura waved her hand at the men, your sister wants to sing, please serve her. Sister, I'm coming. A man in a white suit crawled over, knelt at Tang Qian's feet, and gently pulled her sleeve. Tang Qian sat on his back with ease, her movements skillful and without any sense of incongruity. Another man had already handed the microphone to Tang Qian and was kneeling down to help Tang Qian order songs using a tablet. Tang Qian had a cold and arrogant look on her face. Sitting on the man's back, she looked as cold and intimidating as a queen. Soon, Tang Qian's melodious singing, like a nightingale, filled the entire box. All the waiters cheered, clapped, and flattered with all their might. At this moment, Zhou Yang's worldview almost collapsed. These boys, who seemed to be even younger than him, must have dropped out of school and started working in this industry. Seeing them trample on his dignity, Zhou Yang felt mixed emotions. Tang Yumei patted Zhou Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, are you scared by my best friends? No, no. Zhou Yang was a little unnatural, Sister Mei, if I didn't come today, would you? Tang Yumei smiled slightly, yes, I will be like them. Zhou Yang felt a little lost for a moment. But don't overthink it. We're just here to let off some steam. We won't cross any lines. Tang Yumei said. My girlfriends may play around, but they all have boundaries. They won't have sex with a male escort like that. Then, she put her red lips close to Zhou Yang's ear and said with a sweet breath, firstly, I think they are dirty, and secondly, they are not qualified. Zhou Yang nodded, knowing in his heart that the people with Tang Yumei were the truly high-class wealthy women. Those rich women who go to nightclubs to find men are at best just unsatisfied rich women, and are not in the same league as these people. Zhou Yang, have a drink with me. Tang Yumei poured 2 glasses of whiskey and handed one to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang took the wineglass, glanced at the men kneeling in the private room, and asked Tang Yumei, sister, looking at this situation, do I have to kneel down to drink? Ha 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 ha. Tang Yumei burst into laughter, her fair hands resting on Zhou Yang's shoulders as she shook with laughter. Zhou Yang, why didn't I realize you're so humorous before? I've never been this close to my sister before, so I don't dare to joke around. What Zhou Yang said was true. Then get closer next time. Tang Yumei sat a little closer, her beautiful legs touching Zhou Yang's. She pursed her lips, her eyes twinkling as she asked, is this close enough? Zhou Yang felt the cold and smoothness between his legs, and his heart shuddered. Hey, you two came out of the room so quickly? A bit too fast, right? Laura was excited for a long time before she saw Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei. She immediately smiled wickedly, young man, are you a little excited? You can't control yourself, right? They all thought that Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei went to a private room to do something private. Stop making trouble. Tang Yumei rolled her eyes at Laura. You have to go and play. Tisk, I'm just thinking about your sexual happiness. Laura rolled her eyes and turned around to have fun with the others. This night, Tang Yumei was very different from usual. Normally, she was as crazy as these girlfriends, but tonight she just sat in the corner, quietly drinking and chatting with Zhou Yang. It was late at night, when the wine was finished and everyone had left, that Zhou Yang sent Tang Yumei back to the villa. Tang Yumei seemed very happy that night and drank a lot of wine. Now the alcohol was taking effect and she felt drowsy and could not speak clearly. She needed Zhou Yang's support to walk. Zhou Yang helped Tang Yumei to the sofa, took off her shoes and coat, and helped her get a glass of water. Sister Mei, drink some water. Zhou Yang said softly. Tang Yumei was leaning lazily on the sofa at this moment, her beautiful eyes glancing sideways, her look hazy and charming. Zhou Yang. She murmured incoherently, a few strands of messy hair draped over her fiery red lips. The wine-soaked suspenders slid down her shoulders, revealing a large area of white skin. The hem of her skirt wrapped around her slender legs, which was very sexy. At this moment, Tang Yumei was like a dark night rose soaked in fine wine, eagerly waiting for flower lovers to pick it. Sister Mei, I'm here. Zhou Yang hurriedly brought the water over, wanting her to take a sip to dilute the alcohol. Zhou Yang. Tang Yumei grabbed Zhou Yang's clothes randomly and knocked over the water cup at the same time. The water soaked Tang Yumei's clothes. Her shirt, which was already as thin as a cicada's wing, was now translucent and stuck tightly to her skin. Zhou Yang slipped because of her grasp and accidentally fell on her. A soft touch came from under his body, and Zhou Yang felt as if his whole body was electrified. He knew that Tang Yumei's illness was taking effect. She was drunk, but her body was very restless because of the illness. At this time, Tang Yumei's phone rang. Zhou Yang was leaning on Tang Yumei's body. Fortunately, his arms were long enough, so he reached out and took the phone from the coffee table. He found that the caller was Tang Yumei's son, Xiefeng. The hateful face of the man who shouted green-haired turtle instantly appeared in Zhou Yang's mind. In an instant, an evil thought flashed through Zhou Yang's mind. However, he immediately shook his head and got rid of the evil thought. Sister Mei, phone call. Zhou Yang struggled to sit up and called Tang Yumei. But Tang Yumei was very drunk and seemed unable to answer the phone. Zhou Yang called a few times and then stopped. He didn't answer the phone, but put it next to Tang Yumei. It looks like Sister Mei won't be able to wake up tonight. But her body was still wet, and she would definitely catch a cold if she slept like this all night. Zhou Yang looked around and saw a blanket on the side of the sofa. He took it and covered Tang Yumei with it. After finishing everything, Zhou Yang stood up to leave. Tang Yumei's phone rang again. It was Xiefeng calling. Zhou Yang felt a little annoyed, gritted his teeth, and walked forward to answer the phone. Xiefeng, Sister Mei is drunk and can't answer your call. Please call back tomorrow. Chapter 9, Turning Things Around. Xiefeng was stunned for a moment, then roared like crazy, Asshole, why are you in my house? Sister Mei drank too much, I'll take her back. Zhou Yang said calmly. I don't care what you say. Xiefeng said angrily, get out of our house right now, or I'll call the police. Are you sick? Zhou Yang said coldly, if you don't have anything serious, don't call me again. Sister Mei is drunk, don't disturb her rest. I've muted her phone. Zhou Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him and hung up the phone. Xiefeng was so angry that he almost exploded, his eyes were bloodshot and he almost fainted. The next day. Boom boom boom. The loud knock on the door woke Zhou Yang from his sleep. Who is it? An old woman's voice came from outside, the rent is due, it's time to pay it. I know. I'll come find you when I wake up. Zhou Yang evaded the question. Hurry up. The old woman walked downstairs, muttering, sleep, 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 it's so late and you're still sleeping. You're useless. No wonder your girlfriend ran away with someone else. Zhou Yang opened his sleepy eyes and found that it was already noon. Oops, I'm late for work. He immediately stood up and put on his clothes, but the next second he stopped and laughed at himself. I'm about to quit my job, so why should I go to class? Zhou Yang opened the curtains, and the dazzling sunlight shone into the room, making his brain dizzy after the hangover. Looking at the dilapidated rental house in front of me, recalling the bright lights and revelry of last night, it seemed like a dream, as if it were a lifetime ago. Zhou Yang rummaged through his pockets and found only 500 yuan left, which was not enough for this month's rent. At this moment, Zhou Yang suddenly felt a little regretful. Why didn't he accept the invitation from those sisters last night? Any position could make his life a cheat. But the next second, he slapped himself again. Zhou Yang, haven't you always had a dream in your heart? If you can't even resist this little temptation, how can you have the nerve to talk about your ideals? Don't look at me being poor now. One day, I will make all of you submit to me. After a burst of self-motivation, Zhou Yang stood up, drank a glass of water, and turned on his mobile phone. At this time, I saw the circle of friends posted by my ex-girlfriend Lu Wei. She has officially become a member of the EPS Group's administrative department, wearing the company's name badge and taking a cute selfie in front of the bright and clean desk. LV Wei, your hard work has finally paid off, you deserve this beauty, you must work harder in the future. A group of college classmates liked the post below, and a few bootlickers posted congratulations. LV Wei, you got a regular job at EPS ahead of schedule. That's amazing. LV Wei, your desk is so beautiful. Your office environment is so nice. I'm so envious. Lao Lu, you're a busy man now. Do I have to wait in line if I ask you out for dinner? Lu Wei replied uniformly, thank you all for your congratulations and encouragement. If you have time, let us get together and I'll treat you. Lu Wei's every word and action was filled with pride in showing off. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly and closed his circle of friends. However, he found a long message from Lu Wei among his unread messages. Zhou Yang, thank you for letting me go and supporting me. I am who I am today. I am very lucky to have made it. At the same time, I advise you not to be too persistent. EPS has limited positions now. You don't have a chance. Save your energy and choose another path. This is also my final sincere advice to you. We will not have any intersection in the future. That's it. Goodbye. Between the lines, there is a sense of condescending disdain and contempt. Zhou Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly, without replying to the message. He didn't feel much inside anymore. Lu Wei is no longer the same Lu Wei as before. His first love only remains in his memory, in the summer when he graduated from university. Zhou Yang looked through his phone again and found many missed calls, which were usually from insurance and loan salespeople, so he didn't take them seriously at all. But he was surprised to find that there was one missed call at 10 o'clock in the morning, and there were 3 calls in a row. This shouldn't be a sales call. Zhou Yang dialed the number back. Hello, who is calling me? I am Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang said. Oh, hello, Zhou Yang. I'm Bai Jia, the HR manager at EPS Group headquarters. I'm calling to inform you that you were officially hired by the marketing department this morning. Please complete the work handover with your regional branch and report to the headquarters next Monday. Huh? I was hired by headquarters? Zhou Yang was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Mr. Zhou Yang, do you have any questions? Bai Jia asked with concern. Zhou Yang was very surprised. He was still an intern and was about to go to the company to go through the resignation process today. How come he was suddenly hired by the headquarters? Could this be a mistake? Zhou Yang couldn't believe it. Is there someone with the same name? Among this batch of interns, you are the only Zhou Yang, there is no mistake. But Zhou Yang was even more confused. Our human resources department is only responsible for your job transfer. Bai Jia interrupted Zhou Yang and said, as for the details, you can go to the headquarters and ask the hiring department. They will give you the answer. Okay. Zhou Yang was excited. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope you'll report on time next Monday. Bye. When the sweet voice ended, Zhou Yang felt happy inside. EPS marketing department is the most powerful department in the entire group except for the RD department. EPS's purpose is to be market-oriented, so EPS Group has always had a tradition that all departments must cooperate with the work of the marketing department, and the marketing department is the pioneer boss. Zhou Yang was ecstatic for a moment. Given his current situation, becoming a member of the marketing department is a real turnaround. But he couldn't understand why he was suddenly hired by the marketing department at the headquarters when he was about to resign. Zhou Yang shook his head and decided not to think about it for the time being. You will find out the details when you visit the group next Monday. What he has to do now is to go to the branch office to hand over his work. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang got up, washed up and went out. When he arrived at the branch, Zhou Yang went straight to the office of the branch manager Xia Hongtao. Zhou Yang was so excited that he opened the door without knocking. However, at this moment, in the office, a beautiful subordinate was sitting on Xia Hongtao's lap and acting coquettishly, while Xia Hongtao was pouting and kissing the female subordinate on the face. Fuck! Seeing Zhou Yang coming in, Xia Hongtao was startled and quickly pushed his female subordinate away. Can't you fucking knock on the door? Xia Hongtao cursed angrily. Zhou Yang laughed. Manager Xia, I have something urgent to talk to you about. What's the urgent matter? Xia Hongtao stood up, straightened his collar, and shouted at Zhou Yang, didn't you say you were quitting yesterday? I'm still waiting for your resignation letter. Resigning? I didn't say that. Zhou Yang glanced at his female subordinate jokingly, then turned to Xia Hongtao and smiled faintly. Manager Xia, I came here today to hand over my work to you. Chapter 10, A Female Colleague's Request. What do you mean? Xia Hongtao was stunned. That's strange. You're the branch manager, so you wouldn't know this, right? Zhou Yang said, I've been hired by the marketing department at the group headquarters. What? Xia Hongtao looked incredulous. Say it again? I will report to the headquarters next Monday. Zhou Yang said. Xia Hongtao blinked his clever little eyes a few times, and suddenly he grinned, ha ha ha, are you out of your mind? You? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? Xia Hongtao threw a resignation form at him. Hurry up and stop wasting time. Fill out the resignation form and get out. I'm so sick of you. The female subordinate beside her also had a look of disdain, with a sneer of contempt on her lips. What a toad dreaming. Zhou Yang glanced coldly at the female subordinate, picked up the resignation form, and tore it in half with a swish. What are you doing? Xia Hongtao was furious. Zhou Yang shouted, I said I'm here to hand over my work. If you think I'm lying, go call the HR department and ask. Seeing that Zhou Yang didn't seem to be lying, Xia Hongtao felt a little unsure. If you really go to headquarters, I should be notified. While Xia Hongtao was muttering to himself, he opened his computer to check his emails and found that an email he had sent this morning was still unread. He clicked on the email to check, and his face suddenly became gloomy. After a while, Xia Hongtao closed his notebook and suddenly smiled into crescents. Hey, Xiaozhou, you are really good. The content of that email was the documents sent by the Human Resources Department to transfer Zhou Yang. Manager CA? Am I out of my mind? Zhou Yang asked coldly, then looked at his female subordinate. Am I just dreaming? The female subordinate's eyes became panicked and she lowered her head quickly. No, you're not crazy, it's me who's crazy. Xia Hongtao quickly took over the conversation. The next second, he stood up with his big belly, walked around the desk and came to Zhou Yang, smiling. Xiaozhou, I was too busy with work this morning and had a lot of emails. I missed it for a moment. I'm really sorry. Xia Hongtao's face-changing speed is even faster than that of Sichuan opera. At this moment, his face was full of smiles, and the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together, like a Shar-Pei dog. The reason why he did this was that the annual business indicators of their regional branch were formulated by the marketing department of the group headquarters. In other words, the department Zhou Yang goes to can decide Xia Hongtao's life or death next year. Although it was not Zhou Yang who decided Xia Hongtao's life or death, any slight manipulation or underhanded effort Zhou Yang made in the marketing department, or whispering in the ears of the leader, would be fatal to Xia Hongtao. Xia Hongtao is now being strangled by Zhou Yang. Manager Xia, can I hand over the work now? Zhou Yan looked at Xia Hongtao sharply. Of course, but Xiaozhou, don't be so anxious. Xia Hongtao said with a flattering smile, we had many misunderstandings in the past, but you know, I have always been doing this for your own good. In terms of age and experience, I am more senior than you. It's not too much for me to shamelessly call you brother. Zhou Yang interrupted him with a sneer, stop talking about useless things. Xia Hongtao nodded and bowed, yes. Then he changed the subject and said, brother, you're going to the headquarters now. As your older brother, I should see you off. So, I'll book a table at the Harvest Hotel for lunch. Let's have a drink. I really don't want you to leave. Seeing Xia Hongtao fawning over him like a pug, Zhou Yang felt extremely comfortable. However, he was also disgusted by Xia Hongtao's shameless attitude. We're not brother and sister, so there's no need to have dinner together today. We'll be in close contact at work in the future, so there's no need for you to be reluctant. So, hurry up and hand over your work. Zhou Yang hated Xia Hongtao the most, a villain who changed his expression as quickly as turning the pages of a book, so naturally he would not treat him well. Xia Hongtao heard a threat in Zhou Yang's words, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. The next second, his eyes rolled, and he suddenly picked up his phone, pretending to answer it. Hello, hey, okay. Then, covering the microphone, he said to Zhou Yang in a pretentious manner, wait a moment, an important call. Then he stood up and walked out of the office. When he passed by the female subordinate, he secretly gave her a wink. Bang! Xia Hongtao walked out of the office and then closed the door tightly. The female subordinate understood what Xia Hongtao meant, took a deep breath, tidied her hair, and walked towards Zhou Yang. The female colleague is about 1.65 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, the kind of European and American style with a lot of curves, but she has a baby face, fair and tender skin, giving people the illusion of a childlike face with big breasts. As she walked towards Zhou Yang, her waist swayed gently, her hips curved, and her skirt swayed from side to side, as if endless charm was hidden beneath her skirt. It simply displays the charm of women to the fullest. Zhou Yang, I spoke without thinking just now. I apologize to you now. She poured Zhou Yang a glass of water and handed it to him with both hands. Please forgive me, okay? The sound of her voice was like that of a night cat in heat, making one feel numb all over. Oops. But before she reached Zhou Yang, she seemed to trip over something with her high heels and stumbled, causing some water in the cup to spill accidentally, right onto Zhou Yang's crotch. I'm sorry. The female colleague looked panicked and in a hurry she knelt down in front of Zhou Yang to help him wipe it. Zhou Yang suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted, extending all over his body to his limbs and bones. But he was very angry in his heart. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Seeing Zhou Yang was angry, the female colleague suddenly raised her head and looked at him pitifully. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Zhou Yang spread his legs and looked at his female colleague who was kneeling and looking up at him. Her big eyes were full of grievances, and a few strands of messy hair blocked her face, making her look very charming. Go away. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and said unhappily. The female colleague suddenly stood up and threw herself into Zhou Yang's arms. Zhou Yang, don't be angry, I was wrong, I'll apologize to you. The female colleague murmured, as long as you can forgive me, you can do whatever you want. As she spoke, the buttons of her clothes were unbuttoned, revealing a fair complexion in Zhou Yang's eyes. What are you doing? Zhou Yang was a little panicked. He didn't expect the other party to take off his clothes in the office. If you don't feel comfortable here, come to my house tonight, just the two of us. While the female colleague was talking, she took Zhou Yang's hand and pulled it towards herself. Zhou Yang, my mattress is very soft and comfortable. Chapter 11, Honey Trap. Get out of here. Zhou Yang was furious and pushed his female colleague to the ground. Although he is inexperienced, he is not stupid. He knew that Xia Hongtao was using a beauty trap on him. Just now when Zhou Yang walked in, he caught Xia Hongtao and this woman's privacy. Xia Hongtao was afraid that Zhou Yang would go to the headquarters and expose the matter, so he wanted to give this woman to Zhou Yang to shut him up. At the same time, it can also bring the two closer together, so there will be no need to worry about Zhou Yang causing trouble in the future. Killing two birds with one stone, quite clever. Most people really can't resist the temptation of this female colleague. But Zhou Yang had fallen in love with a woman like Tang Yumei last night, so naturally his perspective was different. At this moment, he was extremely angry at Xia Hongtao's tricks. Xia Hongtao, come here. Zhou Yang shouted outside the door. Hey, here it comes. Xia Hongtao pushed open the door and walked in with a smile on his face. I'm about to hand over my work. If you mess around again, I'll report everything to headquarters. Zhou Yang shouted, do you want to give it a try? Xiaozhou, no, calm down. Xia Hongtao said with embarrassment, I'll hand over your work to you right now. Right now. The noise in the office also alarmed other colleagues. Those who usually envied Zhou Yang, mocked Zhou Yang, and looked down on newcomers like Zhou Yang because of their seniority were all stunned at this moment. Although they seemed to be busy with their work, in fact, their eyes and ears were always paying attention to Xia Hongtao's office. After a while, the work was handed over and Zhou Yang prepared to leave. But he suddenly remembered something and turned to Xia Hongtao and said, oh, right? A week ago you said that people like me can't accomplish anything great. If one day I succeed, will you kneel down and call me Dad? Do you still remember that? Ah. I remember. Xia Hongtao's face turned green. Then you'd better be prepared. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and sneered. Dad. You are my dad. Xia Hongtao fell to his knees on the ground. What are you doing? Zhou Yang was stunned. I haven't been successful yet, I just got a promotion. Isn't it a bit too early for you to shout? But for Xia Hongtao, he couldn't afford to take the risk. His district did not meet the target last year, and now that the first half of this year has passed, it looks like there is no hope. The 3-year period is the company's probation period for him. In other words, next year is the last chance. If he fails to meet the targets next year, he will have to pack up and leave. Zhou Yang went to the marketing department. If they really did something and raised his targets for next year, he would definitely not be able to complete it. At his age, it would be difficult for him to find the same job again if he leaves here. What's more, EPS Group is currently the best-paying pharmaceutical company in China. Xia Hongtao regards this job as his life. Zhou Yang, I'm just a migrant worker. It's not easy to settle down in Xinjiang. I have parents to support, my child is only in elementary school, and I still have more than 10 years of mortgage to pay. My wife was in a car accident last year and is still bedridden. The whole family depends on me alone. Xia Hongtao burst into tears and didn't care about the manager's face anymore. He pleaded sincerely. I admit that I can be a bit materialistic sometimes, but I have no choice but to live. I call you Dad now. You are my real dad. As long as you don't bear a grudge against me and let me retire smoothly, I would rather call you Grandpa. He knelt down and kowtowed to Zhou Yang, please. At this moment, Zhou Yang felt mixed emotions. This seemingly useless bastard also has his own difficulties. You have your own difficulties, but you can't rely on your power to do evil. Zhou Yang said coldly. I won't do it again, I really won't do it again. Xia Hongtao said, I promise. Zhou Yang sighed deeply, alas, I'm not a stingy person. If you want me to not bear a grudge against you, that's fine, but I have one condition. Hearing Zhou Yang say this, Xia Hongtao knew that things were getting worse and immediately agreed, no problem, go ahead. Zhou Yang helped Xia Hongtao up and whispered in his ear, you have to tell me, who is the big boss at headquarters who wants to get rid of Tang Yumei? Ah? Xia Hongtao looked horrified, but remained silent for a long time. Don't want to say? Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and sneered, all right, then I won't ask. Then he turned and left. Xiao Zhou. Xia Hongtao stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Yang. His face flushed red and he used all his strength to finally speak, I'm telling you, don't do anything stupid. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, do you think I'm Wulai? Okay. Xia Hongtao leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear and whispered, the big boss who gave me the task is. The summer in Shanghai is extremely hot. The streets are filled with heat waves, like a huge steamer, making it hard to breathe. At this moment, the air conditioner in Tang Yumei's villa was on, making it cool and pleasant. Sister Mei, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Zhou Yang sat opposite Tang Yumei with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. These days, he developed an indescribable feeling for Tang Yumei. He treated Tang Yumei as his sister, but he also felt a kind of throbbing between men and women. This vague feeling made him a little obsessed and difficult to let go. Goodbye? Where are you going? Tang Yumei held a plump cherry in her mouth and looked at Zhou Yang with a smile. I was transferred to EPS headquarters. Zhou Yang said. Ah? That's great news. Tang Yumei's beautiful eyes twinkled, and she smiled calmly, Zhou Yang, congratulations. Zhou Yang sighed, so, I came here today, intending to write down all the prescriptions for your treatment. When you reach a certain stage, you can take the medicine according to the dosage for that stage. Within 6 months, the problem will be cured. Tang Yumei tilted her head slightly, staring at Zhou Yang in a charming manner, her eyelashes fluttering. No, I want you to treat me the whole time. Tang Yumei spoke in a rare coquettish tone, and Zhou Yang's heart melted in an instant. Sister Mei, I miss you too. Zhou Yang said, although the group's headquarters is also in Shanghai, it's in Puqing district, more than 100 kilometers away from here. I can't come back in time to prepare your medicine. Tang Yumei suddenly raised her eyebrows playfully. Then sister, why don't you move to Puqing district? I happen to have a new house there that I haven't lived in yet. It's very close to the EPS headquarters. Ah? Zhou Yang was a little stunned for a moment. Did you hear that right? Sister Mei is actually moving to Puqing district because of me? Zhou Yang, what do you mean by that expression? Tang Yumei frowned slightly and asked unhappily, don't you welcome me? No, no. Zhou Yang waved his hands hurriedly. I just don't understand, Sister May, you are living well here. How do you know I'm living well here? Tang Yumei interrupted Zhou Yang, this house is not mine, it's my husband's. I had a big fight with him this morning, so I won't live here anymore. Zhou Yang was shocked. Could it be that his prodigal son Xiefeng went to his father to complain, causing Sister May and his husband to quarrel? Alas! Tang Yumei laughed at herself. I call him my husband, but in reality, he's just a name. We've barely lived together since we got married. Our marriage was also arranged by our family. She sighed, even the children are test tube babies. Ah? Zhou Yang was shocked. I really don't understand the life of rich people. Let's not talk about this anymore. Tang Yumei smiled in relief and suddenly asked Zhou Yang, you're going to work in Pucheng district, so you don't have a place to live, right? Well, I'm just about to go look for a house. Zhou Yang said. It's hard to find a house there. Tang Yumei stood up and patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder. It's just right that I'm moving there too. I have enough rooms at home, so you can stay with me for the time being. Chapter 12, the technique is very good. Sister May actually wants me to live with her? For a moment, Zhou Yang's heart was beating wildly. Thinking about living under the same roof with such a great beauty, life will be filled with beautiful scenery everywhere. But on second thought, Tang Yumei is a married woman, so isn't it inappropriate for him to do this? Sister May, it won't affect you if I live with you, right? Zhou Yang asked. You're overthinking it. Tang Yumei raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Yang. You're my personal doctor now. Living closer to me would make it easier for me to treat my illness. That's what I'm considering more. Besides, I'm just giving you a break for now. Once you find a suitable place to live in Pucheng district, you'll have to move out. Oh, I see. Zhou Yang smiled awkwardly, he was really overthinking it. If Sister May says so, I won't be polite. After letting go of his psychological burden, Zhou Yang felt more at ease and just treated Sister May as his landlord. Then, Zhou Yang added, of course, I will pay your rent on time while I live with you. The rent is waived. Tang Yumei said, your medical treatment for me is also free. That's true. Zhou Yang scratched his head. By the way, Zhou Yang, didn't you say that my illness requires Chinese medicine and physical therapy? Tang Yumei asked, how does physical therapy work? I need a massage. Zhou Yang said. Oh? How to do it specifically? Tang Yumei asked. I can show you a demonstration now, Zhou Yang said. Okay. Zhou Yang walked forward and sat next to Tang Yumei, feeling her pleasant body fragrance. His mind was shaken. Sister May, find a comfortable position to lie down first. Good. Tang Yumei lay down on the sofa. Physical therapy massage is mainly to clear your liver meridian. The liver meridian starts from the foot, along the inner midline of the calf, passes the inner knee, and continues upward along the inner midline of the thigh. As Zhou Yang spoke, he reached out and began to measure Tang Yumei's body. Ah! Tang Yumei cried out softly when Zhou Yang's fingers touched her, but she quickly covered her mouth and smiled. Sorry, I overreacted a bit, please continue. In fact, Zhou Yang was also very excited, but as a doctor, he could not have any distracting thoughts. The human body's meridians form a large circulation system. The liver meridian ascends through the lower abdomen and intersects with the governor vessel at the top of the head. Then, Sister May, turn over. Good. Tang Yumei obediently turned over and lay on the sofa. Zhou Yang said, the liver meridian runs down from the back of the head, through the spine, the waist, buttocks, into the inner thigh, and merges with the previous one. Tang Yumei bit her lip lightly, her cheeks flushed slightly. The massage route you mentioned is quite comprehensive. Zhou Yang said, if Sister May feels it's inconvenient, she can choose not to do the physical therapy, but the treatment time may be extended. Do it, why not? Tang Yumei pursed her red lips, leaned softly on the sofa, and looked at Zhou Yang with seductive eyes. Do it now. That's fine. Zhou Yang nodded. Zhou Yang asked Tang Yumei to change into comfortable clothes and lie down on the sofa in a relaxed manner. Tang Yumei also turned on the speakers and played some soothing music, which instantly livened up the atmosphere. Then, Zhou Yang began to massage according to the acupoints. Zhou Yang has been learning Chinese medicine from his grandfather and father since he was a child. He has a very precise grasp of meridians and acupoints, and his techniques are very skilled. More than half an hour later, the back therapy was over and Tang Yumei actually fell asleep on the sofa. Zhou Yang didn't have the heart to wake her up. Anyway, he didn't plan to give her a full body massage because that was definitely something Tang Yume couldn't accept. Zhou Yang picked up the air conditioning blanket and gently covered Tang Yume with it, then got up and left Tang Yume's house. 2 days later, the Monday that made Zhou Yang excited finally arrived. He reported to the EPS Group's headquarters. Standing in front of the headquarters gate, Zhou Yang felt refreshed as he looked at the flags fluttering in the wind on the spacious square of EPS. He first went to the Human Resources Department and met with the Human Resources Manager Bai Jie. After Bai Jie registered, she asked Zhou Yang to report to Su Jing in the Marketing Department. Su Jing is the Director of Marketing, the boss of the entire EPS Pharmaceutical National Marketing Department, and Zhou Yang's immediate superior. I'm finally going to meet my boss. Zhou Yang was extremely excited and followed the instructions to the marketing department on the 8th floor. Boss Su is having a video conference right now. Please wait here for a while. Assistant Director Chen Shui said this coldly and went about her own business. Zhou Yang sat in the corner and observed his surroundings. At this moment, the clean and bright office is like a battlefield. Several colleagues tapped their fingers on the keyboard quickly, as if they were racing against time. A female salesperson with short, neat hair is holding a cup of coffee and sketching out a marketing strategy on a whiteboard. A few people in the corner, their shirt sleeves rolled up and their headsets fastened tightly, excitedly raised their hands in celebration. Yeah! Mr. Wang, the plan has been optimized. For a moment, the sounds of keyboards, discussions, printers, the aroma of coffee and the sound of paper turning intertwined in the office. The air in the office was filled with passion, which made Zhou Yang's blood boil. As expected of the EPS Group's vanguard force, their aura is truly powerful. Zhou Yang sighed in his heart. What he was more interested in at the moment was what kind of person was Director Su Jing, who could lead such a powerful team. After a while, Assistant Chen Shui came over and said, Boss Su's meeting is over. I want you to go to her office to see her. Good. Zhou Yang followed the instructions and came to the frosted glass door, tapping his fingers lightly under the words Director's Office. Enter. A cold and arrogant voice came from inside the door. Zhou Yang gently pushed the door open. Mr. Su, I'm the new sales representative, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang introduced himself as soon as he entered the room, then looked towards the large desk. A young woman is sitting at a desk. She has an intellectual medium-length inward curling hairstyle, delicate facial features, a high nose bridge, a jawline as cold and hard as if it were cut by a knife, and a porcelain white face as perfect as a finely carved jade. Chapter 13, Iceberg Female Director. This beauty is the group's famous ice goddess, Su Jing. Su Jing responded indifferently, but did not look up at Zhou Yang. Her narrow and beautiful eyes swept across the documents in her hand, and her eyelashes flickered, as if her eyes could speak. Seeing that Su Jing was busy, Zhou Yang did not disturb her and stood there waiting for her to finish. After a moment, Su Jing put the document down and looked at Zhou Yang. She had a cold and arrogant face, and her eyes were very sharp. She had the majesty of a superior that made people dare not cross her path. Hello everyone. My name is Su Jing, Director of Marketing. Su Jing extended her hand and gestured, please sit down. Oh, okay. Zhou Yang walked forward and sat down opposite Su Jing's desk. Su Jing stood up and went to the side to get the coffee. Boss Su, I'm here. Zhou Yang stood up to help. But Su Jing glanced at him coldly, no need. Zhou Yang was instantly extremely embarrassed, but he could feel that Su Jing was a very powerful woman. When they looked at each other closely, he could even feel Su Jing's overwhelming aura. It is truly extraordinary for a young woman to be able to become the director of EPS marketing. Su Jing pressed the button on the coffee machine when the phone suddenly rang. She put the cup on the water receiving area and went to the desk to pick up the phone. Well, it's me, you said. Now the coffee gushed out and poured into her cup. Su Jing answered the phone while walking back to the coffee machine. At this time, a cup of coffee was about to be filled. Seeing that Su Jing was walking carelessly, Zhou Yang was afraid that the water would overflow, so he hurriedly got up and pressed the button to stop the water. However, Su Jing also arrived and reached out first. Zhou Yang's hand did not press the button, but pressed firmly on Su Jing's hand, almost covering it completely. The skin is delicate and smooth, and the touch is very special. For a moment, both of them were stunned. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. Zhou Yang was extremely embarrassed for a moment. Su Jing hung up the phone, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she stared at Zhou Yang sharply. I said I would come by myself, don't you understand? I thought the water would overflow. Zhou Yang explained. Opinionated. Su Jing glanced at Zhou Yang coldly, then turned and walked towards her seat. But at this moment, Zhou Yang discovered that Su Jing's face turned red. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Su Jing said, "It's just routine for you to report here. My assistant Xiaoxue will help you with the arrangements, including your seat and work content. You can go out and look for Xiaoxue now." Zhou Yang was about to stand up when he suddenly thought of a question. "Boss Su, there's something I don't understand, I want to ask you." A hint of impatience flashed across Su Jing's beautiful eyes. "Speak." Zhou Yang said, "I'm still in my internship, how come I was suddenly directly hired here?" Su Jing's face suddenly showed a trace of deep disgust, and she asked, "How did you get here? Don't you know it yourself?" "Me?" Zhou Yang was stunned. "Boss Su, I don't know." Su Jing snorted coldly, "I hate people who try to be clever in front of me the most. Get out." "Ah? Mr. Su, I. Go out." "Yes. President Su." Zhou Yang walked out of Su Jing's office with 1,000 questions in his mind. Now he was even more confused. How he got here, he himself really didn't know. He asked the HR department told him to ask the marketing department, and the head of the marketing department told him to ask himself. At this moment, the whole story of how he got here actually formed a perfect closed loop. Big groups are really professional when doing things. At this time, Su Jing in the office was very annoyed. She picked up and put down documents repeatedly, opened the computer to check emails, but didn't know what she was reading. In her mind, the scene of Zhou Yang pressing her hand on the coffee machine kept appearing. Zhou Yang found Chen Shui, who arranged a seat for him. She briefly explained the department's rules and regulations and asked, "You haven't received the materials yet, right?" "What are materials?" Zhou Yang asked. Chen Shui's eyes flashed with disdain as she said, "Materials are your office supplies, such as notebooks, folders, and other common work items, as well as your employee ID card. You have to go to the administration department to get these." Administrative department? Zhou Yang was stunned. Isn't that the department that Lu Wei joined? Is there any problem? Chen Shui asked. No problem. Zhou Yang said. I'll talk to the administration on Dubai, you can just go and get it now. Chen Shui said. Dubai is an internal communication software independently developed by EPS Group. It is very similar to DingTalk, Penguin, and other apps. It is used for internal communication among employees, remote video conferencing, etc. Zhou Yang trotted to the entrance of the administrative department and knocked on the door. Come in. Zhou Yang pushed open the door and a gust of cool air blew in. The air conditioning in the administration department was turned on much lower than outside. What's up? The position closest to the door was Lu Wei's workstation, and she asked as usual. But the next second, Lu Wei's eyes widened like lanterns, and she shouted in disbelief, Zhou Yang? What are you doing here? Zhou Yang seemed very calm. I came to find you. He wanted to say that he came to your administrative department to collect materials. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Wei. We have broken up, is it necessary for you to do this? This sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention. Colleagues from the administration department put down their work one by one and looked straight towards the door. You think too much. Zhou Yang said, I came to. Zhou Yang. We've broken up, so why are you here? LV Wei said harshly, you're affecting my work, you know? Why did the group's security let you in? While speaking, Lu Wei looked arrogant, as if this was her noble territory and she would not allow Zhou Yang, a bastard, to intrude. When LV Wei started working, she sent a message to Zhou Yang, implying that he should stop bothering her. But Zhou Yang never replied to her message. She was also wondering in her heart, with Zhou Yang's personality, he shouldn't have no reaction after seeing the message. Now she understood that Zhou Yang was not unresponsive, he was just holding it in. He came straight to my office and pestered me. At this time, colleagues around also started whispering. I heard that Xiao Lu had just broken up with her ex-boyfriend before coming to headquarters. It must be him. Haha, you found your way here? Warriors charging for love. Zhou Yang, you're embarrassing me. Feeling the whispers around her, Lu Wei was very angry. She stood up and pulled Zhou Yang, saying, this is not a place for you to come. I beg you, please don't embarrass yourself, okay? Let go. Zhou Yang shouted loudly, scaring Lu Wei. Can someone please speak out? Zhou Yang said angrily, I was directly hired by the marketing department and came to your department to pick up materials. Do you think I'm here to see you? Lu Wei was stunned, then even more furious. Are you sick? How dare you brag about anything? Do you think I'm stupid? At this moment, the administrative manager pushed open the office door and shouted towards the door, What are you arguing about? Manager, I'm sorry, I have some personal matters to attend to. LV Wei said, pushing Zhou Yang hard, Get out of here, or I'll call the group security. However, the administrative manager came over and looked Zhou Yang up and down. Are you Zhou Yang from the marketing department? Chapter 14, Pure-Hearted Senior, the most beautiful campus beauty. Administrative manager Cui Yan just received a notice from Chen Shui in the marketing department on Dubai, saying that Zhou Yang was coming to pick up materials. Cui Yan clicked on Zhou Yang's personal information and was staring at the photo when he heard a quarrel outside. When he walked out, he saw that it was Zhou Yang who came to pick up the materials. Market Sales Department, S2 level sales representative, right? Cui Yan took the documents and checked the information with Zhou Yang. Yes. Zhou Yang said. What? Lu Wei on the side was stunned. When did Zhou Yang become an S2 level employee in the marketing department? Her job level is only S1. Zhou Yang is even a level higher than her. And you should know that the marketing department is the main department of EPS Group and has a very high status. Moreover, the position of sales representative has a commission system with no upper limit. Usually, for signing a client, you can earn a commission of tens of thousands at least, and hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan at most. The future is limitless. And she, Lu Wei, will have a fixed salary until her death. For a moment, Lu Wei's expression went from shock, to jealousy, to frustration, and it was quite interesting. The colleagues standing by also looked at Zhou Yang with envy. The girls in the company all liked the handsome guys in the sales department. The eyes of several young girls in the administrative department were shining at this moment. After all the young male salesmen in the sales department are already taken. Zhou Yang is new and has just broken up, so he is definitely a hot commodity in the eyes of young girls. Xiao Lu, don't just stand there. Go to the warehouse and get materials for Zhou Yang. Cui Yan urged Lu Wei. Good. Lu Wei went to the administrative warehouse dejectedly, prepared the materials according to the list, and brought them over with great effort. There are a lot of materials, including laptops, notepads, desk calendars, etc. The configuration is very thoughtful. Zhou Yang held everything in his arms and walked out carefully. However, as soon as he opened the door, Zhou Yang felt a fragrant breeze blowing towards him, and he collided with the figure in front of him. Things were also dropped all over the floor. Sorry, the other party apologized hurriedly. The other person looked up and met Zhou Yang's gaze, and Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. The girl in front of him was a beautiful girl, about 1.7 meters tall, with a slim figure and a pure and sweet appearance. When Zhou Yang saw the other person's eyes as clear as autumn water, he felt amazed and his heart beat faster. So beautiful. This kind of beauty is not only about outstanding facial features and temperament, but also about an indescribable heart-warming feeling. Sorry, I'll help you pick it up. The girl hurriedly lowered her head to help Zhou Yang pick up the materials. There are so many things that it's hard for one person to carry them. Lulu, you can help Zhou Yang deliver the things to their department, said administrative manager Cui Yan. Okay. Bai Lu said. Thank you very much. Zhou Yang was not polite. On the way back to the department, Zhou Yang and Bai Lu chatted for a while. He learned that Bai Lu was the group's administrative receptionist, and her main task was to sit at the front desk of the group's lobby and serve as the EPS's face. Sure enough, beauties are the face of the company. Coincidentally, Bai Lu and Zhou Yang graduated from the same university. She was 1 year older than Zhou Yang and came to EPS Group a year earlier. After hearing this, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered, a flock of egrets soars into the sky, and Bai Lu is as beautiful as a fairy. Senior sister, you are not the most beautiful campus belle by Lu of Xin University, are you? Hee, it's just an empty reputation. Bai Lu pursed her lips with a smile. It's really you. Zhou Yang was shocked. Bai Lu was a famous figure in the school at that time, and almost all students had heard of her. On several occasions, Lu Wei compared herself to Bai Lu, and was ridiculed by her classmates, leaving her feeling ashamed. Senior sister, my biggest dream at that time was to be your backup. Zhou Yang said. Put. Bai Luyu covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. I haven't had a boyfriend for several years in college, so being a backup is too much. Oh, senior sister is really a virgin. Zhou Yang said with a smile. But when he saw a hint of dark blue in Bai Lu's eye sockets, he asked, Senior, did you not sleep well last night? Bai Lu said, well, since I started working, I often suffer from insomnia. Zhou Yang put his things down and said, would it be convenient for me to take your pulse? You also know this? I understand a little bit. Okay. Bai Lu extended her hand generously. Zhou Yang took Bai Lu's slender hand, holding her forearm from below with one hand, and resting his index and middle fingers of the other hand on her fair wrist. After a moment, Zhou Yang said, Senior sister has a poor appetite, has no interest in anything, has difficulty falling asleep, and easily wakes up when she does fall asleep, right? Bai Lu said in surprise, that's right. Zhou Yang said, you have a weak spleen and a cold body, and your heart and kidneys are not connected. Senior sister is in urgent need of treatment. How to treat it? Bai Lu asked. Let me see your eyes again. Zhou Yang moved closer and observed Bai Lu's pupils. The two were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breath. The atmosphere became a little strange for a moment, and Bai Lu's face turned slightly red. Senior sister, you need a Chinese medicine and acupoint massage. Zhou Yang said seriously. Oh? You know all these? Bai Lu asked. Yes, my family has been practicing Chinese medicine for generations. Zhou Yang said, if I have time someday, I can help you take a closer look. It's a bit inconvenient today. I've been out getting materials for so long, I have to go back to the department quickly. Bai Lu smiled and said, okay, thank you for your help. No trouble. Zhou Yang also smiled. What was strange was that neither of them spoke on the way thereafter, as if the power had suddenly gone out. When they arrived at the department door, Bai Lu handed all the materials to Zhou Yang, and the two parted ways and left in two different directions. But the next second, the two turned around almost at the same time. You. They were both surprised that the other turned around, and the atmosphere was awkward and ambiguous for a moment. You speak first. Bai Lu said with a red face. Senior, I want to add your green bubble. Zhou Yang hurriedly explained, don't get me wrong, I just want to show off to the guy in the bunk below me. Sure. Bai Lu came forward and scanned the QR code with Zhou Yang to add him as a friend. Senior sister, why did you come back to see me? Zhou Yang asked. Isn't this done? Bai Lu smiled playfully, shook her phone, turned around and trotted away. It turned out that she came back to find Zhou Yangjia to make friends. Zhou Yang's heart moved. The campus beauty of Bai University took the initiative to add him to Green Bubble? Could it be that she has feelings for me? But after thinking about it carefully, I understood the other party's intention. She must want me to treat her. This was Zhou Yang's second time treating a patient. His ancestors had taught him not to practice medicine. But if I treat my friend's health without charging them, it doesn't count as practicing medicine, right? Zhou Yang walked into the office while defending himself. The day passed quickly, and at 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Yang returned home after get-off work. As soon as I entered the door, a sumptuous meal was already placed on the table. Tang Yumei sat on the sofa beside him, looking at Zhou Yang with a smile. First day at headquarters? How's it going? Tang Yumei wore a slim long skirt with a slit on the side between the legs. The style was similar to that of a cheongsam. It not only showed Tang Yumei's perfect figure, but also highlighted her gorgeous temperament. Not bad. Zhou Yang smiled and put on his slippers. Sister Mei, did you make this dish? How is that possible? I invited a 5-star chef to come to my home to make this. Tang Yumei said. What day is today? Zhou Yang asked. Congratulations on moving to our new home. Tang Yumei stood up, opened the red wine, and poured it into the decanter. And congratulations on joining EPS headquarters. Thank you, Sister Mei. Zhou Yang said with a smile. However, he still hasn't figured out how he got into the EPS headquarters. Suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that Sister Mei asked someone to send me in? Chapter 15. Drink more with me tonight. Zhou Yang's thinking was not without basis. Tang Yumei's son Xiefeng was able to send LV Wei to the headquarters. Tang Yumei is naturally much more capable than his son. It should be even easier for her to send Zhou Yang to the EPS headquarters. Moreover, Tang Yumei was not at all surprised that Zhou Yang entered the headquarters. Instead, she seemed to have known about it in advance. This further confirmed Zhou Yang's idea. "Sister Mei, I want to ask you something," Zhou Yang said. "Well, ask. Are you using your connections?" Before Zhou Yang could finish his words, the doorbell suddenly rang. "Wait a minute." Tang Yumei stood up and turned on the video surveillance. Suddenly, she sighed with an unhappy look on her face. "Xiaofeng is here." "Sister Mei, should I step aside?" Zhou Yang asked. "It's nothing shameful, why are you avoiding it? Just sit here." Tang Yumei gently pressed Zhou Yang's shoulder, asked him to sit on the sofa, patted his shoulder comfortingly, and then went to open the door with confidence. "Mom! I knew you moved here." Xiaofeng came in carrying a lot of bags, followed by Lu Wei. But the next second, Xiaofeng and Lu Wei were stunned. At this moment, Zhou Yang was sitting on the sofa, like the male owner of this villa. Instead, they looked like guests visiting relatives. "Why are you here?" Xiaofeng asked. After many days, Xiaofeng saw Zhou Yang again at Tang Yumei's residence, and the shame and anger in his heart surged. Lu Wei standing by looked confused. She heard from Xiaofeng that his mother had moved to live near the group's headquarters, so she asked to meet her future mother-in-law today. If she can gain the approval of her future mother-in-law, she will have one foot in the wealthy family. He never dreamed that when he arrived at his future mother-in-law's house, the first person he saw was Zhou Yang. "Xiaofeng!" Tang Yumei shouted coldly, "Zhou Yang is my friend, don't be rude." "Mom, tell me, what kind of friend is he to you?" Xiaofeng was so angry that his veins were throbbing, and he yelled angrily, "He is just a stinky drug seller." "Don't talk about Zhou Yang like that." Tang Yumei frowned and said, "He has been transferred to the headquarters and is staying with me temporarily?" "What? Mom, did I hear you right? You two live together?" Xiaofeng almost fainted from anger. Tang Yumei said, "I don't understand why you keep targeting Zhou Yang. I'll tell you the truth, Zhou Yang is treating me. He's my personal doctor now, so living here also makes it convenient for him to see me." Lu Wei blurted out, "How could he possibly see a doctor?" Tang Yumei's eyes turned cold, and her queenly aura instantly burst out. She stared at Lu Wei sharply. "How do you know he can't treat illnesses?" "Me." Lu Wei was so scared that she swallowed the words back. It was the first time she met her future mother-in-law. If the first impression was not good, it would be difficult in the future. So when Tang Yumei looked at her coldly, she was so scared that she trembled all over. Seeing this, Xiaofeng took over the conversation. "Mom, don't be fooled by him. He is just a stinky drug seller. Seeing that our family is rich, he is trying to please you." Tang Yumei said, "Don't I, the patient, know whether he can cure the disease? Are you two questioning it? Auntie, Zhou Yang definitely can't treat illnesses. I know him best." LV Wei lowered her head and said in a low voice, "I'm his ex-girlfriend." "What?" Tang Yumei was startled, her beautiful eyes widening like bells. She observed Lu Wei carefully, then looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and spread his hands. "Sister Mei, you have a good son who likes to steal other people's girls." Tang Yumei understood everything in an instant. How good can a girl be who gets poached? Tang Yumei glanced at Lu Wei with disgust. "I'm not afraid to tell you, Xiaofeng has brought so many girls to see me that I've lost count." Lu Wei's face instantly became extremely ugly. "Mom, how can you say such things?" Xiaofeng complained. "I'm doing this for your own good." Tang Yumei said, "Women understand women. If she doesn't like a boy like Zhou Yang, then she's not with you because she's attracted to you as a person. I don't care about that. Anyway, Zhou Yang is a liar. He can't treat illnesses at all." Xiaofeng was afraid of being confused by Tang Yumei, so he temporarily ignored Lu Wei's topic. "Auntie, we were together for 4 years in college, and Zhou Yang doesn't know how to treat illnesses at all." Lu Wei said. "That's because you've never really understood me," Zhou Yang said coldly, gritting his teeth. "Ha ha." LV Wei laughed coldly. "Zhou Yang, I know you are eager to stand out, but using such deceptive methods is too shameless." "Mom, did you hear that? His girlfriend of 4 years in college has come out to testify, and you still believe him?" At this moment, Xiaofeng's anger reached its peak. "Zhou Yang, you liar, get out now." As he said that, he rushed towards Zhou Yang and punched him in the face. The last time in the rental house, Xia Feng hit Zhou Yang on the head with a stool, causing him to bleed, and it was almost a complete victory. So Xia Feng believed that he could crush Zhou Yang with his force. Tang Yumei didn't expect that Xia Feng would actually take action, and it was too late to stop him. The next second, Xia Feng's fist had already hit Zhou Yang. But this time, Zhou Yang seemed very calm. He suddenly bent over to avoid the punch, put his index and middle fingers together, and stabbed them hard in Xia Feng's abdomen. Ah! Xia Feng screamed in pain and stepped back repeatedly. His face turned pale in an instant and beads of sweat the size of beans oozed from his forehead. Didn't you say I can't treat illnesses? Well, let me tell you. My family has been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for generations, and I know all the acupuncture points on the human skeleton and meridians by heart. Zhou Yang said, I just hit your Fujia point, which is the most painful point in the abdomen. It must be uncomfortable, right? Stop talking bullshit to me. Xia Feng refused to admit defeat and rushed towards Zhou Yang again while enduring the pain. But at this time, he no longer had the ability to fight. Zhou Yang grabbed his arm and gently twisted it to the side. Xia Feng howled in pain instantly. Humans have 206 bones, and bones have 308 joints. I just twisted your joints, and your arm is dislocated. As he spoke, Zhou Yang pushed Xia Feng away. Xia Feng's arms drooped, and he had no strength left. At this moment, Xia Feng was completely dumbfounded. Lu Wei was also shocked. She never knew Zhou Yang had these tricks. The fact that Zhou Yang could locate the acupuncture points in joints so skillfully was enough to show that he was well versed in Chinese medicine. The last time Zhou Yang was beaten in the rental house was because of Lu Wei's betrayal. He was so angry that he was blinded by Xia Feng. In fact, Zhou Yang has been studying Chinese medicine since he was a child and has a good understanding of the acupuncture points and joints of the human body. When he fights, he only needs to aim at the acupuncture points or hit the opponent's joints, and the opponent's fighting power will be instantly reduced to zero. Mom, please let him help me recover. Xia Feng looked at his deformed arm and felt the severe pain in his abdomen. He was horrified and hurriedly asked Tang Yumei for help. Zhou Yang didn't want to embarrass Tang Yumei, so he walked forward and pushed Xia Feng's arm upwards. With a crisp sound, Xia Feng's arm recovered. Xia Feng clutched his lower abdomen, looking at Zhou Yang with lingering fear, and angrily said to Tang Yumei, I'm going to find my dad, and I'll let him deal with you. He pulled Lu Wei away in a hurry. Tang Yumei sat down at the table, holding her forehead with one hand, strands of black hair hanging down from her fingers, and she looked extremely sad. Seeing this, Zhou Yang stepped forward to comfort him. The child is grown up, it's hard to control him. But when I said this, I always felt awkward because I was not much older than Xia Feng. Tang Yumei suddenly raised her head, as if trying to hold back the tears that were about to flow. The next second, she sniffed, and a beautiful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Never mind, Zhou Yang, you accompany me tonight to drink more. If you don't drink and lie down, no one can go back to the room. Okay. Chapter 16: The Truth Behind the Conspiracy. Tang Yumei took a deep breath, composed herself, and poured wine for Zhou Yang and herself. You must be starving, you should eat something first. As she spoke, she stood up and picked up some food for Zhou Yang. Sister Mei, I can do it myself. Why are you being so polite to me? Tang Yumei bent down to pick up some food, and the pearl necklace under her collarbone hung to the edge of the table, swaying in front of Zhou Yang. The next second, a piece of pan-fried foie gras was placed on Zhou Yang's plate. And try the port wine sauce? She added some more sauce to the foie gras. Sister Mei, you are so thoughtful. Zhou Yang picked up the foie gras, took a bite carefully, and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. I hired a 5-star Michelin chef, so of course it's delicious. As Tang Yumei spoke, she took a sip of red wine, leaving a faint lip mark on the rim of the glass. This Australian M6 steak tastes best with black truffles. Tang Yumei started to help Zhou Yang cut the steak again. The tip of the knife scraped across the porcelain plate, making a slight hissing sound. She cut off a small piece, dipped it in sea salt and fed it directly to Zhou Yang. Come, try it. Sister Mei, I can do it myself. Zhou Yang said. Don't talk, eat. Tang Yumei directly used a fork to feed the steak into Zhou Yang's mouth. Zhou Yang was not polite either. He ate the steak in one gulp and almost ate the whole thing with his fork. So tender. Tang Yumei held her chin with both hands and looked at Zhou Yang with her beautiful eyes. When Zhou Yang said it was delicious, she felt extremely satisfied. Sister Mei, please eat. Zhou Yang said. Okay, I'll try it too. Tang Yumei cut a few more pieces with her knife and fork, and tasted one herself. It's good. Zhou Yang felt a palpitation as he watched the fork going in and out between Tang Yumei's lips and teeth. That fork was the one used when feeding Zhou Yang before. Zhou Yang even took a sip. Now Tang Yumei used it without any hesitation. Sister Mei really doesn't treat me as an outsider. In this ambiguous atmosphere, Zhou Yang suddenly became worried. Because when Xia Feng left, he said that he would go to Tang Yumei's husband to complain. Sister Mei, I'd better move out as soon as possible, so your husband won't get the wrong idea. Who cares what he does? Tang Yumei took a sip of wine and said, Zhou Yang, actually, my husband works in the same unit as you. Huh? My brother-in-law is also an EPS? Yes. He's EPS's Human Resources Director, in charge of EPS Group's personnel changes. Tang Yumei said, he holds a very high position within EPS and is very busy. After hearing what Tang Yumei said, Zhou Yang's face turned cold. Sister Mei, is his name Xia Yong? Yes, Xia Yong. Tang Yumei said. Zhou Yang frowned. It's him. Xia Yong, director of the Human Resources Department, is the senior leader who gave Xia Hongtao the task. In other words, Tang Yumei's husband Xia Yong asked Xia Hongtao to find someone to seduce his wife and take indecent videos. This world is crazy. Zhou Yang didn't know that Xia Yong and Tang Yumei had this kind of relationship before, so after knowing this, he didn't tell Tang Yumei about it. He thought of going to the headquarters to find out the truth and find out why Xia Yong was targeting Tang Yumei, and then decide whether to notify Tang Yumei. But today I learned that they are actually husband and wife. There's no need to hide it any longer. Sister Mei, I have something to tell you, please don't be angry. Zhou Yang said. What's going on? You're being so mysterious. Tang Yumei took a sip of wine, propped up her chin and looked at Zhou Yang gently. Sister Mei, do you remember that I almost quit my job before I came to EPS headquarters? Zhou Yang said. Of course I remember. Then do you know why I quit my job? I asked you at that time, but you didn't tell me. Tang Yumei also became curious. Zhou Yang said, at that time, I secretly received a mission from above, asking me to establish a good relationship with you. Oh? Tang Yumei was even more confused. You and I had a good relationship back then. No, Sister Mei, this isn't a normal customer relationship. Zhou Yang was still a little embarrassed when he said this. He paused and said, they want me to develop a relationship with you. Hey! Tang Yumei looked at Zhou Yang with a smile. That's interesting. Keep going. Zhou Yang said, then, I'll have sex with you, and secretly film the whole process. After saying that, Zhou Yang's face turned red. Tang Yumei frowned slightly. So, since you disagreed, they forced you to resign, right? Yes. Zhou Yang nodded. Tang Yumei said, don't tell me I can't meet your aesthetic standards? Sister Mei, that's not the case. Zhou Yang hurriedly explained, you are my client, and you have a family. If I did that, wouldn't I be harming you? Then he pouted and lowered his head and said, besides, I don't even know my own weight, how could you be interested in me? Tang Yumei didn't continue the topic. Instead, she asked, who are they? Who gave you the mission? Zhou Yang said, it's your husband, Xia Yong. I guessed it. Tang Yumei looked unsurprised. When she asked the question, she already had the answer in her mind. Sister Mei, I don't understand what your husband is doing? Zhou Yang drank some wine and started talking more. Tang Yumei smiled slightly and said, Xia Yong and I have never had any feelings for each other. We have been married for so many years and have always lived apart. The reason we have never divorced is because the property after marriage is difficult to divide. Xia Yong is very greedy. He wants all our property, but I certainly won't give it to him. So he secretly sent someone to seduce me and record a video to fabricate evidence of my infidelity. If that's the case, when we divorce and go to court, the law will favor him, and I'll be in a passive position when it comes to property division. Zhou Yang slammed the table in anger. How insidious. Tang Yumei smiled in relief. It's nothing, just a little trick. You've just entered society and will come into contact with all kinds of people. There are many people who are more insidious than this. Tang Yumei raised her glass and said, people have 206 bones, and their clothes can make them look different. People are very complicated. You'll have to get used to it slowly. Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei clinked their glasses and drank it in one gulp. Tang Yumei said, thank you for revealing this to me. Since Xia Yong is so unkind, don't blame me for being unfair. Sister May, what do you want to do? Zhou Yang asked. My plan requires your cooperation, said Tang Yumei. Me? Zhou Yang was extremely surprised. What can I do? Xia Yong can use you to get you to sleep with me, so I can use his trick against you and get you to sleep with me. Tang Yumei said. Ah? Let me go to bed with you? Zhou Yang was stunned. What kind of trick is this? As a college student, I felt like I couldn't wrap my head around it for a moment. What? Do you think this is real? Tang Yumei knocked Zhou Yang on the head. It's just acting, understand? Oh. Zhou Yang nodded, still feeling a little disappointed, and joked, Sis, you're so good to me, I'll definitely do my best to help you. Even if you ask me to sleep with you, I'll do it. Ha, when did you become so smooth talking? Tang Yumei smiled, but the next second, her face turned serious. Do you really want to sleep with me? Chapter 17 Bathroom Beauty. At this moment, the lights were dim, and Tang Yumei was smiling with a cheerful face. Do you really want to sleep with your sister? She asked. Zhou Yang, under the influence of alcohol, almost blurted out I want to. But he still had his sense. Tang Yumei was a married woman. Although there was no love between them, if he really went to bed with her, it would destroy someone else's family. He couldn't do such a thing. Especially, Xia Yong was thinking that Sister May was cheating on him, and Sister May naturally would not do such a stupid thing. She asked me this most likely to test whether my intentions were pure. However, if Zhou Yang said he didn't want to, it would be against his will. Although Tang Yumei is a young woman, her figure and appearance are comparable to those of a young girl. She has never given birth to a child. Xia Feng was conceived by her through in vitro fertilization and dysprosium. Who wouldn't want to try such a petite bourgeois beauty? So, after hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yang chose not to answer and directly changed the subject. Sister May, just tell me your plan, and I will fully cooperate with you. Zhou Yang said. Let's not talk about that today. Tang Yumei said, today is our celebration of moving into a new house. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Come, let's drink. Good. The two of them drank together and talked happily until late at night. I have to say that Tang Yumei's alcohol tolerance is really good. If Zhou Yang hadn't been sneaky, he would definitely not be her opponent. Tang Yumei was very drunk at this time and actually stood up to perform a dance for Zhou Yang, but after taking a few steps, she fell into Zhou Yang's arms. Sister May, let's forget about it tonight. Let's show it tomorrow. Zhou Yang said. Okay. Tang Yumei looked at Zhou Yang with a dazed look in her eyes, and her fingers gently slid across Zhou Yang's cheek. If you have anything in the future, tell me in time, don't keep it in your heart, okay? I know. Zhou Yang said, Sister May, I'll help you go back to your room and sleep. Zhou Yang put his arm around Tang Yumei's slender waist and helped her back to her bedroom. The next second, Tang Yumei uttered a I want to vomit. Hurry, I'll take you to the bathroom. Zhou Yang hurriedly helped Tang Yumei to the bathroom again. Tang Yumei lay on the sink, and Zhou Yang patted her back with a tissue. Tang Yumei retched for a long time but couldn't vomit. I feel sick, but I can't vomit. It's so uncomfortable. Tang Yumei leaned against the sink, her body shaking constantly, with a look of despair on her face. Sister May, how about I help you? Okay. Then open your mouth first. Ah. Zhou Yang washed his hands and suddenly inserted his middle finger into Tang Yumei's mouth. Hitting the throat is an essential vomiting technique for drinkers. Wow. Tang Yumei vomited it out all at once. She was in a bad mood tonight and didn't eat anything, so she vomited out all the alcohol. Zhou Yang put his fingers into her mouth again. Wow. Tang Yumei vomited it out again. Zhou Yang was about to come, but Tang Yumei grabbed his wrist and said, Don't come, I give up. Then she sat down on the ground, leaned against the wall, and gasped for breath. Zhou Yang sighed, and seeing that her clothes were also stained with wine, he said, Sister May, you should take a shower. I wanted to. But I have no strength. Tang Yumei was still a little drunk. Zhou Yang scratched his head and said, Sister May, I've already induced vomiting for you. You don't want me to help you take a bath, do you? You wish. Tang Yumei staggered to her feet and walked towards the bathroom. Sister May, be careful, the ground is slippery. Zhou Yang hurried forward and helped Tang Yumei into the bathroom. Tang Yumei suddenly pointed at a floor tile under the shower and said, "Zhou Yang, look at this floor tile, is it leaking? The rest is dry, why is it wet here?" Zhou Yang walked over and took a closer look. "Sister Mei, it's okay. It's dry here too." "Oh. What about this time?" Tang Yumei suddenly turned on the shower head. The warm water instantly poured down like heavy rain, soaking Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei at the same time. "Ah. Sister Mei, what are you doing? Take a bath." Cluck, cluck, cluck. "Sister Mei, you are so bad. Men don't love bad women. Ha ha ha." Tang Yumei talked and laughed, sitting against the wall under the shower head, tilting her head back and letting the water pour over her freely. At this moment, she was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. Her clothes, which were originally as thin as a cicada's wing, were completely wet and stuck tightly to her body, highlighting her perfect figure to the fullest. This scene made Zhou Yang's blood boil, and even though he was under the shower, his mouth was still dry. At this moment, Tang Yumei suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Her cheeks, slightly flushed from drinking, were full of charm at this moment. "Sister Mei, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhou Yang was stunned. Tang Yumei rushed over, hugged Zhou Yang, and kissed him with her pink lips. A moment later, Zhou Yang walked out of the bathroom wet. Tang Yumei's voice came from the bathroom. "I'm sorry, Zhou Yang, please understand me, I can't be with you." Zhou Yang sighed and said, "Sister Mei, you have a family. I understand. I was impulsive just now." Tang Yumei said, "No, I was the one who provoked your anger, but I couldn't help you put it out. Sister Mei, take a shower first." Zhou Yang didn't say anything else and got up and left. The next morning, Zhou Yang got up and felt that what happened last night seemed like a dream. Tang Yumei hadn't gotten up yet, so he went out to buy breakfast and left it at home, then went out to the company. The company provides breakfast. Arriving at the restaurant, Zhou Yang prepared breakfast and sat aside to enjoy it, but heard a sweet voice coming from behind. "Zhou Yang." Zhou Yang looked back and saw a young and beautiful woman walking towards him with a tray of food. It was Bai Lu, the administrative receptionist. "Senior, come and have breakfast too." "Yes." "What a coincidence." Bai Lu sat down opposite Zhou Yang. Bai Lu was wearing a white long dress today, with her black hair draped on both sides. She still had that pretty face that everyone loved, but there was still a hint of darkness on her lower eyelids. "It looks like you didn't sleep well last night," Zhou Yang said. "Yeah." Bai Lu raised her eyebrows helplessly, but with a different kind of charm. "Yesterday you said you could treat me. When are you free?" Zhou Yang said, holding a bun in his mouth. "Except for working hours, any time is fine." "How about after get off work today?" Bai Lu said, "I'll treat you to dinner." Zhou Yang smiled knowingly. It seemed that Bai Lu was indeed suffering from insomnia, otherwise she wouldn't be so anxious to make an appointment with him. "Haven't you seen a Chinese doctor before?" Zhou Yang asked. "I've seen both Chinese and Western doctors, but neither has worked." Bai Lu said, "I always feel like they're not accurate, but what you said yesterday was spot on." Zhou Yang smiled and said, "It's my honor to have your trust." "Of course you're honored." A discordant voice came, and a man walked over with a bit of a sneer and threw the plate in front of Zhou Yang, saying condescendingly, "You just arrived at the headquarters and you're already hooking up with our receptionist. You're quite capable." Chapter 18 Big Group, Deep Water. The man looked to be under 30 years old. He wore a slim white shirt, dark gray trousers, and a pair of black framed glasses. He looked very gentle and refined. The pair of narrow eyes behind his glasses were full of sinister aura, and looking into his eyes made people feel very uncomfortable. "Bai Lu, what a coincidence, can I sit here?" the man said as he plopped down on the seat next to Bai Lu. Bai Lu's eyes flashed with disdain. She ignored the man and smiled at Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, I'm full. See you tonight." "See you tonight." Zhou Yang greeted Bai Lu, ignored the man, and continued to eat breakfast. "Zhou Yang, right?" the man asked. "How did you and Bai Lu meet? By the way, what are you going to do tonight?" Zhou Yang frowned, feeling very disgusted with people who had no sense of boundaries. "I'm sorry, this is our business and it's not convenient to tell you," Zhou Yang said. "TSK TSK TSK, as expected of someone behind you, you can speak with such confidence." The man became angry. Zhou Yang raised his eyes and asked, "What do you mean by someone behind the scenes? Yo, playing dumb?" The man took out his badge and put it on his left chest. "Marketing Department, Sales Representative, Lu Yen." Zhou Yang didn't expect that he was also a colleague in the municipal sales department. He was in the municipal sales department all day yesterday and didn't see this person. However, sales representatives from the marketing department often go out to visit clients, so it is normal that they are not in the office. Since they were colleagues in the same department, Zhou Yang didn't need to be so awkward. He said in a gentle tone, "Just now you said I had someone behind me, and then you said I was playing dumb. What do you mean?" Lu Yan smiled disdainfully and said, "Zhou Yang, how did you get to the marketing department? I don't need to explain, do I?" Zhou Yang was stunned and put down his chopsticks. "You better tell me." Lu Yan frowned, not wanting to give Zhou Yang face, and said directly, "The whole department knows that you got in through connections." "Oh? Then may I ask, who is the person behind me?" Zhou Yang said. "It's boring when you talk like that, isn't it?" Lu Yan said with an unhappy expression, "You know who's behind you. Anyway, we all know that before you even finished your internship, a superior secretly transferred you to our department." Zhou Yang was speechless. Are the people in the marketing department so well informed? The big groups are indeed very complicated. If what he said was true, who would be the one who transferred me here? Previously, Zhou Yang guessed that it was Tang Yumei who was secretly helping. After all, her son Xiefeng could easily help Lu Wei become a regular employee. But after what happened yesterday, he rejected this idea. The reason why LV Wei was able to be transferred here must be thanks to Xiefeng's father Xiaoyong. But Tang Yumei and Xiaoyong have such a bad relationship that it is impossible for her to ask Xiaoyong to help transfer her here. So who transferred me here? Zhou Yang had 1,000 questions in his mind. Zhou Yang, the marketing department is full of elites, especially those in the sales line. Without real skills, no matter how strong your connections are, you will be eliminated. Lu Yan said. How do you know I'm incompetent? Zhou Yang asked. You don't own the sales department, so how can you just eliminate anyone you want? You. Lu Yan didn't expect Zhou Yang to not play by the rules when arguing. Just take care of yourself first. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he also stood up and left. Damn it, Zhou Yang, just wait for me. Lu Yan was so angry that he stood up and left. There were a few young girls standing by pointing and talking. Is that handsome guy Lu Yan from the sales department? Yes, it's him. He was the sales champion last year. I heard that guy is very philandering and has secretly slept with many female colleagues. Now, he has set his sights on our group's beautiful receptionist. Marketing Department. The city marketing department holds a morning meeting every Monday, but because Su Jing had something to do yesterday morning, the meeting was postponed to this morning. At this moment, the sales staff, marketing staff, and support team members of the marketing department were arranged into 3 squares, facing the large screen in front. On the screen, Su Jing was wearing a dark blue slim-fit suit, with her hair tied up, her face stern and her eyes sharp. She perfectly portrayed the role of a career beauty. Su Jing has an angelic face and a devilish figure. What's more commendable is that she combines youthful beauty with mature femininity, and at the same time has a strong aura that allows her to control the overall situation. This kind of woman is the best among women, almost perfect. At this moment, Su Jing held an infrared pen, clicked on the PPT, and said coldly, "The sales data for the second quarter is very bleak. I wonder what you have been doing for the past 3 months." She pursed her red lips into a straight line as she paced in front of everyone. The crisp sound of her high heels hitting the ground sounded like a death knell in the workplace to everyone's ears. All the sales staff lowered their heads, dared not speak, and even dared not look Su Jing in the eye. I think we need to reactivate our marketing department's killer weapon. Su Jing clicked on the next page of the PPT, last in first out system. Ah? The sales staff instantly looked terrified. The last in first out system, as the name suggests, means that the person with the worst performance will be kicked out. Su Jing said, to make everyone aware of the dangers, we're starting a last place elimination system. Within a month, the person with the lowest performance in our city sales department will be forcibly expelled from the department. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Zhou Yang. Su Jing suddenly called out his name, which scared Zhou Yang. Mr. Su, I'm here. Zhou Yang said. Although you've just arrived at the department, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. This system also applies to you. Lu Yan, who was standing by, heard this, glanced at Zhou Yang and laughed secretly. Lu Yan is the sales champion, his position is stable, and he has a lot of customers, so he is not worried about being eliminated. In contrast, Zhou Yang had just arrived at the department and didn't even know how to talk to big clients, yet he had to engage in a fierce battle with these experienced people. This is obviously unfair to him. Zhou Yang felt so depressed that he couldn't breathe throughout the entire meeting. Fortunately, the meeting ended quickly. Zhou Yang wanted to talk to Su Jing, so he got up and went to Su Jing's office and knocked on the door. Mr. Su went to the bathroom. Is there anything you need? Assistant Chen Shui asked as she came out of the office. Well, if you have any questions, ask President Su. Then you wait in her office, she should be back soon. Chen Shui said. Zhou Yang walked into Su Jing's office and saw a briefcase on Su Jing's desk. The bag was open, revealing the black-wrapped Sophie elastic bodysuit. Zhou Yang smiled meaningfully. Mr. Su, this is a relative coming. The next second, Su Jing pushed the door open. Her face was pale, her hair was disheveled, and she was holding her lower abdomen, seemingly in great pain. Why are you in the office? What's going on? Su Jing sat down in her seat, holding her belly, and asked Zhou Yang coldly. It was obvious that she was in pain, with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Before Zhou Yang could say anything, Su Jing moaned softly, holding onto the table with one hand, her body trembling with pain. Boss Su. Zhou Yang hurried forward. If you have something to say it. If not, get out. A strand of Su Jing's hair was wet and stuck to her forehead. She looked a little disheveled, but also had a kind of messy beauty. Boss Su, it's hard for me to explain things to you if you're like this. Zhou Yang said, let me help you relax first. How to relieve it? Su Jing asked while enduring the pain. Zhou Yang said, in traditional Chinese medicine, some acupuncture points can relieve menstrual pain. If you do it in the right order, it will be very effective. This is also what is said in Golden Scales. Golden Scales not only contains prescriptions, but also some acupuncture and physical therapy methods for treating diseases. Su Jing was half believing and half doubting, but the pain was too severe at the moment. She felt dizzy and her lower abdomen felt like being pricked by needles. She felt uncomfortable all over her body and was in extreme pain. However, she could never lose face in front of her subordinates. Seeing this, Zhou Yang took the initiative to walk around the desk and came to Su Jing. The first acupuncture point, Higu, is located at the base of the thumb. As he spoke, Zhou Yang took Su Jing's fair and slender hand and gently held it. Chapter 19. The iceberg female director also has a fragile side. Su Jing was stunned. She didn't expect that the new salesperson was so bold. No man can touch her hand except when shaking hands with clients at work. But she had no strength now, so she had no choice but to let Zhou Yang hold her hand and rub her knuckles with his fingers. Suddenly, a burning pain came from the base of my thumb. Ah! Su Jing moaned softly, then quickly pursed her lips, looking arrogant and cold. Zhou Yang rubbed for about 2 or 3 minutes, then suddenly squatted down, his eyes fixed on Su Jing's beautiful legs. What are you doing? Su Jing felt offended and stared at Zhou Yang coldly. Mr. Su, don't you feel that you are more powerful when speaking now than before? Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Su Jing was nervous just now, but after this reminder, she did feel better than before. This proves that my method is very effective. Zhou Yang said, let's move on to the second acupuncture point. This acupuncture point is called Sanning Point, and it is located at the ankle. He squatted down and gently pulled Su Jing's ankle. Su Jing's ankles are very white and her skin is very delicate. There is even a tattoo on the outside of her right ankle, which is a red rose, giving people a very charming feeling. I didn't expect that President Su had this side to him. Zhou Yang found the acupuncture point and massaged it gently. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Boss Su. Judging from the voice, it's the top-selling Lu Yan. What's the matter? Su Jing asked. It's what I told you this morning, about me and Zhou Yang. Lu Yan said. At this time, Zhou Yang's strength in his hands increased a little, and Su Jing felt a numbness and swelling in her ankle. He quickly covered his mouth with his white hands, trying hard not to scream. I'm busy now, I'll call you later. Good. After Lu Yan left, Su Jing complained to Zhou Yang, why did you use so much force? She almost screamed out loud just now. Mr. Su, you have to use force. You have severe dysmenorrhea, so you have to use force to be effective. Zhou Yang said. You know what, after a few hits, Su Jing actually felt a lot better. She also sighed in her heart that Zhou Yang did have some ideas. The third and fourth acupuncture points are Shuehai and Zusanli. As he spoke, Zhou Yang looked up. These two acupoints are near the knees, Shuehai is on the inner side of the knee, and Zusanli is on the oblique outer side. One hand can take care of it all. Boss Su, it's time for the third place. Zhou Yang stretched out his hand, located Zusanli with his thumb and Shuehai with his middle finger, and pinched and rubbed them a few times. The sore and numb feeling spread from her legs to her whole body, making Su Jing tremble. She never dreamed that one day she would ask her male subordinate to massage her thighs. Okay, I know this place, is there anywhere else? Su Jing felt much better, but because it was not appropriate for men and women to touch each other, and this action was too ambiguous, she directly refused Zhou Yang's service. Zhou Yang said, there is a fourth place, which is also the last one. Where is the fourth place? Su Jing asked. Zhou Yang pointed at Su Jing's lower abdomen, here. Su Jing's face turned red instantly. Massaging the hands, feet, and thighs is still acceptable. Asking Zhou Yang to rub her lower abdomen is absolutely not allowed, as that is a sensitive area. I can handle this myself. Su Jing said seriously, what's the name of the acupuncture point? Guan Yuan and Qihai points. Zhou Yang said, these two are key acupoints. You must press them. After pressing them, your symptoms will basically disappear by 90%. Okay. I can do it myself. Su Jing was feeling much better now. She took out her phone and searched for the two acupoints. She measured them on her lower abdomen with her slender fingers, but after searching for a long time, she still couldn't be sure. Helpless, he could only awkwardly wave to Zhou Yang, who was standing upright beside him. Well, come here. Hey! Can you show me where these two acupoints are? Su Jing asked. Zhou Yang frowned and looked over seriously, gently touching Su Jing with his fingertips, here, and here. Su Jing's face instantly turned red like the sunset, and she looked so beautiful that it made her look charming. Okay, I got it. She quickly sat up straight and changed the subject. What brings you to my office? I mean, that elimination mechanism is so unfair to me. Zhou Yang said, I just joined the department and I don't know anything yet. Someone will guide you. You'll get the hang of it soon. Su Jing picked up the phone and called Lu Yan, come to the office now. A moment later, Lu Yan appeared in Su Jing's office. Zhou Yang, meet Lu Yan, the top seller in our department. Su Jing introduced. Hello, Zhou Yang. Lu Yan took the initiative to come forward, shook hands with Zhou Yang with a smile, and even bent down, appearing very humble. Zhou Yang really wanted to slap him. Why are you pretending to be a grandson here? Su Jing said, we have a tradition in our sales line called mentoring. When new sales representatives join, they'll be taught by an experienced senior salesperson throughout the process, even when meeting clients. This method is very suitable for sales growth. Lu Yan came to see me this morning. He thinks you're great and offered to mentor you. Su Jing raised her eyes slightly and looked at Zhou Yang. So, with Xiaoguan as your master, don't you still have confidence? Zhou Yang frowned, thinking that this Lu Yan was simply insidious. How could he possibly teach me seriously? He obviously wanted to keep me in his hands and waste this month. However, Zhou Yang was not afraid. If you want to be my master, I will let you be. If the apprentice makes a mistake later, the master will not be able to escape responsibility. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. I'm so honored to have Master Xiaoguan leading me. If I get eliminated this month, wouldn't Master Xiaoguan be embarrassed? Lu Yan didn't expect Zhou Yang to be so good at generaling. He gritted his teeth and smiled, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you. Then thank you first. Zhou Yang said. The day passed quickly. After get off work in the evening, Zhou Yang came to the gate of the group. A car came speeding behind him and stopped beside Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang looked over and saw Bai Lu sitting in the driver's seat, so he opened the door and got in. Choose one of the two. Bai Lu said straightforwardly, let's go to the local restaurant near my house and I'll treat you. B, I'll treat you to my cooking. B. Zhou Yang said repeatedly. Ha ha ha. Bai Lu laughed, but we've already agreed, my cooking skills aren't that great. It's such an honor to be able to taste the dishes made by the most beautiful campus beauty of Xinda University. Does taste matter? Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows. You are really good at talking, no wonder you can be a salesperson. Let's go to my house. Bai Lu said. Who is at your house? Zhou Yang asked. I live alone. Bai Lu said. The car sped away. Immediately afterwards, a car followed from behind. In the car behind, Lu Yen gnashed his teeth with rage. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number while driving. Brother Lu, bring a few brothers with you. Let's talk about what I told you today. Yes, after this is done, I'll treat the brothers to a nightclub party, and each of them will get a girl. Then, he hung up the phone, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. Zhou Yang, if you try to steal my woman, I'll kill you. Chapter 20 Beating Up the Sales Champion. As night falls, the lights come on. The two first went to the vegetable market, bought some of Bai Lu's specialty vegetables, and then drove back to the community. Since Bai Lu's current residence is rented and there is no parking space, her car is parked outside the community. After getting off the car, the two walked back carrying the vegetables. I've made it clear in advance that my cooking skills are really not that good, said Bai Lu. It doesn't matter. The main problem is that the food outside is not clean. Zhou Yang said. Zhou Yang knew that the main reason Bai Lu was so close to him was that she was suffering from insomnia and wanted him to help her with the treatment as soon as possible. Bai Lu's residential complex is a new one with good greenery. As soon as Zhou Yang entered the community, he felt that several figures were following him stealthily. He didn't pay attention at first, but later those people got closer and closer, and Zhou Yang felt something was wrong. Senior, please take the dishes upstairs first. Zhou Yang handed the dishes to Bai Lu. Why don't you come up with me? Bai Lu was a little surprised. I want to make a phone call. Zhou Yang said. Okay, then come up after you finish your call. 301. Bai Lu said. Seeing Bai Lu go upstairs, Zhou Yang stopped and asked towards the green belt in front of him, what do you guys want to do? What are you doing? We're going to mess with you. Three men came out from the green belt and surrounded Zhou Yang. I don't know you. Zhou Yang said vigilantly. It doesn't matter, as long as we know you. A leader waved his hand, go. The three of them rushed towards Zhou Yang with great momentum. Zhou Yang did not dare to be careless and responded with a punch. The two sides immediately engaged in a melee. With the help of the lights in the community, Zhou Yang found the opponent's acupuncture points and joints, and in a few seconds, he defeated all of them. One of the acupuncture points in the armpit was hit, and one of the arms became uncontrollable. Another person had a leg injury, which appeared to be a dislocated joint. Another person was punched in the chin by Zhou Yang, and he was dizzy and his mouth was full of blood. I have no grudge against you, why are you targeting me? Zhou Yang asked. Seeing that they were no match for Zhou Yang, the three men turned around and tried to escape. Zhou Yang rushed forward and grabbed the man's arm, saying, if you run away, your arm will be broken. Ha! The man thought it was just an arm injury, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. What did you do to me? I've poked your acupuncture points, blocking your blood flow. If they don't clear up, your arm will die from ischemia. Zhou Yang said, are you still trying to escape? I'm not running away anymore. The man said in a panic, help me get through. Tell me, why do you want to deal with me? Zhou Yang asked. Alas, it's that Lu Yen who found our brother Pao, and brother Pao asked the three of us to teach you a lesson, said the man. Lu Yen. Zhou Yang's eyes became a little colder. He took out his phone and called Lu Yen, hello, master, where are you? Zhou Yang, is there anything wrong? Lu Yen asked. I want to see you. Zhou Yang said jokingly. Why do you want to see me so late at night? Lu Yen asked. You have 3 or 4 good friends here with me. Come over here, and there will be just 4 of us playing mahjong together. Zhou Yang said. Then he handed the phone to the person beside him and said, let him come. Brother, we don't have the ability to handle this matter. You should come in person, said the man. Zhou Yang said into the phone, if you don't come, I'm going to call the police and have your 3 good friends jailed. Do you think they'll betray you when they get to the police station? Zhou Yang, don't mess around. I'll come to you now. Lu Yen quickly hung up the phone. He was nearby, so he drove over quickly. After seeing the scene, Lu Yen gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Yang, you can do it. 1 against 3. You hired someone to beat me up. How do you explain this? Zhou Yang said, if I report this to the company, what do you think my colleagues and department heads will think of you? What do you want? Lu Yen asked. What do I want? Ha ha. Zhou Yang said, of course it's a tooth for a tooth. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward and kicked Lu Yen in the lower abdomen. Lu Yen was caught off guard and was kicked to his knees. "If you dare to hit me, I will naturally return it double." As he said that, Zhou Yang slapped Lu Yen in the face. The slap was so powerful that half of Lu Yan's face swelled up instantly and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Don't you want to be my master? I'll let you do it." Bang! Another slap hit Lu Yen on the other side of the face. Lu Yen was completely defenseless and was now under control, so he didn't dare to resist. After a few slaps, his head was beaten into a pig's. "Please spare me," Lu Yen begged, "I won't do it again." At this time, a window on the third floor opened, and Bai Lu shouted, "Zhou Yang, stop fighting." She saw everything that happened just now. Zhou Yang was afraid of scaring Bai Lu, so he said to Lu Yen, "If you dare to play dirty tricks on me again, your fate will be even worse than this time. Get out." Lu Yen escaped by crawling and rolling. Zhou Yang came upstairs, and Bai Lu said with a worried look on her face, "Just now I saw you fighting with the people downstairs. I wanted to call the police, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You knocked down 3 of them by yourself." Zhou Yang sighed and said, "They use brute force, I use cleverness." Bai Lu nodded, feeling somewhat grateful. He had just said that he had called her to go upstairs first, but in fact he was afraid of getting herself into trouble. Now it seems that Zhou Yang is a very responsible man. "Zhou Yang, you are injured too." Bai Lu pointed at Zhou Yang's left shoulder. His clothes were torn and there was a red and swollen spot on his left shoulder. "I just got hit by a few punches, but it's nothing serious," Zhou Yang said. "Let me put some medicine on you." Bai Lu found Yunnan Baiyao, came forward and sprayed the medicine first, then helped him wipe it gently. The two of them were so close, feeling Bai Lu's fresh body fragrance. Zhou Yang was intoxicated. "Senior sister, you were so beautiful when you were serious." Bai Lu has delicate facial features and outstanding temperament, and under the light, she looks even more like a goddess. "You're still talking nonsense at this hour?" Bai Lu glared at Zhou Yang and said, "That Lu Yen is not a good person. Don't mess with him again. If he doesn't provoke me, I naturally won't provoke him. If he dares to mess with me again, I will make him pay for it," Zhou Yang said. "Oh." Bai Lu sighed and went to the kitchen to cook. She was now wearing a pair of furniture yoga pants and an apron, revealing her round curves. Zhou Yang was not idle either. He found a pen and paper and wrote down the prescription. Soon, several dishes were served and the two began to eat. After dinner, Zhou Yang began to treat Bai Lu. "After taking your pulse last time, I can basically give you a prescription," Zhou Yang said. "Now I have to see how much congestion there is in your meridians." "How do we diagnose this meridian blockage?" Bai Lu asked. "Senior sister, you have to take off your clothes first," Zhou Yang said. Chapter 21. Zhou Yang's words come true. Ah! Bai Lu was shocked. She was only wearing a t-shirt now, and if she took it off, she would only be left with her underwear. Seeing Bai Lu's embarrassment, Zhou Yang said, "If it doesn't work, put on some thin clothes and I can help you diagnose through them." "This is acceptable." Bai Lu returned to the bedroom, changed into a very cool set of clothes, and walked out shyly. It's no wonder she's shy. It's almost the same whether she wears the dress or not. It was made of silk, very smooth, and the round curves of the body were clearly displayed. Moreover, the dress is very translucent, and under the light, her sexy body can be vaguely seen. "Is this okay?" Bai Lu came in front of Zhou Yang. "Okay." Zhou Yang nodded. The most beautiful campus beauty in Xin University was in the same room with him, and appeared in front of him with such a charming posture. In the past, Zhou Yang would never have dared to dream of this. "Senior sister, just lie down on the sofa," Zhou Yang said. "Oh, okay." Next, Zhou Yang relied on the records of golden scales in his mind to start looking for the relevant meridians and acupoints in Bai Lu's body. Bai Lu bit her red lips gently with her silver teeth, her face blushing until the end. "It's not a big deal," Zhou Yang said. "I'll mark your body with a pen later. You can buy a massager online and massage the acupuncture points I marked every day. Then, combined with the prescription I gave you, the effect will be very obvious after a month." "Thank you so much." Bai Lu sat up, her balls still red. "So many doctors haven't been optimistic about my condition. I didn't expect you to be so confident. This set of equipment is inherited from my ancestors." Zhou Yang said, "Senior sister, I have eaten and seen the doctor, I have to go back." Will you sit for a while longer? Bai Lu greeted. Okay, then I'll sit for a while. Zhou Yang raised his butt and sat down again. Bai Lu. I'm just being polite, are you serious? Then, the two talked about many interesting things that happened in college, which made Bai Lu laugh. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Tang Yumei called to ask about it, so Zhou Yang said goodbye to Bai Lu and returned to his residence. No words were spoken that night. When he arrived at the company the next day, Zhou Yang learned that Lu Yan had taken sick leave and did not come to work. Why did you suddenly get sick? Who knows? I heard that he was accidentally hit by a car last night. Oh, then I have to stay home for a while. The people around were whispering, and Zhou Yang got up and went to Su Jing's office. Su Jing wore a casual outfit today, which made her look less sharp and more elegant and calm. Mr. Su, Lu Yan has taken a leave of absence. Should I be replaced by someone else? Zhou Yang asked. I've been thinking about this too. Su Jing said, how about this? Come with me to Lu Yan's house to express our condolences, and then we'll make a decision when we come back. After all, Lu Yan is the top salesman of the city sales department. If there is a problem with the top salesman, it is normal for Su Jing, as the department leader, to visit him to express her condolences. Then, Su Jing took Zhou Yang and assistant Chen Shui out and drove to Lu Yan's house. Lu Yan is also from another place. Because of his good sales performance in the previous year, he made a lot of money and bought a house near the company. At this moment, Lu Yan was recuperating at home. He didn't expect Su Jing to come to his house and was caught off guard. Hey, boss, why didn't you tell me you were coming? There was gauze wrapped around his head and both sides of his face were swollen like steamed buns, which made him look very funny. How did you get into this kind of accident? Su Jing was surprised. Besides, your car accident was quite dangerous. Did you only hit your head? You don't have any physical problems at all? Who said it wasn't? Ouch. The muscles on his face pulled while he spoke, causing Lu Yan to shiver in pain. At this time, Zhou Yang and Chen Shui also walked in from outside. This is a token of appreciation from the company. Chen Shui and Zhou Yang placed some gifts on the coffee table. Zhou Yang looked at Lu Yan with a smile. Master, I came to see you too. Oh, why are you so careless? When he saw Zhou Yang, Lu Yan felt like he had seen a nightmare and his face looked very ugly. Lu Yan, you can rest assured and recuperate at home. I will let Chen Shui help you temporarily maintain those potential clients of yours. Su Jing said, and I will also arrange for someone else to take care of Zhou Yang. I have a client I need to talk to this afternoon. Lu Yan said, our company's new batch of drugs has just been launched, and this client of mine is a major player. If we can get him on board, he and his family will be able to help us achieve our department's quarterly goals. Oh? Which one? Sanqing Pharmaceutical. Lu Yan said, but I can't go talk to this client this afternoon. Talking to clients in this stupid way will make people laugh. Don't worry about this. I'll ask Chen Shui and Zhou Yang to go and help you. Su Jing said. Before becoming an assistant, Chen Shui also won the Sales Champion Award and had rich sales experience. When Lu Yan heard what Su Jing said, he laughed secretly. It is impossible for Sanqing Pharmaceutical to cooperate with the company, and he knows it better than anyone else. He said this to appear capable and also to pass the buck. I was sick, so I handed the client over to Chen Shui and Zhou Yang. But the business went wrong, so they are the ones to blame. You can bite back later. Chen Shui was also a little nervous. She hated doing this kind of thankless work the most, but since the director said so, as an assistant, she had to obey unconditionally. After leaving Lu Yan's house, the three of them ate something on the street, and it was already afternoon when they returned to the company. Lu Yan invited the general manager of Sanqing to visit the headquarters for negotiations. Chen Shui and Zhou Yang took over from Lu Yan to entertain the customers. 3 people came from Sanqing. One is the general manager, Mr. Luo. One is his secretary Xiao Kai. There was also an older man who said he was a technician. Chen Shui and Zhou Yang first took the 3 customers on a tour of the headquarters campus, and then came to the designated meeting room, opened the prepared PPT, and explained to the customers the advantages of the new EPS drug. At this time, Su Jing also came to the meeting room. After all, with such a big client coming, Su Jing, as the director, has to step in to deal with it. After listening to Chen Shui's introduction of the new medicine, the people from Sanqing looked very indifferent and seemed not very interested. Seeing this, Chen Shui felt a little flustered and hurriedly used various sales tactics to win the other party's interest. Su Jing also tried to smooth things over from time to time. She could see that the other party was not very interested, but as long as there was a chance, she would fight for it. With the support of Su Jing's strong sales ability, the other party finally agreed to purchase a batch of new products and start a pilot project in their store. However, at this moment, Zhou Yang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "I don't recommend doing this." Everyone looked at Zhou Yang, not knowing what he was up to. Zhou Yang said, "I personally think this new product still has some problems. I suggest Mr. Luo wait and see until our new product has enough feedback from the market before making any plans. Don't rush." This sentence is considered to be a reversal of Tiangang. Su Jing and Chen Shui were both stunned. After much difficulty, the other party agreed to try to cooperate, but you ended up saying that there was something wrong with our medicine and asked them not to cooperate. This is not only sabotage, but also slander against the company. Su Jing's beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Is Zhou Yang mentally ill? Sanqing was also confused for a moment. They had never seen a salesperson who would sabotage himself. Zhou Yang seemed very calm. He said, "Our new product has undeniable health benefits, but it contains a herbal remedy that, when combined with other ingredients, can produce some side effects. These side effects have little effect on healthy people, but if taken by someone with a low immune system or underlying health conditions, it could have adverse consequences." Everyone was surprised and looked at each other. "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo, there may be some misunderstanding here. There is no problem with our product." Su Jing hurriedly tried to smooth things over and then gave Chen Shui a wink. Chen Shui pulled Zhou Yang and said, "Zhou Yang, someone is looking for you outside." Zhou Yang knew that they were going to kick him out, so he sighed helplessly and stood up to walk out the door. He had been sitting in the corner without saying a word because he was seriously studying the ingredients of the new medicine. He found that this medicine was almost identical to a prescription recorded in golden scale. The prescription was modified by removing one of the ingredients. The reason is that there is that one ingredient in the medicine that will react with other ingredients, causing side effects in many people with weak bodies. This is the experience their ancestors have accumulated over many years of practicing medicine. From a purely pharmaceutical perspective, no problem can be seen. Therefore, if this new drug is fully launched into the market, problems will definitely arise. At that time, customers still have to come to return the goods. "Sir." The oldest man in Sanqing called Zhou Yang and asked, "Do you also understand technology? I know some knowledge of Chinese medicine." Zhou Yang said modestly, "Yeah." The old man nodded and said nothing more. The negotiation ended in failure and no cooperation was reached. Su Jing returned to the office with a gloomy expression. "Zhou Yang, I told you today to study and not talk nonsense. Why did you make the decision on your own?" Su Jing shouted coldly, "Do you know how much the company will lose if you do this?" Chen Shui lowered her head and didn't dare to breathe. Zhou Yang argued, "I only know that this new product was just launched on the market yesterday, so there will definitely be problems later. We are currently trying to cooperate with Sanqing, and if any problems arise, we will lose this customer completely. How did you know there would be problems with our medicine?" Su Jing's chest heaved with anger. "Our RD team is full of people, and you're not as good as them? If you have this ability, go into RD. Why are you working in sales?" Zhou Yang was about to retort, but Chen Shui pushed him out of the office. "Go calm down." In the office, Su Jing threw the document on the table, her face flushed with anger. This Zhou Yang is such an idiot. A huge idiot. 5 days later, Lu Yan came to work and was furious when he learned about this. He went to Su Jing's office and said, "Boss Su, Zhou Yang is clearly trying to sabotage me." This client clearly agreed to a trial collaboration, but he actually pushed them out. "If we can sign such a big client, the entire quarter's tasks will not be a problem. This Zhou Yang is trying to destroy our department." Lu Yan said excitedly, "Boss Su, if you don't fire Zhou Yang, I won't do this anymore." Su Jing was also a little embarrassed. In fact, she also wanted to get Zhou Yang away. But Zhou Yang was transferred here by a higher-up leader, so it would be inappropriate to get rid of him. I had originally planned to wait for a month's elimination period and then eliminate Zhou Yang, but I didn't expect him to cause such a big trouble. However, at this moment, Chen Shui rushed to Su Jing's office and said, "Boss Su, there's a problem, it's really a problem." "What's the problem?" Su Jing felt like her head was about to explode. Chen Shui said, Zhou Yang said last time that there might be problems with this batch of new products. This morning, an agent came to the company and said that they were selling this batch of new products and that it caused users to experience varying degrees of physical abnormalities. The users are banding together and want to sue them. Chapter 22, Customer Sunching only recognizes Zhou Yang. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. The new EPS drug has not had any problems over the years and is widely trusted by agents and consumers. It may be the long-term guarantee that has caused the RD team to lose their previous vigilance. New drugs are being launched at an increasingly faster speed, and the safety risks are becoming increasingly greater. This time the problem was finally exposed. When did you get the news? Su Jing asked. A little after 10 this morning. Chen Shui said. Call everyone in the department for a meeting immediately, Su Jing said. Salespeople meeting clients outside, please take the time to open Dubai and video chat into the meeting room. Yes, President Su. Soon, the city sales department held an emergency meeting, which Su Jing presided over personally. There's been a problem with our latest batch of new drugs, and they've already hit the market. If any of our clients are agents for these new drugs, please visit them as soon as possible to appease them, Su Jing said. Marketing staff should quickly conduct market research to determine the impact our new drugs have had on the market. They should also keep an eye on competitors' movements to prevent them from using this as a pretext for launching surprise attacks against our company. Yes. Everyone started working at full speed. Only Zhou Yang sat there blankly. Because he is a newcomer, he has no clients to maintain and market issues are not his responsibility. Zhou Yang, come here. Su Jing softened her tone and called Zhou Yang to her office. Lu Yan and Chen Shui also entered the office. There's a problem with the new drug this time, and Sanqing will definitely have some complaints about us. The three of you should hurry up and go to their house to appease them. Su Jing said, after all, Sanqing is a very large client in this city. Even if we can't cooperate on the new drug, we can still fight for our existing business. But Lu Yan was a little troubled. Sanqing wasn't interested in us in the first place. I tried so hard to persuade him to come to our headquarters for a discussion, but Zhou Yang ruined it. Now there's a problem with the new drug. I'm afraid there's no chance anymore. These words were very vicious and directly put the blame on Zhou Yang. Su Jing frowned, we have to fight for it. Since the director said so, Lu Yan couldn't refute it and said, okay, then for my sake, I'll make another appointment and see. He took out his cell phone and called Tang Jianye, the general manager of Sanqing. At the same time, he turned on the hands-free mode of his mobile phone and placed it on the coffee table so that everyone could hear it clearly. He just wanted to let everyone see that this customer must be very angry and was deliberately embarrassing Zhou Yang. Hello, Mr. Tang, hello, I'm EPS Xiaolu, yes, Lu Yan. Lu Yan said with a flattering smile, you should have noticed that our new drug has a problem, but it's okay, it's already been urgently recalled, so the launch of the new product may be postponed for a while, but our old product is still very powerful. Do you have time this afternoon? I'll come visit you. No need, the other end said coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone felt disappointed. Lu Yan spread his hands and mouthed, it's useless. Su Jing gestured for the phone to be handed over to her. She took the call and said, Mr. Tang, I'm Su Jing from the EPS marketing department. Hello, we met in the headquarters conference room the other day. Yes, it's me. Su Jing's tone was calm, soothing and moderate, giving people a feeling of being comfortable talking to her. Hello, Mr. Su. Tang Jianye said, to be honest, even if you didn't call me, I would have called you too. Oh? What's the matter with you calling? Su Jing sounded surprised, but her expression was very calm. During the last meeting, our chairman was very impressed by a young man from your department. Tang Jianye said, his name is Zhou Yang. Oh, Zhou Yang was indeed present at our last meeting. Su Jing said. Our chairman wants to invite Mr. Zhou Yang to our company for a chat, but we didn't have his contact information the last time we met. So, do you think it's possible to have Zhou Yang come and discuss business with us? Tang Jianye said. This sentence surprised Su Jing very much. This means that the other party recognizes Zhou Yang, which makes things much easier. What surprised her even more was that the old man she met last time was actually the chairman of Sanqing. This was caused by Lu Yan's intelligence error. According to the information Lu Yan provided, the three people from the other side included a general manager, a secretary, and a technician. Last time, the old man was very low-key and didn't introduce himself much, so everyone thought he was a technician. At this time, Su Jing glared at Lu Yan fiercely. The chairman is here, and you still say you are a technical staff. Aren't you being disrespectful to the chairman? Mr. Tang, that's no problem. Xiao Zhou is always available to discuss business with you. Su Jing responded. Boss Su. I have to say, Xiao Zhou from your department is really capable. Tang Jianya said, our chairman came back and was full of praise for him. This morning, he saw that there was a problem with your company's new product. Xiao Zhou's prediction was spot on. Our chairman urged me to contact Xiao Zhou immediately. I had just finished what I was doing when I received your call. After hearing what the other party said, all the salespeople understood that there was a big deal to be discussed. Lu Yan had said before that if they could get this client, the entire department would be able to achieve its quarterly targets. Looking at the current situation, I am very optimistic. When Lu Yan heard these words, he felt extremely jealous. He felt that he was the first to follow up with the customer, so he should be the one to negotiate with the customer, and if the deal was successful, it would count as his achievement. So Lu Yan interrupted and said, Boss Tang, I'll take Xiao Zhou to your company this afternoon to meet your chairman. You don't have to come. Tang Jianya said, the chairman named Zhou Yang. Boss Tang, Xiao Zhou is new to the department and not very experienced in the business. My presence would be more conducive to the negotiation. Lu Yan said, besides, I've been in contact with you guys for a long time and am quite familiar with you. Xiao Lu. Tang Jianya's tone turned colder. There are some things I don't want to say in front of your leader. Why do you have to be so angry? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Tang Jianya must be very angry to say this suddenly. Su Jing frowned and listened attentively. Chen Jianye on the other end of the phone asked, do you know why we haven't cooperated with you? Mr. Tang, please speak. Lu Yan's face turned pale at this moment. Xiao Lu, you're too clever. Tang Jianya said. You're constantly trying to trick us and sell us all sorts of tricks. It's undeniable that you're a good salesperson, and your words are so flattering that I was almost tempted. But you've overlooked one thing, our partnership depends not only on the product but also on the character of the person. A good product is the foundation of our partnership, and a good character is the guarantee. You've gone to such lengths to secure our cooperation, and from my perspective, it's very uncomfortable. On the contrary, Zhou Yang is different from you. That day in the conference room, our chairman has already indicated that we can cooperate with your new drug trial. However, Xiao Zhou flatly refused, saying that we should reconsider it and that there might be problems with the new drug. Xiao Zhou is not only doing business, but also being a human being. He considers our clients and their long-term interests. This kind of character, this kind of vision, this kind of perspective, is completely different from yours. It seemed that Tang Jianya had been holding back these words for a long time. He might have long been disgusted with young people like Lu Yan who were too flashy. At this moment, his words were like bullets, which beat Lu Yan to pieces and made him almost ashamed. But Tang Jianya hadn't finished speaking yet. He continued, just now, when our chairman mentioned Zhou Yang, you were still trying to snatch business from him. Your behavior is even more disgusting. I'm making this clear today. Our chairman will specifically discuss any business with EPS with Mr. Zhou Yang. No one else will be involved. Chapter 23 Tang Yume, Court Opening. Tang Jianya's words were very blunt and sharp, leaving Lu Yan no face at all. Of course, he is the boss of the company. You, Lu Yan, are the top salesperson in the EPS department, but in his eyes, you are just a small salesperson. If someone is unhappy with you, they can just scold you directly. This is already a very tactful way of saying it. Zhou Yang was the person favored by the chairman, and he had helped Sanqing before. Otherwise, if there were problems with the new drug, Sanqing would have been more or less implicated. So Tang Jianya naturally had to speak up for Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang doesn't play tricks or gimmicks. He truly considers the client's perspective. I admire him very much. If we have a cooperative project, the chairman and I will feel very confident in putting it in Zhou Yang's hands. Tang Jianya said, so, if Zhou Yang has time, please invite him to our company tomorrow afternoon for a meeting. Okay, Mr. Tang, thank you for your sharp comments on our sales. I will pay more attention to sales ethics issues in the future. Su Jing said very pertinently. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yan looked extremely embarrassed. Mr. Su, Tang Jianya's words are so rude. How did I provoke him? Lu Yan was still explaining. Don't touch this business anymore. Su Jing interrupted Lu Yan's explanation. Then, he said to Zhou Yang with a serious face, tomorrow afternoon you will go to meet the chairman of Sanqing, accompanied by Chen Shui. Then he said to Chen Shui, you go and be Zhou Yang's assistant. Don't talk nonsense when you see him inside. Follow Zhou Yang's lead. Ah? I'm his assistant? Chen Shui was stunned. In this department, apart from Su Jing, she has the highest say, higher than several managers. As a result, she had to be Zhou Yang's follower. Su Jing said, this client is very big. Zhou Yang is not familiar with many aspects of the business and needs your support. Chen Shui sighed in her heart, Zhou Yang's status in President Su's heart has really risen. Okay, Mr. Su. Chen Shui said, I will assist Zhou Yang in completing the task. Su Jing nodded, and glanced at Lu Yan coldly with her beautiful eyes. What are you still doing here? Go out and do your work first. Lu Yan felt very unwilling. This was the first time that Su Jing was so indifferent to her. After all, he was the sales champion, and Su Jing had been very gentle towards him before. He even dared to openly refute Su Jing's views many times. But right now, he seems to have fallen out of favor. He looked at Zhou Yang hatefully, turned around, and walked out angrily. In the evening, Zhou Yang returned to the villa and saw Tang Yumei lying on the sofa waiting for him. Sister Mei? Didn't you go to the company? Zhou Yang asked. I'm almost done with the company's affairs. I'll leave it to my subordinates. Tang Yumei said, right now, the company is looking to expand into the North American market. I'm researching things there. At this time, Zhou Yang discovered that there were many North American advertising magazines thrown on the coffee table in front of Tang Yumei's sofa. Sister Mei's business is huge. It's even globalized. Zhou Yang said. You must be tired after a long day. Tang Yumei came forward and gently helped Zhou Yang take off his backpack. She said, Xiao Feng came this morning and brought a friend who looked like a technician. He helped me fix the wiring in the villa. Oh? Zhou Yang became alert. Zhou Yang, is everything okay with what I told you? Tang Yumei asked. Of course, no problem. Zhou Yang said, why, are we going to execute it now? It's not convenient for me now. Tang Yumei said, come to my room tonight. Okay. Zhou Yang said. Zhou Yan understood what Tang Yumei meant, so he didn't ask any more questions. Tang Yumei said, by the way, to express my gratitude, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. That's not good. It will cost you money. Zhou Yang said. You've helped me a lot. Tang Yumei smiled gently, it's my duty. In the evening, the two went to a Western restaurant for a romantic Western meal. Tang Yumei was drunk and Zhou Yang supported her all the way. After arriving home, Tang Yumei took a shower, dressed coolly and returned to the bedroom. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yang finished his work and went to Tang Yumei's bedroom. After closing the door, Tang Yumei looked at Zhou Yang with seductive eyes. Let's get started. A week later, a subpoena was delivered to Tang Yumei's home. Xia Yong sued Tang Yumei, demanding a divorce, that Tang Yumei leave the house, and that she compensate him for a certain amount of mental damages. The reason was that Tang Yumei was unfaithful in her marriage and had an affair with a young man during her marriage, which seriously hurt Xia Yong's feelings. Therefore, the court summoned Tang Yumei and the trial will be held in half a month. On the day he received the subpoena, Xia Feng came to Tang Yumei's house to talk. Mom, you can't win this lawsuit. Xia Feng said, just listen to my advice and kick Zhou Yang out. Don't have any ambiguity with him. I can still plead for you in court. Xiaofeng, your father dealt with me, and you are threatening me too? Tang Yumei was very heartbroken. Because he knew that Xia Feng had always stood on Xia Yong's side and even helped Xia Yong collect evidence behind the scenes. That day, Xia Feng brought a friend to the villa. The friend said that the wiring in the villa was aging and helped to check it out. Tang Yumei is such a smart person. This villa is new, how could the wiring be aging? He knew that the other party was up to something. But she didn't stop it, this was the moment she had been waiting for. The other party installed eavesdropping devices and pinhole cameras here, and Tang Yumei pretended not to know. Therefore, she felt very uncomfortable when Xia Feng was still pretending to be a good person. She gave money to her son whenever he asked for it, but ended up raising him to be an ungrateful person. Mom, how can you say that? You are my mom, and I am doing this for your and my dad's good. Xia Feng said, if you didn't have any problems with your conduct, my dad wouldn't sue you, and you wouldn't have to. Get out. Tang Yumei's eyes flashed with anger as she pointed outside the door, get out. Xia Feng was startled and said angrily, it was my dad who sued you in court, not me. Why are you suing me? Then, muttering dejectedly, he walked out the door. Half a month later, the court opened. Tang Yumei attended as the defendant, and Zhou Yang also attended. Xia Yong entered the venue in a mighty procession with his legal team, Xia Feng, and others. He sat in the plaintiff's seat and glanced angrily at Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang, with a high and imposing manner, as if he was standing on the moral high ground. On the other hand, Tang Yumei did not hire a lawyer at all. In the eyes of others, it seemed that she had given up her defense. The plaintiff, Mr. Xia Yong, is suing Ms. Tang Yumei for extramarital affair. The case is now in court, said the judge in a loud voice. Chapter 24 Confrontation in Court. At the trial, Xia Yong recounted his tragic experience calmly. I have been working diligently and wholeheartedly for the company and my family, but my wife, Tang Yumei, has been a playboy, hanging out with a gigolo. Not only has she openly lived with that guy named Zhou Yang, but she has also. He wiped away his tears pretending to be sad, indicating that he couldn't continue. His lawyer stood up and said, Your Honor, I'm sorry, my client is so emotionally agitated that he's unable to make his statement. Can I continue the statement on his behalf? Can. The lawyer said, the defendant, Tang Yumei, disregarded her integrity and cheated on her husband while still married. This has harmed her family and the relationship between the couple. This behavior is morally and legally unacceptable. As he spoke, he stood up, picked up a stack of documents and a USB drive, and said, Your Honor, here is the evidence that the defendant Tang Yumei cheated on her husband. The lawyer handed the things to the judge and continued. The defendant, Tang Yumei, failed to properly perform her duties in this marriage, leading to the breakdown of the marriage. She should bear full responsibility for this incident. My client, Mr. Xia Yong, requests an unconditional dissolution of the engagement and that Tang Yumei leave the house empty-handed to compensate my client for his emotional distress. Your Honor, I have concluded my statement. Does the defendant have any objection? Asked the judge. After all, in family and marriage cases, the legal department hopes that both parties can reach a consensus. As long as Tang Yumei agrees, the case will be closed. Tang Yumei stood up and said, I don't agree. Tang Yumei, do you still have any shame? Xia Yong pointed at Tang Yumei angrily. Things have come to this point, and you still don't want a divorce? Did I say I don't want a divorce? Tang Yumei said, this marriage must be divorced, but it's not me who has to leave the house empty-handed, it's you. You are so shameless. Xia Yong said angrily. Quiet, quiet, the judge said, maintaining order. The defendant must have evidence to support his statement. Tang Yumei asked, I'd like to ask the plaintiff, Xia Yong, where did you get the evidence of my extramarital affair? How true is it? Xia Yong said vaguely, of course it's 100% true. Tang Yumei said, Your Honor, I beg you to present the plaintiff's evidence in court. If it is true that I cheated on my wife, I will leave the house with nothing. However, if the evidence is flawed, I will sue him for defamation. Tang Yumei, you. Ding dang dang. The judge's gavel banged. Quiet. The judge said, the defendant Tang Yumei's application is allowed to present evidence in court. At this moment, all the jurors present became nervous. Tang Yumei actually dared to ask the other party to disclose the evidence. Isn't she afraid of being embarrassed? The relevant personnel turned on the big screen and projected the information presented by the plaintiff's lawyer onto the big screen. The whole audience was in an uproar. Those materials were all photos, recording every moment that Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang spent together. Including Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang taking a walk by the river, going to the supermarket to buy groceries, going to a restaurant to eat, going to a nightclub to get drunk. Moreover, all of this was done within this week. A man and a woman with an ordinary relationship would not have these frequent dates and activities. These photos are enough to prove that there is something wrong with Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang. In an instant, the plaintiff's jury pointed and the defendant's jury shook their heads and sighed. Everyone, look, does Tang Yumei have any shame? Xia Yong shouted, inciting everyone's emotions. Zhou Yang is my tenant and also my personal doctor. He treats my illnesses. Is there any problem with us getting closer? Tang Yumei said. You are so shameless that you are still quibbling at this time. Xia Yong shouted. Silence, silence. The judge stopped the quarrel in time, and the relevant personnel plugged in the USB drive and played the evidence in it. The next second, when the video from the USB flash drive came out, almost everyone felt that the matter was finally settled. Because the video was taken by a pinhole camera inside the villa. The time in the video is 9 p.m. After taking a shower, Tang Yumei returned to the house wearing some cool clothes. Before returning to the house, she had a pleasant conversation with Zhou Yang. Then, Zhou Yang also took a shower and went to Tang Yumei's room. The door closes and the video fast forwards. 3 hours later, Zhou Yang walked out of Tang Yumei's room and went back to his room to sleep with a tired look on his face. Tang Yumei, what else do you have to say? Xia Yang's eyes flashed with a sinister coldness as he roared, you fucking slept with him, you bitch, why are you still pretending to be a chastity? Bitch? You're calling me a bitch? Tang Yumei had never been insulted like this before. She was instantly overwhelmed with emotion and pointed at Xia Yang angrily, if it weren't for our family, who would you be, Xia Yang? You eat my food and use my things, and you've relied on our connections to get to where you are today. And now you're turning against me? You've lost all conscience, Xia Yang. Ding dang dang. The judge's gavel struck again. Because both parties were very emotional, the judge had to suspend the trial and let both parties calm down before continuing. During the break, Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei were the target of public criticism, with almost everyone present hurling obscenities at them, either loudly or softly. Bitch and gigolo, they're still arguing after being exposed, how shameless. We are all adults. We must bear the consequences of our actions. You deserve this fate for being a thief. Moreover, this is not the worst. The worst thing is that Tang Yumei's parents, cousins, etc. were also invited to the scene. Why are you here? Tang Yumei hurried forward. Humph. Tang's father snorted coldly without saying anything. Tang's mother said, Yumei, how could you do such a thing? The child is already so big, and you and Xiao Xia have always been very good friends. Sister, are you really looking for a little man? Ouch. My cousin shook her head helplessly. My cousin said angrily, our Tang family is a family of wealthy entrepreneurs after all. How embarrassing it would be if you told anyone about this. If you were looking for a mistress, you should have done it secretly. Look at the commotion we've caused now. At this time, Xia Feng ran over and said coquettishly, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, you are here, I thought you were not coming today. How could something like this not happen, said my cousin. It turned out that these people were called by Xia Yong at the request of Xia Feng. It was to embarrass Tang Yumei, and at the same time, let the Tang family know that he, as a son-in-law, had done his best. Xiao Feng, why did you notify them? Don't you know that Grandpa and Grandma are old? Tang Yumei scolded, how can they withstand such a hassle? Xia Feng pouted and said, why, you did something wrong and you're afraid of people knowing? Yumei, why are you taking your anger out on the child? My cousin stopped me. Ding dang dang. The gavel rang out and the judge announced that the court would reopen. Tang Yumei didn't have time to say anything more and sat back in the dock. Next, please allow the defendant to make his statement. The judge said, I remind the defendant that this statement is your last chance. If you cannot provide strong evidence to refute the plaintiff's evidence, then this will be your last statement in this court. Do you understand? In an instant, the pressure was put on Tang Yumei. Tang's father and mother looked stern, and his cousin sighed helplessly. Tang Yumei's eyes were blazing as she stood up and said, Your Honor, I understand. The judge said, Okay, please start your statement. Chapter 25 Reversal. Tang Yumei said, I have always emphasized that Zhou Yang is not my lover, but my personal doctor. I have evidence for this. Tang Yumei took out a list of medicine purchases and had someone hand it to the judge. I buy Chinese medicine every 3 days according to the list Zhou Yang gave me. This is the receipt. Everyone looked at the big screen and saw that there was no problem with the water flow. Excuse me, who said that private doctors can't be lovers? The plaintiff's lawyer said, our evidence shows that you and Zhou Yang were very close. Isn't that the behavior of a private doctor? That's well said. Zhou Yang said, as a private doctor, why would I get so close to my patients? Your Honor, please allow me to explain. Please speak. Zhou Yang stood up, facing all the contemptuous looks, and said, Tang Yumei is my patient. When I was treating her, I encountered obstruction from her son Xia Feng. Of course, his son Xia Feng and I have another relationship. My ex-girlfriend LV Wei was poached by Xia Feng. We are rivals in love and have a very strained relationship. So, when Xiafeng saw me treating his mother, he thought he stole my girlfriend, and I would steal his mother as revenge. He is just a mean-spirited person. So, Xiafeng has always been prejudiced against me, and he said he would go to his father, Mr. Xiayong, to complain. After that, Xiayong sent people to Tang Yumei's residence, falsely claiming to check the wiring, but in reality they were installing pinhole cameras to monitor her every move. In addition, he even sent private detectives to follow us and film us. Zhou Yang said, in this sense, Ms. Tang Yumei and I were secretly photographed, and we are the victims. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, everyone began to frown. Unexpectedly, the relationship between them was so complicated. It turned out that Tang Yumei's son stole Zhou Yang's girlfriend, and then threatened Zhou Yang, and even asked his father to monitor him. This series of operations was really suffocating. Zhou Yang, don't change the subject. My question is, you are Tang Yumei's personal doctor, but why are you so close to Tang Yumei? Your answer has nothing to do with this question, said the plaintiff's lawyer. I haven't finished yet, Zhou Yang said. The plaintiff, Xiaoyong, and his son, Xiafeng, secretly filmed their wife. This is not only illegal, but also disgusting. Therefore, Ms. Tang Yumei was enraged and asked me to act out a play with her. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Is there a reversal of events? Xiaoyong and Xiafeng's expressions also became serious for a moment. Zhou Yang continued, in the following days, Ms. Tang Yumei deliberately asked me to get closer to him. Of course, we were just good friends, and we still had to keep a proper distance from each other. If you don't believe me, you can take a closer look at the evidence provided by the plaintiff. In the photos, Ms. Tang Yumei and I didn't even have any skin contact. Zhou Yang still felt a little guilty when he said this. After all, Tang Yumei drank too much that night, and under the stimulation of alcohol, she kissed him passionately for a long time in the bathroom. This matter was a knot in the hearts of the two of them. They both felt that it was a bit too much, and they were very awkward when they met the next day. But Tang Yumei did that because of the impulse after drinking. She also stopped her behavior at that time because she considered that she had a husband and family. If Xiaoyong hadn't been courting death time and again, Tang Yumei would never have thought of falling out with him. At this time, everyone began to recall the previous photos. It seemed that in the photos, Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei had really kept their distance. Zhou Yang, you're talking nonsense. Xiafeng said, one time, my mom came home drunk, and you were still at my house in the middle of the night. There were no surveillance cameras there, so I don't know what you were doing at that time. Xiafeng, I'm your mother. Tang Yumei's beautiful eyes were red with tears in them. Why do you insist on slandering me? She has been heartbroken by Xiafeng. Xiafeng said, I can't accept you cheating on my dad. I didn't. Tang Yumei said hysterically. The surveillance footage showed you two staying in the same room that night. Furthermore, that bastard stayed in the room for 3 hours before coming out. His legs were weak. Xiafeng asked, how do you explain this? Zhou Yang smiled coldly, you want an explanation, right? Well, I have one. He also took out a USB drive, gave it to the judge, and asked him to play it in court. The video shows Tang Yumei's bedroom. After Zhou Yang entered the bedroom, Tang Yumei handed the medicine box to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang took out the therapy tools from it and then gave Tang Yumei a body massage. There was no physical contact during the massage because only massage instruments were used. Both parties remained quiet, so much so that Tang Yumei fell into a deep sleep during the process. After 3 hours of massage, Zhou Yang left Tang Yumei's bedroom exhausted and sweating. There was no ambiguity in the whole process. On the contrary, both parties seemed to have no distracting thoughts about each other. Didn't you say that I slept with your mother? Zhou Yang said to Xiafeng, will this video make you shut up? Xiafeng frowned and said, this is not right. What's wrong? Zhou Yang said, the date and time of the surveillance video matched the time of your pinhole camera. That's not what I'm talking about. Xiafeng asked, who would install a surveillance camera in the bedroom for no reason? Tang Yumei said, you secretly brought people to install pinhole cameras on me, so of course I have to prove my innocence. If I don't install surveillance on myself, I won't be able to explain myself today. After hearing this, everyone started talking. The 3 members of the family all had their own ulterior motives. Life is not easy for rich people either. However, the judges are used to seeing all kinds of cases that destroy their worldview, so this case is too normal for them. The statements of the defendants, Ms. Tang Yumei and Mr. Zhou Yang, are valid, the judge said. Plaintiffs, please explain the pinhole camera and the covert filming. Because taking secret photos is an invasion of other people's privacy, even your own wife is not allowed to do that. Now that the matter on his wife's side has been clarified, Xia Yong can't explain the result. This time, the plaintiff almost became the defendant. Your Honor, the methods my client used to obtain evidence were indeed somewhat inappropriate. We will not contest the illegality, but the defendant, Ms. Tang Yumei, absolutely cannot be exonerated for this, the plaintiff's lawyer said. She knew of our actions beforehand, so she deliberately acted with her lover, acting self-righteous. Behind the scenes, they continued their illicit relationship. This lawyer was very clever. With just a few words, he threw the blame back onto Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang. After all, Tang Yumei's information could not prove her innocence. Tang Yumei was also very troubled at this time. The other party kept insisting on it, and she felt a little guilty. After all, there was still some ambiguity between her and Zhou Yang. For a time, Tang Yumei fell into a passive situation. At this critical moment, Zhou Yang decided to use his ultimate move. If the other party insists that I have a relationship with Ms. Tang Yumei, okay, I admit that we do have a relationship, Zhou Yang said. Chapter 26: Zhou Yang's Big Move. Our relationship is very complicated and ever-changing. Zhou Yang said, it all starts from the beginning, how Ms. Tang Yumei and I met. Half a month ago, I was a pharmaceutical salesperson at the EPS branch, and Ms. Tang Yumei was a client in my district. But one day, I received a task assigned by a senior leader. He asked me to have a good relationship with the client Tang Yumei and film an indecent video. This way, he would ensure that my career in EPS would go smoothly. I believe that after hearing this, you can guess who this great leader I'm talking about is. Zhou Yang pointed at Xia Yong and said, yes, it's this Mr. Xia. He's the director of EPS's Human Resources Department, in charge of EPS's personnel transfers. He has immense power, and he used that to oppress me, forcing me to do such a shameful thing for him. But I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, I can't do what you wish. Although I want a promotion and a raise, I won't sell my conscience. So, I refuse your mission. As a result, I have been ordered to resign by the branch. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and recalled his decision at that time. It was really a wise decision. If I, Zhou Yang, was the kind of bastard who destroyed other people's families, I wouldn't have refused your mission then. And you, Xia Yong, have been deliberately trying to fabricate evidence of your wife's infidelity so you can use it to threaten her with divorce and expulsion. You're the bastard. Zhou Yang's words were so powerful that everyone in the audience was stunned. Fuck, there's such a thing? No, this story has so many twists and turns. Why am I starting to sympathize with the defendant now? It's not that simple. Asking the other party to leave the house empty-handed sounds very strange. In an instant, public opinion changed drastically. Tang Yumei's parents were also furious. They originally thought that their daughter was cheating on her and was unfaithful to the family. Now it seems that his daughter was most likely wronged. Xia Feng standing by was also confused. He didn't expect his father to do such a thing. Xia Feng simply hated Zhou Yang, but he couldn't accept his father's action of pushing Zhou Yang into his mother's bed. Dad, is what Zhou Yang said true? Xia Yang was a man of great cunning. After going through so much trouble, he remained calm and said, he's framing me. How could I possibly do such a thing? Before the trial, Xia Yang contacted the district manager Xia Hongtao in advance. He asked Xia Hongtao if he had revealed himself to Zhou Yang. Xia Hongtao didn't dare to say that he had revealed it, even if he was beaten to death, so he said firmly, no. Xia Yang was relieved. But after Xia Hongtao hung up the phone, he called Zhou Yang again and asked him not to tell anyone about Xia Yang, otherwise he would lose his job. At the beginning, Xia Hongtao told Zhou Yang the truth under pressure. Zhou Yang was grateful and naturally would not give him up. However, Zhou Yang found an appropriate reason. He said, I'll try my best to keep my mouth shut, but there's always a chance that something will come to light. If the truth comes out, I'll say I overheard you on the phone. What do you think? It won't have anything to do with you. Hey, Mr. Xia is not a fool. How could he possibly believe you? Zhou Yang asked, then teach me how to say it? Xia Hongtao was forced into a corner and said, if one day you must confess, then just say that you found the private emails between him and me on my computer. This also requires evidence. I'll take a screenshot of the private email and send it to you. Xia Hongtao said, Zhou Yang, I've unconditionally handed myself over to you now. If you have any conscience at all, don't betray me. Don't worry, Manager Xia, I won't implicate you in this matter. So, at this moment in the courtroom, Zhou Yang said confidently, "Mr. Xie, you may talk tough, but I have evidence." Zhou Yang took out a printed screenshot of the private email and handed it to the judge. I once asked the middleman who the high-ranking official was, but he scolded me and said I shouldn't have asked. I held a grudge against him, so I secretly followed his computer. One time, when he went to the bathroom to get some water, I went to his computer to look for clues. I have to say, I'm pretty lucky that I saw this private email. A screenshot of the email appeared on the big screen. There was nothing much to it, it just said, if he refuses to do the task, replace him. Seeing that the other party had evidence, Xie Yong panicked for a moment, but he quickly began to argue, "You just took a screenshot of an email, and you call that evidence? I assigned you a human resources task, don't slander me." Zhou Yang sneered, "If I weren't an EPS employee, I would have believed it. May I ask, are there any personnel tasks that are directly communicated between EPS's HR department and the district managers? Moreover, even if there were tasks, are they shameful? Why send private emails? Don't other colleagues in the company deserve to know?" Every word Zhou Yang said was like a sharp knife piercing Xie Yong's heart, leaving him unable to resist. He regrets it so much now, wondering why he was so careless as to send an email. Before, he and Xia Hongtao communicated through private phone calls. "I'm just afraid of leaving evidence behind." Only that time did Xia Hongtao send him a private email, which said, "The people below are not cooperating." He called Xia Hongtao, but Xia Hongtao didn't answer. Xia Yong was careless and replied to the email, "If he refuses to do the task, he will be replaced by someone else." This is also Xia Hongtao's cleverness. Since he was helping Xia Yong, he naturally had to leave evidence. Otherwise, if Xie Yong didn't give him a promotion or a raise, and didn't acknowledge his responsibility, he would be in trouble. So, he sent an email and didn't answer the phone, just to force Xie Yong to reply in the email, so that he would have evidence. It was precisely Xia Hongtao's cleverness that helped Zhou Yang a lot. At this moment, even the plaintiff's lawyer was stunned. Xia Yong never told him that there was such a thing. This kind of person relies on his power in the company to use his subordinates to have sex with his wife, and then takes indecent videos to use against his wife. He is despicable. The plaintiff's lawyer shook his head and sighed, knowing that Xie Yong was doomed this time. Xie Yong's face turned red and white at this moment, and he stammered and couldn't speak clearly. "Xie Yong, you bastard. You know very well how our family treats you. Who are you doing this for?" Tang Yumei's cousin cursed at Xie Yong. You have to know that Xie Yong was a poor boy before. It was Tang's father who had high hopes for him and insisted that Tang Yumei marry him. After marriage, Xie Yong had been working as an assistant in the Tang family. Later, he said that his self-esteem could not bear it and he wanted to go out and work on his own. The Tang family helped him set up a company. After it went bankrupt twice, they felt that he was not cut out for it, so they helped him get a job as a human resources manager in a large group like EPS. The fact that he is now a director is also due to the support of Tang's father's background. So at this moment, the Tang family was extremely angry. "It's all my fault." Tang's father beat his chest and stamped his feet. At this moment, Tang Yumei finally straightened her back and said, "So, from the beginning to the end, Zhou Yang and I have been very good friends. On the contrary, Xia Yong has always coveted our marital property and wanted to use this despicable method to force me out of the house. Besides, I've always known that Xia Yong is secretly keeping a mistress. I even know that girl's home address." Tang Yumei looked at Xie Yong and asked, "Do you want me to expose that girl's information? Let's confront her in court?" Xie Yong seemed to have lost his temper at this moment and collapsed on the chair. Chapter 27. I still like Zhou Yang. At this moment, Xie Yong completely collapsed. Faced with so much evidence, he had no way to defend himself. He never imagined that the plan he had painstakingly planned would turn out like this because of the uncontrollable factor Zhou Yang. "Plaintiff, do you have anything else to say?" asked the judge. Xia Yong's lips moved, but he didn't say a word. The judge banged the gavel several times and said, "Mr. Xie Yong, in light of all the witnesses and evidence in this case, the court is terminating your charges against Ms. Tang Yumei. Furthermore, you secretly filmed others, invading their privacy, and used your company's power to coerce your subordinates into committing crimes. This constitutes a crime. The court will prosecute you at a later date. Please be aware of the court summons. This case has come to an end. Court is adjourned." The judge brought down the hammer, and the sound was like a death knell to Xie Yong's ears. In the current situation, he has completely turned from a plaintiff to a defendant, and if he is not careful, he will be kicked out of the house and go to jail. Even his son Xiafeng no longer supports him at this moment. Dad, you really are a lass. Xiafeng sighed deeply, looked at Zhou Yang hatefully, and left. He decided to find some women to vent his anger tonight, otherwise he would be unable to vent his anger. Next, the Tang family blocked Xia Yong at the door and verbally abused him. Xia Yong was born in poverty. If it weren't for old Master Tang taking a liking to him and forcing him to be his son-in-law, he would definitely not be where he is today. However, he is now keeping a mistress and persecuting Tang Yumei. The Tang family wants to eat this scum alive. Tang Yumei calmly pulled her family away and said only one thing to Xia Yong: Xia Yong, I don't hate you for what you did to me, but please stop messing around. Let's part ways amicably. You take what's yours, and from now on, we'll part ways and never see each other again. You may. At this moment, Xia Yong felt as if the building of his faith had collapsed, and he sat at the door of the court and cried his heart out. The meaning of Tang Yumei's words was very clear. I can reconcile with you. I will give you what you deserve. I also hope that you will stop playing tricks and we can divorce peacefully. It's not that Xia Yong dislikes Tang Yumei, but Tang Yumei's status is too high, and he can never raise his head in front of her. In addition, Tang Yumei had in vitro fertilization with him and was sexually frigid towards him, which led to his physical and mental inferiority complex. He could find the pride of being a man in the mistress. That's why he gradually distanced himself from Tang Yumei. Now it seems that he still likes Tang Yumei the most in his heart. However, at this point, there was no way to end the situation. He truly realized that he was just a clown who loved to make trouble. Back at the villa, Tang Yumei was very grateful to Zhou Yang for everything he had done for her and said that she would give him a gift in return. Zhou Yang was worried that Xia Yong would do something wrong again. Tang Yumei said that if Xia Yong dared to act recklessly again, he would not get a single cent. Given Xia Yong's personality and the importance he places on money, being able to reconcile with Tang Yumei is already the best outcome. He would not take any more risks. Moreover, he also secretly opened a company outside of his workplace, which was managed by his mistress. If Tang Yumei really gets serious about it, Xia Yong's company will also be considered as marital property. In that case, Xia Yong will probably have to pay out everything. As for Xiafeng, he was seriously injured. He failed to deal with Zhou Yang, and instead his relationship with his mother became increasingly strained. He's probably looking for a place to have a good time. Tang Yumei has always been very understanding of this disappointing son. Sure enough, at the club at night, Xiafeng called a few good friends and had a lot of fun with several charming women in the private room. He drank heavily, made loud noises, and vented his anger to his heart's content. He even asked his friends to bring him imported blue pills. He took one pill and then went into the private room with his friends hugging him. When Xiafeng returned home the next day, his legs were weak. It was Saturday, and Lu Wei did not go to work. The two had already started living together. He sat on the sofa, looking at Xiafeng, who was drained by alcohol and sex, with deep contempt and anger flashing in his eyes. Where did you go last night? Lu Wei asked coldly. Playing cards with friends. Xiafeng defended. Why is the card-playing phone turned off? Lu Wei asked coldly. It's out of power. Xiafeng said, Hey, Xiaowei, please stop talking about this. I'm really upset. Are you annoying? You only know how to be happy all day long. The slightest thing that doesn't go your way, you complain to me, and then you do all sorts of things to get me to forgive you. Lu Wei complained, Excuse me, am I your emotional nanny? Xiaowei, my parents are divorced. Xiafeng said, So I'm in a bad mood. I had a few too many drinks with my friends last night. Are you complaining about that too? Lu Wei knew about his parents' court appearance and had anticipated it. She said calmly, Your father and mother have no feelings for each other. Divorce or not is just a matter of an agreement. Xiaowei, how can you say that? Xiafeng was already annoyed, and now Lu Wei's words were full of disdain for his parents, which made him even more annoyed. Our family is in such a bad state now, it's worse than that Zhou Yang. I won't forgive him. Lu Wei frowned and said, Don't bring up Zhou Yang. Tell me clearly first, who did you play cards with last night? As she spoke, Lu Wei spread out her cell phone, on which were photos of Xiafeng hugging people left and right. Among Xiafeng's group of fooling around brothers, there are some with ulterior motives who have bad intentions towards Lu Wei. So, last night, Xiafeng was having sex with another woman, which was filmed by that brother and secretly sent to Lu Wei in order to destroy the relationship between Lu Wei and Xiafeng. In fact, the brother didn't need to do this. During the time that Lu Wei and Xiafeng were together, Lu Wei had already regretted it. Apart from finding her a job, Xiafeng seemed to have no other abilities. He said he was running a company, but in fact he was losing money every day. His current house is also in his parents' name. He has no property under his name, but instead has a lot of credit card debt. People always think of the good things about their first love at this time. Lu Wei often compared Xiafeng and Zhou Yang in his mind. The more he compared, the more he felt that there was a huge difference between Xiafeng and Zhou Yang. Except for his background, Zhou Yang is better than him in every other aspect. As a result, Lu Wei's feelings towards Xiafeng became increasingly indifferent. So much so that when Lu Wei saw the photos of him fooling around with other women last night, she didn't feel a bit jealous, but slept well instead. Today's cold questioning of Xiafeng was nothing more than for the sake of his girlfriend's status and dignity. Xiafeng looked at the photos on Lu Wei's phone and was speechless for a moment. He cursed angrily, "You son of a bitch, you're trying to trick me. Xiafeng, if you didn't mess around, how could others trick you?" Lu Wei asked sternly. "Xiao Wei, listen to my explanation. Yesterday, I was in a bad mood because of my parents' divorce. I drank a few more glasses and my mind was not clear. What's there to explain for doing something like this?" LV Wei said coldly, "If I accuse you of cheating, would you be willing to listen to my explanation?" Xiafeng frowned and looked at Lu Wei. "Xiao Wei, what are you talking about? What green hat? I was just playing around, I didn't take them seriously." This sentence completely infuriated Lu Wei. "Xiafeng, listen to what you said. Are you talking like a human being?" He felt that dating a playboy like Xiafeng was a waste of love. Xiafeng was in a bad mood because he didn't sleep well the previous night. Being scolded so frequently by Lu Wei, he became even more furious. "LV Wei, I'm telling you, you'd better be more restrained in front of me." Xiafeng said, "I arrange all your work for you, and I pay for all your daily expenses." Xiafeng picked up the LV bag on the table and threw it to the ground. "I bought these for you. What right do you have to question me? What's wrong with me going out to play with women? I spent so much money to support you." "Xiafeng, you bastard." LV Wei looked at the bag that fell on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiafeng was also furious and cursed, "I am a bastard, who are you? You are a stinking bitch. You spend my money and expect me to listen to you. How can you be so arrogant?" "LV Wei, let me tell you, I, Xiafeng, love to play with women. From now on, you have no right to interfere with my finding women." Lu Wei was a woman with a very strong character. When she heard Xiafeng say this, she smiled coldly. "Xiafeng, you think you're so great just because you stole Zhou Yang's girlfriend, right?" LV Wei said, "To tell you the truth, I still like Zhou Yang." "What did you say?" Xiafeng was stunned for a moment. Chapter 28 Xiafeng and Lu Wei break up. LV Wei sneered and repeated, "Didn't you hear clearly? I said, I still like Zhou Yang. Grass." Xiafeng slapped Lu Wei in the face. At this moment, his dignity seemed to be crushed by Lu Wei, and the sense of superiority he had when facing Zhou Yang disappeared at this moment. He was so angry that he pulled Lu Wei up and angrily asked, "Are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Are you?" "I'm telling the truth." LV Wei seemed extremely calm at this moment. "Xiafeng, I'm not afraid to tell you that Zhou Yang and I slept together during our relationship." "What?" Xiafeng was stunned as if he had heard a bolt from the blue. "You're lying." Xiafeng shook his head, as if to comfort himself. "You've been living with me for a while, I'm sure you'll find out if you're cheating. You're simply lying to me, you're deliberately trying to piss me off." "I don't need to deliberately anger you." Lu Wei said calmly, "Do you remember that on the morning I reported to headquarters, I went to Zhou Yang's rental house and you were waiting for me in the car downstairs?" Xiafeng recalled the scene of that day and suddenly felt a chill. He was in the car downstairs when he heard LV Wei upstairs making unusual noises. He was very puzzled at the time and thought that LV Wei and Zhou Yang were arguing. However, that sound was different from quarreling. It's just that Xiafeng was too confident and didn't take it seriously. Thinking about it now, he felt like his scalp was about to explode. Lu Wei said, "That morning, I was in Zhou Yang's rental house. It was awesome. He was tossing me around like crazy, and we could see you in the car downstairs through the curtains. Do you know how that felt? It was so exciting. I'll fucking kill you. Xiafeng grabbed Lu Wei's hair and pretended to drag her into the kitchen. Because there are kitchen knives. Lu Wei grabbed Xiafeng's other arm and bit it hard. Ah! Xiafeng felt pain and let go of Lu Wei. Lu Wei took advantage of the situation and pushed Xiafeng away. Xiafeng was exhausted by alcohol and sex last night, and was already shaky today. After being pushed like this, he fell directly onto the sofa. Lu Wei picked up her phone and ran out the door. LV Wei, you bitch, come back. Xiafeng propped himself up, but couldn't catch up with LV Wei. He angrily cursed, you stinky bitch, I won't let you go. Monday's weather was very good, with light clouds and a cooler temperature. Zhou Yang was in a very happy mood because he officially signed a business deal today. This was the first time he signed a customer since joining the marketing department. And this client is none other than Sanqing Group. Last week, Zhou Yang and Chen Shui met with the chairman of Sanqing. Unexpectedly, the chairman of Sanqing did not ask too many questions about business convenience, but instead discussed traditional Chinese medicine with Zhou Yang. Because that day in the conference room, the chairman saw that Zhou Yang understood Chinese medicine, and he himself was also a fan of Chinese medicine. The two hit it off immediately and talked from the afternoon to the evening. Chairman Wei Changqing even specially invited Zhou Yang to his home for dinner. It can be said that Chen Shui played almost no role throughout the whole process, and her only role was to drive for Zhou Yang. Wei Changqing praised Zhou Yang's character and medical skills, and became a close friend of Zhou Yang regardless of their age difference. With such a relationship, Sanqing Group's business will naturally fall on Zhou Yang. Therefore, after several days of negotiations, Sanqing Group readily signed a cooperation agreement with Zhou Yang, and it is expected that the annual purchase amount from EPS will reach tens of billions. Therefore, Zhou Yang signed Sanqing alone, and the entire department completed the new performance in the third quarter. You just need to focus on deepening the relationship with old customers. This made Su Jing's burden lighter. Our colleagues in the sales line have always been measured by sales performance. Su Jing said with great enthusiasm, now that Zhou Yang has signed with Sanqing, he has the best performance among this year's newcomers. He waved to Zhou Yang and said, Zhou Yang, you need to adjust your office position and sit next to mine. Okay, Mr. Su. Zhou Yang happily sorted out the documents on his desk, preparing to move. The sales seats in the marketing department are very particular. Although they all sit in a large office, the order and orientation of the seats are determined by performance. Salespeople with poor performance and newcomers must sit near the door. The better the sales performance, the further inside the office the salesperson sits, and at the very back is Su Jing's office. Therefore, the person who can sit in the closest seat outside Su Jing's office must be the one with the best sales performance. Lu Yan had always been there before. Now, Zhou Yang was transferred there, and Lu Yan could only pack up his things and sit in the middle. Colleagues in the sales department saw this and became more polite to Zhou Yang. After all, everyone knows that the person sitting in that position is a big shot in Su Jing's eyes. For Su Jing, whoever can achieve good results is his right-hand man. She disliked Zhou Yang at first, thinking that he was transferred here by someone above her, relying on connections, and had no real ability. At this moment, his impression of Zhou Yang has changed greatly. In Su Jing's eyes, there is no prejudice, only recognition of ability. The last in last out elimination system that had been restarted for Zhou Yang now opened its bloody mouth to no one. In the evening, when he returned home from get-off work, Tang Yumei was already waiting for him in the lobby. Sister Mei, why are you back so early today? Tang Yumei has been busy expanding overseas business in recent days, often attending meetings until late at night, but today she came back early for the first time. I'll take you to meet an old friend tonight. Tang Yumei said, you've met him before. Who is it? You'll know when you meet me, said Tang Yumei. Zhou Yang changed his clothes and followed Tang Yumei to the yard. You drive tonight, said Tang Yumei. Ah. My driving skills are average, I'm afraid of scratching your sports car. Zhou Yang said. Drive your own car. My car? Zhou Yang was stunned. Tang Yumei pointed to the corner of the villa yard and said, your car is over there. Zhou Yang looked over and saw a car covered with a car cover parked in the corner. Sister Mei. A hint of joy flashed through Zhou Yang's heart. You've helped me so much, this is a gift from me. Tang Yumei took out the car keys and handed them to Zhou Yang, come over and take a look. Zhou Yang looked down at the car keys, Cadillac. He walked forward and uncovered the car, a brand new white ATS. This car is imported, and the market price of a high-end model is around 500,000 yuan. Tang Yumei walked forward with a smile and asked, "Do you like it?" "I love it." Zhou Yang looked around excitedly, sighing, "Sister Mei, you're so ruthless. How can I feel good about it?" "You deserve it." Tang Yumei said, "I chose a Cadillac for you because it has sharp lines and a tough style. A man should be as angular as him." Zhou Yang nodded and did not refuse anymore. "Thank you, Sister Mei. From now on, when I drive this car, I will always remind myself to be a tough guy." "Ha ha ha." Tang Yumei said, "Let's go, drive me to see that old friend." Chapter 29. LV Wei changes her mind. Corner Tea Restaurant. Tang Yumei's old friend was waiting there in advance. Zhou Yang didn't expect that the old friend Tang Yumei took him to meet was actually Laura, the rich woman who owned hundreds of houses and several office buildings in Shanghai. "Oh, Sister Tang Tang, why are you always late?" Laura complained, and greeted Zhou Yang, "Sit anywhere." Then Laura waved to the waiter to bring the food. "It's my fault for being late." Zhou Yang scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm a newbie on the road, so I drove a little slowly." "Oh, Sister Tang Tang just had a falling out with her husband, and you've already started being Sister Tong Tong's exclusive driver." Laura said, "Boy, you've risen to the top so quickly." "Sister Laura, stop joking." Zhou Yang felt even more embarrassed. "Let's get back to the topic." Tang Yumei said, "Zhou Yang, I brought you to see Laura today because I need your help with a small matter." "What little thing?" Zhou Yang asked. "Sister Laura has a cousin who opened a small private hospital. They need to import some traditional Chinese medicine." Tang Yumei said, "So I hope you can sign a contract with them and provide them with medicine." Zhou Yang laughed and said, "Sister Mei, how can you say you want my help? You're sending me clients. You're helping me." Laura waved her hand, and the tattoo on her arm was very eye-catching. No. My cousin's hospital isn't very big. Your company's best-selling products, Jian Guling and Baichao Jiefu ointment, have decent demand, but because they're your best-selling products, they can't get the agency rights, so they're always out of stock. The salesperson in the district doesn't have that much power, and the sales representative from your headquarters is dealing with big clients and doesn't look down on his small business volume. He's stuck in the middle and it's very awkward. Originally, I was planning to have Sister Tang Tang talk to her husband about this matter, but he and her husband had a falling out. And I heard you went to the headquarters to do sales, so that's perfect for me." At this time, the waiters began to serve the dishes, and Laura said, "First come, first served." Tang Yumei picked it up quickly and said to Zhou Yan while eating, "Actually, your sister Laura just wants you to sign a contract with his cousin on behalf of the company. The two best-selling products can be supplied in unlimited quantities, that's all. In fact, even if the two products are supplied in unlimited quantities, they don't cost much. They are both cheap and effective medicines. Therefore, this business is not very big, and the sales representatives at the headquarters do not look down on it at all, and the regional sales representatives do not have such great power." "Of course, there's no problem with that," Zhou Yang said. "One more thing." Laura smiled mysteriously, "When you go talk to my cousin, be careful. He has a bad temper." Tang Yumei also spread her hands, "People from the underworld." Zhou Yang nodded, understanding in his heart that it was no wonder that the salesperson was reluctant to discuss this deal. The business itself was not big and the customers were difficult to serve. Who would be willing to take the risk? But since it was Sister Laura who came forward, he naturally had to serve this customer for Tang Yumei's sake. "I will be in the sales department from now on, and my cousin can purchase goods at any time. There is no problem with that," Zhou Yang said. "Okay. Thank you first," Laura said. "Sister Laura, you're too polite. I can only help you with small things like this," Zhou Yang said modestly. The dinner ended in joy. The next morning, Zhou Yang called Laura's cousin and asked him to go to her house to discuss the contract. Although Zhou Yang signed a big deal, because he was a newcomer in the sales department, he still needed to be accompanied by an experienced salesperson when he went out to discuss business. But Lu Yan was not here today, and was replaced by a beautiful saleswoman. The beautiful saleswoman is named Zhao Ziying. She has been working in the sales department for 3 years and her sales performance ranks in the middle among everyone, which makes her a pretty good salesperson. Therefore, she was still a little proud in front of Zhou Yang. Just like driving school instructors, they always look superior in front of students. Moreover, she also didn't like newcomers like Zhou Yang who stole the limelight as soon as they arrived at the department. It was Su Jing's arrangement for her to accompany Zhou Yang to meet clients today, and she had no choice. But she also secretly swore in her heart that she would never agree to the deal if it would ruin the client. Zhao Ziying tugged at her white dress, held up her parasol, and looked reluctant. The two walked towards the parking lot. Arriving in front of a white Cadillac, Zhou Yang pressed the car key. "Sister Zhao, get in." "Ah? Is this your car?" Zhao Ziying was surprised. College graduates like Zhou Yang generally cannot afford to buy a car on their own. Some of them, even with money from their families, can only buy a car worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan for transportation. People who come from middle-class families in Shanghai can only afford a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. As a result, the car Zhou Yang drove was worth 500,000 yuan, and it looked like a new car, not a used car. "I didn't expect you to be so rich." Zhao Ziying's attitude suddenly became much gentler. Zhou Yang sneered in his heart. That saying was right, a car is a man's face. Just as Zhou Yang was about to speak, he saw a figure rushing over. It turned out to be his ex-girlfriend Lu Wei. "Zhou Yang." Lu Wei hurriedly called out to Zhou Yang, "I have something to tell you. It's not convenient. I have to go out to meet a client now." Zhou Yang said. He no longer had any feelings for Lu Wei, and didn't want to have anything to do with her. Lu Wei said, "Zhou Yang, don't be so stingy. Even if we're not boyfriend and girlfriend anymore, it's always okay to talk to each other." Zhao Ziying, who was standing aside, was a little embarrassed and said, "You should deal with your own affairs first." "Okay, Sister Zhao, you get in the car first," Zhou Yang said. He opened the car door, let Zhao Ziying sit in the passenger seat, closed the door, turned around and said to Lu Wei, "What do you want to say?" But at this moment, Lu Wei was very surprised. She pointed at the car and said, "Is this the new one you bought?" "What? Is it not possible?" Zhou Yang asked. A hint of deep regret flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. She recently heard from a colleague that a new talent had emerged from the marketing department. Within just half a month of joining the department, he had secured a multi-billion-dollar client. This matter began to spread in various departments. When Lu Wei found out that the newcomer was Zhou Yang, she couldn't hold herself anymore. Now that she saw Zhou Yang bought a new car, a high-end sedan at that, Lu Wei felt a surge of regret in her heart. A big client worth tens of billions, the commission alone would be over $1 million a year. So, Zhou Yang bought a car in advance. This car suits him very well. "Who is the woman in the car?" Lu Wei asked again. "Does this have anything to do with you?" Zhou Yang said, "If you don't have anything to do, don't come to me again, so as to avoid misunderstandings." At this moment, Lu Wei felt extremely sad. She was really blind. She pushed such a good potential stock away so easily. But now it seems as difficult as climbing to the sky to pull it back. "Xia Feng and I broke up," LV Wei said, "I want to get back together with you." Zhou Yang. Lu Wei continued, "I've discovered that I still like you. Xia Feng isn't right for me. So, for the sake of our 4 years together in college, can we go back to the way we were before?" She was afraid that Zhou Yang would not agree, so she hurriedly said, "To show my sincerity, I can stay with you tonight." Chapter 30 Emergency Treatment. Zhou Yang was speechless at this moment. When did this woman become so shameless? "I just want to give you one word," Zhou Yang said, "Get lost." Then, he got into the car without even looking at Lu Wei, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. "I don't want to say a word to this woman." "Zhou Yang, you're quite popular with girls." Zhao Ziying said, "That girl seems to be from the administration department? Her boyfriend has even been to our company." Zhou Yang didn't want to talk about this topic and said, "Sister Zhao, you and I are going to meet that client today. Let me do the talking. If there is anything I said wrong or I am not proficient in the business, please help me fill in the blanks." "Sure," Zhao Ziying said, "since they are your clients, of course you are the one who negotiates." We soon arrived at the client's company, Xincheng Zhongrun Hospital. As Laura said, it was indeed a small hospital, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters and having only 4 floors. Zhou Yang came to the dean's office on the top floor as agreed in advance. Along the way, Zhou Yang heard many screams and saw people pushing wounded people in and out, as if they had been in a car accident and were bleeding. Soon, the two arrived at the dean's office on the 4th floor. Because they had made an appointment in advance, Dean Wei was already waiting in the office. Strictly speaking, this was Zhou Yang's first time meeting a client. He knocked gently on the door. "Hello, Dean Wei. I'm EPS Zhou Yang." We made an appointment over the phone. Oh, come in. A voice came from inside. Zhou Yang and Zhao Ziying entered the office. The office was spacious, bright, clean, and tidy. A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a white coat, was sitting at the desk looking at the computer. Please sit down. He stood up and motioned Zhou Yang and the other two to sit down. Dean Wei, does your dean also need to see patients in person? Zhao Ziying is indeed an experienced salesperson. As soon as we met, she broke the unfamiliar atmosphere with just one simple sentence. Some of my old patients still trust me. Wei Changqing took off his white coat and sat in front of Zhao Ziying and Zhou Yang. Dean Wei, I heard Sister Laura talk about some of your needs in private. Both parties are willing to cooperate. Let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Zhou Yang said. Okay. Wei Changqing also prefers this straightforward approach. Please tell me your hospital's monthly demand for drug types and quantities. I will try my best to coordinate. Zhou Yang said. Wei Changqing took a piece of paper that had been printed long ago and handed it to Zhou Yang. It's all here. Zhao Ziying took the list, glanced at it, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. This is the amount of medicine I need for a month, and they even wrote about a 20% discount. Originally, what they wanted were EPS's flagship products. EPS's 2 flagship products were not enough to sell every month, so how could they have the time to sell them to such small customers at a 20% discount? President Wei, with this level of demand, a 20% discount probably won't work. Zhao Ziying said, our larger customers also pay the full purchase price. These 2 products are our flagship products, they're very competitive, and we don't have a lot of stock. What you're saying is, with this amount of business, you're still offering a 20% discount? Are you kidding me? If you are not careful, you won't even be able to get the medicine. Wei Changqing frowned and said, then how much business volume do you need before you are willing to fully supply these 2 drugs? At least increase it tenfold based on the current level, said Zhao Ziying. She didn't think about closing the deal today. It wasn't her client anyway, so she just said it casually. Under normal circumstances, as long as the business volume reaches 2-3 times of Wei Changqing's, normal supply can be achieved. If it reaches 5 times, a 20%-80% discount can be given. However, Zhao Ziying made such a huge request, deliberately not giving the other party any room for maneuver. Wei Changqing frowned and said, EPS is really high. Small customers like us are not considered customers, right? Seeing that he was a little angry, Zhao Ziying didn't take it seriously. She raised her eyebrows and said nothing. She was throwing the problem to Zhou Yang to see how Zhou Yang would handle it. Zhou Yang said hurriedly, Dean Wei, that's not true. We treat all customers equally, but customers with large business volumes can indeed enjoy lower discounts. This is also a common business practice. Zhao Ziying said, so, we can't meet Dean Wei's request for the time being. Wei Changqing frowned and was about to get angry. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Dean Wei, there's a patient on the 13th floor. He's been stabbed in the leg artery. We've bandaged him but the bleeding won't stop. Please come and take a look. Good. Wei Changqing hurriedly put on his white coat and walked out. Zhou Yang suddenly said, if Western medicine can't stop the bleeding in the leg arteries, we need to use Chinese medicine to assist, and the effect will be better. Wei Changqing was stunned for a moment and stood there. Zhou Yang continued, use a bandage to tightly wrap the femoral artery and popliteal artery, and apply pressure and stimulation to the Weizhong, Shuai, and Sanyinjiao points. It will be effective. What Zhou Yang said is the magical hemostatic technique of golden scale. Depending on the different parts of the arteries that are injured and the bleeding that does not stop, different acupoints and meridians are stimulated to assist. The fact that Western medicine cannot stop the bleeding at the moment does not mean that it is useless, but that it is not strong enough. Combined with Jean Lin's miraculous bleeding technique, there will basically be no problem. Wei Changqing asked Zhou Yang, do you know Chinese medicine? Meeting. Wei Changqing said nothing more, left in a hurry, entered the operating room for quick disinfection, and came to the operating table. Wei Changqing first checked the injured person's injuries and found that it was just as he said. The bleeding was continuous, the bandages were soaked, and the injured person was already unconscious. There was a deep fear in Wei Changqing's eyes. Because the person lying on the hospital bed was none other than Xiao Yuliang, a very famous gangster in Shanghai. It was also because of his popularity that he was probably ambushed and injured. Wei Changqing's hospital is actually the base for these gangsters. Wei Changqing was also a ragtag man in his early years, but he graduated from medical school and knew some medical skills. Later, he became famous in the world and became a doctor. Afterwards, he built this hospital with the money these people made, and those gangsters also became the umbrellas of protection for this hospital. This hospital is open to them at any time after they are injured in fighting. Wei Changqing faced Xiao Yuliang today. Xiao Yuliang was his very good friend and also a well-known boss in the Shanghai nightlife scene. He was chopped down in broad daylight. It seemed that the other party wanted to kill him by surprise. If the bleeding cannot be stopped now, it will be a big problem. The aorta in the legs is the thickest artery in the human body. In a few minutes, the blood will dry up. At the moment, the doctors have already used all the methods available to him, and he has nothing else to do. At this time, Wei Changqing thought of Zhou Yang. It seems that we have no choice but to give that guy a try. Go to my office and ask that young man to come over. Go quickly. Wei Changqing said to the nurse beside him. Chapter 31: The Big Brother's Savior. Zhou Yang was urgently called to the operating room, quickly disinfected, and changed into surgical clothes. Then, he was taken to the operating table. Mr. Zhou, the knife blade is in a special position on the victim and the bleeding cannot be stopped. If there is no other solution, let's use your method. Wei Changqing said. Sure. Zhou Yang said, I'll tell you how, and you guys do the operations. Zhou Yang's ancestors did not allow him to practice medicine. He had treated Tang Yumei and Bai Lu before, but he only gave some advice on taking medicine and guidance on clearing the meridians from a friend's perspective. He did not charge any money and was not responsible. He comforted himself that he was not treating anyone. But now that I'm on the operating table, if I really start operating, then I'm really practicing medicine. Therefore, Zhou Yang only gave them instructions and let them do it themselves. In Wei Changqing's eyes, Zhou Yang was evading responsibility. After all, it is their hospital. If Zhou Yang takes action directly and causes problems, they are afraid of taking responsibility, so they ask them to take action. But there is no other way right now, this is the only way. Okay, you provide guidance and we will cooperate. Wei Changqing said. Zhou Yang followed the instructions on the golden scales and told Wei Changqing the meridians and acupoints, and told them which ones needed to be tightened and how to apply pressure and stimulation. After just 3 minutes, the bleeding miraculously stopped. Sharp. At this moment, Wei Changqing couldn't help but sigh. He has taken on too many clinical cases where the bleeding could not be stopped, and the patient eventually passed away. Fortunately, Zhou Yang is here today, otherwise Xiao Yuliang would not have been able to save his life. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to have such good medical skills. It's a bit of a waste of your talent for you to work as a salesperson in EPS. Wei Changqing said. If Zhou Yang could come to his hospital would be even more powerful. However, not knowing whether Zhou Yang was willing, he naturally would not easily express his attitude. Zhou Yang said, there is no such thing as wasting one's talent. Everyone has their own aspirations, huh? Wei Changqing handed over the next task to the doctors, and left the operating room with Zhou Yang and returned to the office. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much for this. When Mr. Qiao wakes up, I will tell him what happened today. Wei Changqing said, you are his savior. Dean Wei, you don't have to be polite. It's just a piece of cake. Zhou Yang said. Wei Changqing said, then let's talk about the issue of cooperation between us. Zhao Ziying, who was waiting on the side, had become impatient and shook her head at Zhou Yang, indicating that she was unable to cooperate. Zhou Yang didn't listen to her and said directly, Dean Wei, there is no problem with the cooperation conditions you proposed. These requirements can be met. Oh, thank you so much. Wei Changqing smiled. Zhao Ziying was very surprised. Zhou Yang, you are breaking the rules of our sales department by doing this. What rules? If their business volume doesn't meet the standards, we can't grant them unlimited supply of best-selling drugs, let alone a 20% discount. Zhao Ziying said, you've given this customer a break now. If smaller customers come to us for products and ask for a 20% discount in the future, will we give it to them or not? Zhou Yang said, the nature of the customer also matters. If they're a pharmacy or a medical channel, we'll have no problem following the rules. But this is a hospital, a place that saves lives and heals the wounded. Shouldn't we provide more convenience? Zhou Yang's words, based on the perspective of morality and people's livelihood, left Zhao Ziying speechless. But she couldn't bring herself to do it, and stood up angrily, you can talk to the client yourself, why do you need me to come along? Just do it yourself. She twisted her sexy waist and walked out of the office angrily in her high heels. Wei Changqing raised his eyebrows and smiled. Your colleague has a bad temper. Zhou Yang said, I'm a newcomer in the department, who dares to poop and pee on me? If Mr. Zhou needs it, I have people here who can make those people treat you respectfully. Wei Changqing said. No, no. Zhou Yang waved his hands hurriedly. He knew who those people Wei Changqing was talking about were. President Wei, I've brought the contracts today. I can sign them now. Zhou Yang pulled out 2 contracts from his bag. I'll go through the formalities and take effect when I get back. Then we can start our cooperation. Mr. Zhou is decisive and efficient in his work. I admire him very much. Wei Changqing's eyes were full of praise for Zhou Yang. He has been involved in the medical profession and has seen many big scenes and capable young people. Young people like Zhou Yang who are courageous, capable, and efficient in doing things are all extremely promising stocks and will definitely achieve great things in the future. He wanted to get Zhou Yang to work with him, but he was afraid that Zhou Yang would not agree, so he kept it in his heart several times, thinking that he would have a chance to talk about it later. Zhou Yang came out of the hospital and called Zhao Ziying, but Zhao Ziying didn't answer the phone because she had already taken a taxi and left. Zhou Yang knew that the woman had most likely gone back to Su Jing to complain. He had no boundaries when talking to customers, broke the sales department's rules, and offended her. He would not let this go. The people in the sales department are all shrewd and very vindictive. It is really difficult to survive here without some special skills. Fortunately, Zhou Yang has now signed a contract with the big client Sanqing, which is at least a golden ticket with a shelf life. If the department fires him, Sanqing will probably cancel the cooperation. Therefore, Zhou Yang can now act recklessly in the department. If you, Zhao Ziying, want to complain, go ahead. The worst that can happen is that President Su will catch me and scold me a few times. It doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang got into the car and prepared to return to the company. At this time, the phone rang. It was Bai Lu calling. Zhou Yang picked up the phone, and Bai Lu said, Zhou Yang, we have an alumni gathering at the Tianjin Hotel tomorrow night. You should come too. Oh? Why didn't I receive any notification about the alumni reunion? Zhou Yang asked in surprise. There is no movement in the alumni group. Oh, this alumni reunion is small. It's all from the same grade as us, and they're all doing well. There are only about 6 or 7 of us. Bai Lu said, and most of them are beautiful women. Zhou Yang smiled and said, I don't care whether she's beautiful or not. It's mainly because my senior invited me, so I can't refuse her. Tisk, you're still being so smooth talking. Bai Lu said, by the way, the medicine you prescribed for me is really effective. I've slept very well these past few nights. Well, that's good. Are you occupied? Driving. Zhou Yang said. Then you drive first. See you tomorrow night. Bai Lu said. Zhou Yang rushed all the way back to the department, and as expected, Su Jing called him to the office immediately. Do you know why I called you here? Su Jing said. I know. Zhou Yang said, I arbitrarily gave customers low discounts and used my sales authority to relax the contract policy. Don't let this happen again. Su Jing said. Yes, President Su. Zhou Yang nodded. Go. Zhou Yang walked out of the office holding back his laughter, thinking that the whole world had become much more peaceful after he signed a big deal. If it were in the past, Su Jing would probably be furious. Chapter 32, Attending a Reunion of Beautiful Classmates. The next night, Tianjin International Hotel. At Bai Lu's invitation, Zhou Yang attended their class reunion. There were 9 people in total who came to participate, all of whom were good friends with Bai Lu. There were 6 girls and 2 boys. The 2 boys have very different styles. One is nicknamed Big Bear, a sports student, about 1.9 meters tall and very strong, but he doesn't look very good. Maybe these girls feel safe playing with him. The other one was petite, about 1.6 meters tall, thin, with fair and delicate skin and curly hair. If Bai Lu hadn't said it, Zhou Yang would have thought he was a girl. His name is Han Su, and Bai Lu and others treat him as a sister. Among the other 6 girls, except Bai Lu, 3 have good figures and good looks, and the other 2 are supporting roles. However, they were all dressed very coolly, and their white thighs reflected in the chandelier were dazzling. Moreover, there was a slightly plump sister with a European and American style, wearing a low-cut dress, who sat opposite Zhou Yang. Every time she lowered her head to pick up food, Zhou Yang could feast his eyes on her. These people were all very friendly, except for that big bear, who looked down on Zhou Yang, always making sarcastic remarks intentionally or unintentionally. Bai Lu secretly said to Zhou Yang, "Deshong is unemployed now, and he hangs out with idle people every day. He has a bit of a blunt temper, but he has nothing to say to these sisters. If there is any problem, he will really help." Zhou Yang nodded. It's hard to imagine that a good girl like Bai Lu has a friend like Deshong. "Zhou Yang, nice to meet you, let's have a drink." Deshong raised his glass. "Brother Xiong, I have to drive later, so I'll use drinks instead of alcohol," Zhou Yang said. Big Bear frowned and put down his glass coldly. "I took the initiative to ask you to drink, and you still do this? Is it fun?" Zhou Yang was also helpless. He himself didn't like to drink, and he had promised Bai Lu in advance that he would drive her and her best friend home in the evening, so naturally he couldn't drink. "Brother Xiong, it's not that I don't give you face, it's just that I was drunk and delayed things," Zhou Yang said. "Ha!" Big Bear said coldly, "People like you can't survive even a second in our circle of friends." His circle, naturally, refers to the underworld circle. Zhou Yang spread his hands and smiled faintly. "I'm not in your circle, so who am I telling this to?" After that, Zhou Yang ignored Deshong. With his handsome looks, he got along well with the girls around him and added many of them on WeChat. On the way to the bathroom, Bai Lu met Zhou Yang and teased him, "I brought you to the party, and you're here to choose a concubine." Zhou Yang joked, "If you have to choose someone like senior sister." These words made Bai Lu very happy. The party lasted for more than 2 hours. Some people were drunk and some were tipsy. Under the influence of alcohol, Deshong suggested going to KTV to have some fun. Many girls here are good at singing with microphones, and Bai Lu is an even better singer. When she was in college, she was the director of the Arts and Literature Department of the Student Union. Everyone hit it off and formed a team to go to KTV. Tianshan International Hotel is located in a bustling area. The KTVs here are very high-end, and many of them are clubs, bars, and KTVs in one place. "I know there's a nice club here, it's very classy and great for singing, dancing, and drinking." Deshong gave a suggestion. Since everyone had no experience, they followed Deshong to the club. After booking a private room, everyone started ordering wine in fruit plates. Coincidentally, next to their box, Xiafeng was having fun with his new girlfriend. Moreover, Lu Yan was sitting next to Xiafeng. Lu Yan called a beautiful woman over, and it seemed that their relationship was unclear. The four of them were drinking and having fun in the club. The two beauties were posing coquettishly, while Xiafeng and Lu Yan occasionally talked about some things. "Zhou Yang, that bastard, I will kill him sooner or later," said Xiafeng. "Zhou Yang is now a celebrity in our marketing department. Other departments have heard that he has negotiated a multi-billion-dollar client. Damn, I was the one who introduced him to the client." Lu Yan gritted his teeth in hatred. "Brother Feng, I won't be able to let go of this anger unless I destroy this guy." The two of them came to this point because they had a common enemy. The reason why Xiafeng was able to find Lu Yan was because Xiafeng's new girlfriend was Zhao Ziying from the municipal sales department. Xiafeng runs a human resources company. Because his father Xie Yong is the human resources director of EPS, he started a project to send talents to EPS based on this relationship. To put it bluntly, they relied on Xie Yong to manipulate the situation behind the scenes and send people to work at EPS headquarters, thereby charging high fees. As a result, Xiafeng also knew many people in EPS. Everyone knew his title of EPS scalper, but because Xie Yong was protecting him, no one mentioned it. So, Xiafeng is very famous in EPS. Yesterday, when Zhao Ziying saw LV Wei coming to see Zhou Yang, she suddenly remembered that LV Wei was a friend of Xiafeng. Then yesterday, I asked about Zhou Yang intentionally or unintentionally, and found out that Lu Wei was Zhou Yang's ex-girlfriend and had broken up with Xiafeng. Zhao Ziying became interested and took the initiative to contact Xiafeng. Xiafeng also accepted everyone who came. After all, Zhao Ziying had a good figure and good looks. Especially in her profession as a saleswoman, she was good at talking and doing things, and could provide emotional value to others, unlike LV Wei, who spoke so aggressively. In addition, Zhao Ziying has a curvy figure and is very feminine, so Xiafeng naturally likes her. However, Zhao Ziying is a very scheming woman. She will not let Xiafeng get her easily. It is true that she and Xiafeng are boyfriend and girlfriend now, but she will not let Xiafeng kiss her, let alone go to bed with him. Female salespeople are absolutely top-notch at understanding men's psychology. It was because of this relationship with Zhao Ziying that Xiefeng got together with Lu Yan. He learned that Lu Yan hated Zhou Yang, so he asked Lu Yan to go out for a drink today, intending to work together from inside and outside to bring down Zhou Yang. At this time, Zhao Ziying came back from outside and said to Xiefeng, "Brother Feng, I think I saw Zhou Yang in the next box. I was just on the phone in the corridor when I saw him coming with a group of girls, including our company's administrative receptionist Bai Lu. Bai Lu is the company's top beauty. Every day when everyone passes by the front desk on their way to work, they will see her, so almost everyone in the company knows Bai Lu." When Lu Yan heard Zhao Ziying say this, he felt so angry that his teeth were itching. Relying on his status as a sales champion, he pursued Bai Lu for a year, but she didn't even look at him. After Zhou Yang arrived, Bai Lu was with him again and came to the club together. Lu Yan couldn't bear this feeling of frustration, and the frustration turned into infinite anger. "Brother Feng, you are familiar with this place. His coming here is a great opportunity for us. We must get him tonight," Lu Yan said. Xiefeng also gritted his teeth and nodded. "He is here to die." Xiefeng is the VIP of this club, and he has also had a drink with Boss Long, the club's manager. In this place, even if Zhou Yang was beaten to a disability, he would still be able to clean up the situation. "Brother Feng, when are you going to take action?" Lu Yan knew that he was no match for Zhou Yang, so he placed his hopes on Xiefeng. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'll call some people over first," said Xiefeng. Chapter 33 Clubhouse Incident. Xiefeng had fought with Zhou Yang last time and knew how powerful Zhou Yang was. To be on the safe side this time, he had to call all his friends to help. After making 5 calls in a row, Xiefeng confidently picked up his glass and said, "Wait an hour. When my brothers arrive, I'll make sure Zhou Yang is in big trouble." Brother Feng is awesome. In Zhou Yang's box next door, everyone opened their drinks and started drinking and making noise happily. The feelings between college classmates are the purest. Although they have graduated for more than a year, when they get together, it feels like they are back in college. Zhou Yang sat next to Bai Lu and listened to her singing. She was worthy of being the leading actress of Xin University at that time. Her singing was like the melodious song of a yellow oriole, very beautiful. Just as Zhou Yang was listening with rapt attention, the phone suddenly rang. I saw it was Wei Chongqing calling. "It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening, why did Wei Chongqing call me suddenly?" Zhou Yang got up and went outside to answer the phone. "Dean Wei, why are you still not asleep so late?" Zhou Yang asked. "I didn't fall asleep until late at night." Wei Chongqing said, "Mr. Zhou, the wounded man you helped our hospital treat yesterday just woke up and asked to see you. I asked him to rest first, but he insisted on talking to you." "Oh?" Zhou Yang remembered that when he went to meet a client yesterday, he helped an injured person stop bleeding. "It took me a day and a night to wake up. I was really seriously injured. What do you want to tell me?" Zhou Yang asked. Wei Chongqing handed the phone to Xiao Youlian's younger brother without saying a word. Xiao Youlian's younger brother put the phone on speakerphone and put it next to Xiao Youlian's ear. "Mr. Zhou." Xiao Youliang sounded a little weak and started coughing as soon as he spoke. "Big brother. Big brother." The younger brother beside him hurried forward, fearing that something might happen to Xiao Youliang. "I'm fine, my throat just felt a little itchy." A hint of mockery flashed across Xiao Youlian's resolute face, and it was obvious that he was a tough guy in normal times. "Mr. Zhou, I heard from Dean Wei that I was bleeding profusely yesterday and couldn't stop it. It was you who used a special method to help me stop the bleeding. You saved my life, so I want to meet you and express my gratitude in person." Zhou Yang hurriedly said, No, you're too polite. "Mr. Zhou, it's a bit noisy over there." Xiao Youliang didn't hear Zhou Yang's words clearly. "Oh, I'm in a club and the noise is indeed a bit loud," Zhou Yang said. "Oh? Which club are you in?" Xiao Youliang asked. "What's it called?" Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, "Oh, it's the Dynasty Club." "Oh, okay, then I won't interrupt your entertainment." Xiao Youliang said, "When I recover from my injury, I will come to see you in person." "You're welcome," Zhou Yang said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Youliang's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. It can be seen that he almost used up all his strength to talk to Zhou Yang just now. Xiao Youliang's mistress came forward to help Xiao Youliang wipe the sweat off his face. Xiao Yuliang said to a burly man standing beside the bed, who was nearly 2 meters tall. Along, Mr. Zhou is at the Dynasty Club. That's our place. Go over there now and bring our sincerity with you. Thank Mr. Zhou on my behalf. Yes, big brother. Aaron nodded and turned to walk out. Inside the Dynasty Club. After Zhou Yang finished the call, he returned to the box to continue playing. After a while, the door of the box suddenly opened and Xiafeng led the way in. Everyone was stunned when they saw Xiafeng, and the music stopped abruptly. Bang bang bang. Xiafeng clapped his hands. Beautiful lady, you sang really well, you can win the grand prize. He looked at Bai Lu, who was holding the microphone, his eyes showing greed and lust. If Zhao Ziying hadn't been behind him, his lustful nature would have been exposed. At this time, Lu Yan also walked in, accompanied by a beautiful woman with a pure appearance and wearing glasses. Seeing this, Zhou Yang frowned. What are you doing here? Zhou Yang, we are all colleagues, let's have some fun together. Lu Yan said. Yes, Zhou Yang, I took you to meet a client yesterday. Why are you so cold to me? Zhao Ziying smiled meaningfully. Although he said so, Xiafeng called over those gangster brothers. Each of them looked ferocious and went straight into the box, sat on the sofa, and started to touch the girls next to them. What are you doing? Big Bear roared. Hey! What? You want to cause trouble? Xiafeng looked at Dexiong and said, I'm telling you, we're here to play with Zhou Yang today. Don't say anything else, or I'll slap him. Xiafeng sat down on the sofa with great confidence and said to Bai Lu, pour some wine. The other thugs reached out to hug the beauties next to them, scaring them so much that they screamed and pretended to run out of the box. But Lu Yan blocked the door and wouldn't let anyone out. Ha ha ha. Xiafeng laughed uncontrollably and said to Zhao Ziying beside him, look how scared they are. It's not that serious. Ha ha ha. Xiafeng, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. If you come to find me, just come to me and don't make things difficult for others. Zhou Yang's face was full of anger. Did I embarrass them? Xiafeng said with a smirk, which eye of yours saw me embarrass them? This is our box. If you want to drink and sing, go back to your own box. Big Bear shouted angrily. He has always played the role of a protective umbrella for these beauties. At the same time, he is a gangster, so when he encounters such a situation, he naturally has to stand up. He pointed at Zhou Yang and said, you have a grudge against him, so I don't care if you take him out, but the others are my friends, so don't mess around. Hey, you're quite the jumper. Xiafeng gritted his teeth and said, say one more word and I'll give you a fucking slap. Zhou Yang hurried forward and said, Xiafeng, Lu Yan, although we have a feud, you shouldn't bring harm to others. If you continue to make trouble like this, I, Zhou Yang, will have fun with you even if it costs me my life. Damn it. He's going to fight to the death. He's scaring me. I'm so scared. Xiafeng covered his mouth with his hands, looking sarcastic. Then he sat up straight and said, Zhou Yang, I'm not an unkind person. Look at you. You caused my parents' divorce and even made my girlfriend angry yesterday. You can't let that go, can you? Your parents' divorce has nothing to do with me. It's your father's fault. Zhou Yang looked at Zhao Ziying. Besides, your so-called girlfriend is a bit too willful. I'm making her angry just because I don't listen to her opinions? That's totally unreasonable. Fuck. Xiafeng shouted, you're still making excuses. Today you must come before me, kneel down and apologize. Xiafeng grabbed the bottle and said, then let me hit you on the head until I feel satisfied. Otherwise, no one can leave here. You're going too far. Bai Lu said, I'm calling the police right now. Call the police? Do you think you can call the police? Xiafeng signaled to the gangster next to him, and the man rushed forward and snatched Bai Lu's phone directly. Who the hell dares to call the police? I'll let my brothers rape her. Xiafeng yelled. Seeing that the other party was serious, Da Xiong was still a little apprehensive and said to Zhou Yang, hey, kid, you are the one who caused this. You should go over and solve the problem. Big Bear? Bai Lu frowned, you are asking Zhou Yang to die. The other party wanted Zhou Yang to kneel on the ground and let them hit his head with a wine bottle. Isn't this just beating someone to death? What should we do? There are so many people on the other side, said Big Bear. Where are your brothers on the road? Bai Lu asked in a low voice. Oh, it's so late. It's too late even if you come. Big Bear said evasively. Xiafeng, you really have to play it this way, don't you? Zhou Yang suddenly said coldly, okay, then no one will leave today. It's either you die or I die. At this moment, Zhou Yang looked like he was possessed by the god of death. Not only was his face red, but even his eyes were bloodshot. He had been suppressing his anger until this moment, when the anger broke through his reason. The bullying has reached its limit and I can no longer tolerate it. Chapter 34, There Are Always Higher Mountains. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Bai Lu saw that things were not going well and quickly stood in front of Zhou Yang. She said to Xiafeng, if you have anything to say, talk it over nicely. Then, he said to Lu Yan, we are all colleagues. If you do this, how can we still work together in the future? Quickly persuade your friend. Lu Yan walked up to Bai Lu with a sneer and lifted her delicate chin with one finger. I can persuade my friend, or I can forgive Zhou Yang. Then, he whispered in Bai Lu's ear, but you have to be my girlfriend and come to my house tonight. Lu Yan, are you shameless? Bai Lu's face turned red with anger. Lu Yan turned to Xiafeng and spread his hands. Brother Feng, these people are very arrogant. Xiafeng waved his hand, pointed at Bai Lu and said, very arrogant, huh? Come, beautiful lady, kneel down in front of me and lick my feet. If you lick them to my satisfaction, today's affairs will be written off. He knew Bai Lu would not agree, so he said this just to embarrass Zhou Yang. I will do everything in my power to insult your friends, and it's all because of you. However, the next second, a wine bottle flew towards Xiafeng. Bang! Because the incident happened suddenly, Xiafeng didn't have time to dodge and the bottle hit his head, and blood flowed instantly. Zhou Yang finally couldn't contain his anger and yelled, you want to fight to the death? Today I will accompany you. As he spoke, he bent over and rushed forward like a cheetah, jumped over the coffee table, and pounced on Xiafeng in an instant, punching Xiafeng like raindrops. The people around were instantly stunned by this momentum. Zhou Yang looked gentle and fragile, but after this transformation, he was like an angry beast, and his momentum was like a tidal wave, sweeping the entire audience. Even the girls who were having dinner with Zhou Yang were stunned. Just now, everyone thought Zhou Yang was a sheep-like little brother. Big Bear was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that this kid had such explosive power. At this moment, Zhou Yang and Xiafeng were wrestling on the sofa. Xiafeng was no match for Zhou Yang and was beaten by Zhou Yang until his face was covered in blood. Seeing this, the thugs nearby rushed forward and grabbed Zhou Yang, beating him up and kicking him. Zhou Yang's fists were barely enough to throw the fourth time. He was surrounded by the gangsters and was too tired to block and unable to fight back. Bai Lu anxiously said to Daxian, go help. I won't help him with the trouble he caused, said Big Bear. He could see that Xiafeng's side was very powerful. Just by looking at his friends who were big and strong and covered in tattoos, he knew that these people were all gangsters. If Zhou Yang offends someone, he will not end up well. He didn't want to go up and offend those people. Meanwhile, Lu Yan came up to Bai Lu and said, you care so much about Zhou Yang, why don't you go and help him? Go ahead. While speaking, he kept pushing Bai Lu into the crowd. Asshole. Zhou Yang went completely berserk, roared in anger, endured the pain and stood up, not caring what was next to him. He picked it up and swung it at the person next to him. Although that group of people were also very experienced in fighting all day long, the soft ones were afraid of the hard ones, and the hard ones were afraid of the desperate ones. Now that Zhou Yang had already shown a desperate posture, these people had to avoid him. Despite this, a group of people would not be afraid of anyone. When they found an opportunity, they still went forward to besiege Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang gradually turned from rage to rationality, aimed at the acupoints of these people, and attacked them fiercely. In an instant, the two men were knocked to the ground, covering their bodies in wailing. Seeing this, the other people picked up weapons such as wine bottles and stools and threw them at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang took a step back and became more rational. After dodging left and right, he was able to launch a counterattack. Those people were anxious and exposed many flaws. Zhou Yang used the layout of the club to make them run around in circles, and then suddenly hit one of their acupuncture points and joints. They can hit Zhou Yang many times, but Zhou Yang only needs to hit them once to destroy their fighting effectiveness. A moment later, only two people from the other side were left standing. This scene made Lu Yan and Xiafeng very anxious. They called 6 friends, thinking that they could easily deal with Zhou Yang with the help of these people. However, up to now, not only were 4 of them injured, but the remaining 2 seemed to be unable to do anything to Zhou Yang. Even the big bear next to him was amazed. Even if it was him, he could probably only hit one opponent. Zhou Yang's fighting ability was simply amazing. Damn it! Move your weapons. Xia Feng shouted, if anyone stabs him to death, it's my responsibility. He covered his bleeding wound and screamed angrily. However, at this moment, there was a noise coming from the corridor, and suddenly the door of the box was pushed open, and a group of people rushed in. Who is causing trouble here? The tall and thin leader shouted. He was the one who was looking after the place. He had just heard from the waiter that a fight had broken out in the private room, so he hurriedly brought his men over to settle things. As soon as I entered the room, I saw the floor in a mess and several people lying on the ground wailing. It seemed that the melee was coming to an end. Then the tall and thin man glanced into the room, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The girls in this room are all so beautiful. Especially someone like Bai Lu, who makes people fall in love with her at first sight and can't forget her for a long time. Plus her classmates, the mature and sexy Zhao Ziying, and the pure and lovely girl with glasses. This is so much better than the rouge and powder they use in nightclubs. The other brothers who came in also stared at it instantly. Ahem, the tall and thin man coughed. Who's causing trouble here? They broke into our box and caused trouble, and even beat people up. Bai Lu pointed at Xie Feng and Lu Yan. When a beautiful woman speaks, it must be useful. The tall and thin man instantly burst into heroic spirit and shouted at Xie Feng, are you full and bored? Xie Feng took out his VIP membership card and slammed it on the table, I'm the VIP here. The tall and thin man stepped forward to take a look, and it was indeed a VIP card, but VIPs couldn't cause trouble. Just because you spend money, you can do whatever you want, the tall, thin man said. Do you even know whose place this is? I don't know. Xia Feng gritted his teeth. This is the place that Brother Long protects. If you don't know, just go and ask around in the nightclubs of this generation. What will be the damn consequences of causing trouble in Brother Long's place? The tall and thin man threatened. Xia Feng had also heard of Brother Long's name and felt a little afraid. He stood up and said, sorry, brother, I didn't know this was Brother Long's place. I'm leaving now. You're leaving? Where are you going? The tall and thin man stepped forward to stop Xie Feng. At this time, Lu Yan and others were also scared. They smashed the place up, and if the other party pursues the matter, they won't be able to handle it. I'll pay for what I broke, get out of the way. Xie Feng was already very angry, and being threatened by the other party made him even angrier. You can't leave, said the tall and thin man. Get out of here. Xie Feng shouted, gritting his teeth. His new girlfriend Zhao Ziying is here, and he needs to save face. Fuck, who the hell are you talking to like that? The tall and thin man suddenly shouted and kicked Xie Feng back onto the sofa. Then, he reached out to his younger brother behind him, and the younger brother handed him a baseball bat. Try to say that again? The tall and thin man put one foot on the sofa and pressed the baseball bat against Xie Feng's chest. Chapter 35 Don't Bully Honest People. Xie Feng was about to stand up, but when he caught a glimpse of the switchblade on the waist of the tall and thin man, he suddenly felt a little scared. You know, no matter how arrogant he is, it's only because his family is rich. But unlike those real gangsters, if the other party gets angry, they will really use a knife. At this moment, his gangster friends were also scared. Everyone who hangs around here has heard of Brother Long's name. Even Big Bear has heard of it. Brother Long's younger brother is not someone that ordinary people can afford to offend. What's more, they were causing trouble in the place that Brother Long was looking after, so there was no point in complaining anywhere. Xia Feng suddenly became intimidated and said, Brother, please be merciful. Come, have a cigarette. He smiled flatteringly, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to the tall and thin man. Fuck you. The tall, thin man knocked over his cigarette and shouted, weren't you very arrogant just now? Xia Feng said, I was just angry just now. Since you are such a brother, just tell me how to compensate me and I will pay you. Who the hell is your brother? Seeing that Xie Feng had calmed down, the tall and thin man stopped being aggressive and said, you have to pay for the broken things. That's no problem. Xie Feng said. The tall, thin man looked around, his eyes rolling as he said, you guys just had such a big fuss, it's a bad influence on the club and it's also a loss for its reputation. I think the situation is not good, and I'm sure I'll be scolded by Brother Long when I go back. What do you think we should do about this? When Xie Feng heard that the other party was trying to blackmail him, he said with a bitter face, Brother, if you ask me, I don't know what to do. Otherwise, I will treat you to a meal another day. Do I need your meal? The tall and thin man cursed. Do you think I look like someone who needs a meal? No, no, brother, then what do you think we should do? Xia Feng said. The tall and thin man glanced at the beauties around him, then glanced at Bai Lu and Zhao Ziying's plump breasts, and said, "These girls will stay tonight as a reward for my brothers. You men can go." Ah. When these words came out, the girls were terrified. No problem. Xia Feng said, and winked at Lu Yan, "Let's go first and let the big brothers have fun." As he spoke, he pulled Zhao Ziying up, and Lu Yan also pulled the innocent girl with glasses, and they prepared to leave. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" the tall, thin man said. "All men leave, and all women stay. Because the number of girls here is exactly the same as the number of brothers he brought with him. He wanted to arrange one for each of his brothers. Besides, a mature woman like Zhao Ziying, with a firm figure, thin waist, plump buttocks, and long legs, is very seductive. The girl with glasses has a baby face and big breasts, and looks like she is ignorant of the world. Both styles are liked by people who hang out in nightclubs. How could I miss them? Brother, these two are my and my buddy's girlfriends." Xia Feng begged, "It's okay for us to take them away." "Stay here, get out," the tall and thin man yelled. Xia Feng gritted his teeth and said, "That's too much." Bang! The tall and thin man gave Xia Feng a big slap in the face. The younger brothers around him also took out their weapons, as if they would tear Xia Feng's parts apart if he said another word. At this moment, Lu Yanxian was frightened and subconsciously let go of the hand of the innocent girl with glasses. Xia Feng glanced at Zhao Ziying, who hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, brother will take care of you." The tall and thin man reached out and pulled Zhao Ziying. Xia Feng made up his mind. He had plenty of women, so there was no point in making enemies with these gangsters. Thinking of this, he let go of Zhao Ziying's hand. "Brother Feng, what are you doing?" Zhao Ziying looked at Xia Feng in disbelief. "Don't leave me." Xia Feng gritted his teeth, turned around and stopped looking at Zhao Ziying. Zhao Ziying was completely panicked and took out her phone to call the police, but the tall and thin man snatched the phone away. He hung up the police call and slapped Zhao Ziying in the face with his phone. "Girl, don't try to play tricks. Even if you call the police and have me arrested, you'll be in a worse situation when I get out later. Do you understand? This is the scariest thing about this group of thugs. They are not afraid of going to the police station, and their methods are insidious and they will do anything to achieve their goals. Ordinary people can't afford to waste time with them." Seeing this, some other brothers also laughed and attacked the beauties around them. Especially Bai Lu, 3 men ran towards him at the same time. At this moment, Xia Feng was scared, Lu Yan was scared, and De Xiong next to him was also scared. No one dared to speak, and everyone was ready to leave in disgrace. Suddenly, Zhou Yang shouted, "It's broad daylight, and there's no law. Let go of your hands. If anyone dares to touch these girls, I'll break his hands." If an honest person becomes cruel, he won't even recognize himself. After a series of stimulations and under the influence of anger, Zhou Yang's temperament became extremely irritable and wild. He doesn't care who the other person is. As long as they dare to touch the people he cares about, he will fight to the death with them. Seeing that Bai Lu was about to be taken advantage of by a pervert, Zhou Yang completely exploded. He quietly pressed his right hand on the Higu point on his left hand, secretly squeezing it hard. Ah! In an instant, Zhou Yang's face turned red, as if his whole body was congested, and some of his arteries bulged slightly. This is an emergency method in Golden Scale. Through certain specific techniques, you can stimulate this acupoint and instantly improve your combat effectiveness. Facing 7 or 8 skilled opponents, Zhou Yang could only use this method. At the same time, the other party also pounced towards Zhou Yang. A younger brother rushed towards Zhou Yang first, his fist brushed past Zhou Yang's nose with the sound of wind, but froze the moment it touched his collarbone. Because Zhou Yang's fingertips accurately sank into the Tianfu point on Huang Mao's upper arm and pinched it hard. Ah! The other party collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been pulled out. At this time, another younger brother swept over with a steel pipe. Zhou Yang moved sideways and pinched the Yangshi acupoint on his wrist. With a slight twist, the steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang. One of his hands seemed to be useless and he had no strength to use. The 2 younger brothers next to him attacked at the same time. Zhou Yang ducked to avoid the kick to the ankle and slapped the leading man on the chi high point with his right palm. The other man immediately covered his stomach and bent like a shrimp. Seeing this, the other man just pulled out a switchblade, but Zhou Yang grabbed the tsuchi point on his elbow. Snap! There was a slight sound of bone cracking, and the switchblade fell to the ground, with the blade stabbing into the wooden floor. The man was sweating profusely and howling in pain. Zhou Yang stared at his face, which was twisted in pain, and said coldly, "Don't move, or the bone fracture will get worse." Taking advantage of the situation, he pushed the man away with one hand, and he staggered and fell to the ground. At this moment, Zhou Yang, with an unrivaled aura, was like a murderer who had walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. His eyes were burning and sharp as he looked at the tall and thin man and said, "Do you still want to fight? I will accompany you to the end." Chapter 36 Fifth Update Supporting the Beauties. At this moment, in the box, the light from the crystal chandelier penetrated the diffuse dust and illuminated every corner of the box. Overturned fruit plates, broken steel pipes, paper towels soaked with wine, and a mess all over the floor. The tall and thin man swallowed his saliva and subconsciously felt a little afraid. He has been in the underworld for many years, has had many fights, and has seen many powerful people. Based on his experience, the fighting power displayed by Zhou Yang today means that even if the three remaining brothers around him attack him together, they are no match for him. I didn't expect that there was another master in this place. But the tall and thin man wanted to save face, so he said to Zhou Yang, "Just because you beat up a few of my brothers, you think you are so great? I am Brother Long's subordinate." However, before he could finish his words, Zhou Yang picked up the ashtray that had fallen on the ground and threw it directly at the tall and thin man. Grass. The tall and thin man dodged quickly. "You're looking for death." "Really?" Zhou Yang said fiercely, "Then let's see who dies first. Anyway, I have already activated it, so I might as well put in a little more effort." He picked up a baseball bat that had fallen on the ground and walked towards the tall and thin man and the three younger brothers beside him. The baseball bat mopped the floor, rubbing against the marble floor, making a harsh sound that touched the nerves of everyone in the box. "Let's learn to meow together. Meow 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 meow." The tall and thin man's cell phone suddenly rang. "Stop." The tall and thin man waved his hand. "Brother Long is calling." When he said this, he was extremely excited, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Hey, Brother Long. I came to the dynasty. Didn't I ask you to look after the place?" "Where are you?" asked Brother Long. "Brother Long, I'm right here," the tall and thin man said. "There's a disturbance here, and I'm in the box to settle things. Would you like to come over and take a look?" The tall and thin guy is calling for help. "Making trouble?" Brother Long asked. "How many boxes are there?" 666. "Okay, I'll go over now." After hanging up, the tall and thin man looked arrogant, completely losing the fear he had just shown. "Boy, you are very unlucky. Brother Long is here. This time, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't get out of here," said the tall and thin man, sitting down on the sofa, stretching his muscles, waiting to watch the show. Bai Lu and the others beside him didn't understand Brother Long's background and status, so they said, "Zhou Yang, call the police." Her cell phone was still in the tall and thin man's hand. Zhou Yang said, "Since they are all from the underworld, let's use the underworld solution. Who cares if they are Brother Dragon or Brother Tiger? Whoever is afraid of him is a grandson." At this moment, Zhou Yang is a man who stands tall and upright. Not only Bai Lu admired him, but even Zhao Ziying and the innocent girl with glasses beside him also admired him. If it weren't for Zhou Yang, they would both have been stripped naked and pressed on the sofa. They subconsciously moved closer to Zhou Yang and stood behind him. Xie Feng felt resentful after seeing this scene, but he was afraid of Zhou Yang and did not dare to step forward. Soon, the door of the box was pushed open, and several men in suits came in and stood on both sides. In the middle, a 2-meter-tall, burly bald man strode to the middle of the box. "Brother Long." The tall and thin man came forward and said, "You came at the right time. These guys are causing trouble and are not willing to give in. They injured several of my brothers." "So rampant?" Brother Long's eyes were sharp, cutting through everyone like a knife. "He was the one who hurt you." Xia Feng quickly pointed at Zhou Yang. "Yes, Brother Long, that's him." Lu Yan also said, "His name is Zhou Yang. He just threatened that no matter whether you are Brother Long or Brother Hu, he will fight to the death with anyone who comes. Lu Yan is worthy of being the sales champion, and he is a first-class fanner." But this scene was seen with great contempt by these girls. Especially Zhao Ziying and that innocent girl with glasses. Xia Feng and Lu Yan's actions were so disgusting that they wanted to vomit. When I meet someone powerful, I get so scared that I give my girlfriend away to him. When someone stands up for his girlfriend, they turn into troublemakers, sowing discord and framing the person who stood up for her. The insidiousness, selfishness, cunning and cowardice are portrayed vividly. Brother Long looked at Zhou Yang with cold eyes. The oppressive aura of a gangster could kill anything in an instant. Do you know what happens if you cause trouble in my place? Zhou Yang said, first of all, the instigator of the trouble was not me, but these two. They came from the next box to my box to cause trouble, so I reached out and hit them. Secondly, you can ask your brothers why I beat them. When Brother Long heard this, he thought there was something fishy going on. He looked at the tall and thin man with sharp eyes and said, tell me about it. Long? Brother Long, they were making trouble and I came to settle things. He started fighting because he was not satisfied, the tall and thin man defended. You're talking nonsense. If that were the case, how could I possibly take action? Zhou Yang said, you guys, relying on your numbers, threatened us to keep all the girls and kick out the men. It's hard to imagine that in today's society, the bullying of men and women from the ancient times would still happen. So you took action? Brother Long frowned. Right. Brother Long gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand. A slap landed on the tall and thin man's face. Brother Long? Brute. Brother Long was very angry. Coming here under his name and bullying girls is such a disgrace to his reputation. Little brother, the problem is with my people. I will punish them, said Brother Long. Punishment is one thing, Zhou Yang said. My friends were frightened, and I also suffered some injuries from the fight. As a customer, I have no criminal tendencies and have done nothing wrong, yet I've been treated like this for no reason. As the boss of the place, shouldn't Brother Long give us some explanation? Call. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped. I thought everything was over, but Zhou Yang became excited and asked Brother Long for an explanation. Zhou Yang, are you fucking sick? Xiafeng asked, Brother Long didn't even bother with you, why don't you just quit while you're ahead? Lu Yan also said, Xiaomei, let's go. This kid is crazy, who knows what trouble he might cause. As he said that, he walked forward and pulled the innocent girl with glasses. The innocent girl with glasses had a stubborn look on her face and stood firmly behind Zhou Yang. The moment Zhou Yang stood up for them, her heart was already moved. Ziying, you're not leaving either? Xiafeng asked angrily when he saw Zhao Ziying also standing behind Zhou Yang. Zhao Ziying said, Zhou Yang is right. We were mentally insulted just now and need an explanation from the other party. Idiot. Nonsense. Xiafeng gritted his teeth and said angrily. Brother Long took a deep breath, his expression becoming even more gloomy. Are you asking me for an explanation? You're so bold. Zhou Yang said, if you do something wrong, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. I believe that Brother Long is also a man of vision. People like us cannot be insulted and frightened for no reason. Please give me an explanation, Brother Long. Zhou Yang's momentum was aggressive and the atmosphere was tense. At this time, Aaron's phone rang. Hello, have you seen Mr. Zhou? Asked the eldest brother Qiao Yuliang anxiously on the other end of the phone. Oh, don't worry, brother. I'm already at the Dynasty Club and will see Mr. Zhou soon, said Aaron. Xiao Yuliang said, you were in a hurry to leave just now, so I forgot to tell you that Mr. Zhou's full name is Zhou Yang, and he's in his early 20s. Don't mistake him for someone else. Zhou Yang? Aaron was momentarily startled and looked at the aggressive young man in front of him. It seems like someone called him Zhou Yang just now. Moreover, he looks to be in his 20s. For a moment, Aaron felt his scalp tingling. Chapter 37 Meeting Mr. Zhou. ISNT Mr. Zhou, whom my elder brother asked me to meet, the young man in front of me? You know, big brother Qiao Yuliang treats this savior like a god above his head. Moreover, Dean Wei also said that this young man was very courageous. If it were not for him, the hospital would not have been able to obtain EPS's flagship drug so easily. Dean Wei holds a very high status in the hearts of these people in the underworld. The Xincheng Jiangrun Hospital opened by President Wei is also a haven for people in the underworld to save their lives. No matter what time it is, anyone who is injured can get treatment there immediately. Zhou Yang helped Dean Wei provide high-quality medicines, and in a deeper sense, Zhou Yang also helped all of them. Taking all these relationships into consideration, Zhou Yang's status in the eyes of President Wei and Qiao Yuliang is self-evident. Along is just Qiao Yuliang's subordinate. Even Qiao Yuliang admires this person so much, but as his younger brother, he actually threatened and intimidated him. ISNT this the opposite of Tiangang. Aaron calmed himself down and asked tentatively, are you Zhou Yang? The Zhou Yang who helped Dean Wei sign the contract? Yes, it's me, what's wrong? Zhou Yang said coldly. Mr. Zhou, it's really you. Aaron had a ferocious look on his face just now, but at this moment he smiled like a flower. He walked forward and shook Zhou Yang's hands enthusiastically. He was about 2 meters tall, but he bent down like a shrimp. Mr. Zhou, I came here tonight just to see you. Aaron said. Looking for me? Zhou Yang was stunned. Aaron shouted to the younger brother behind him, line up and salute Mr. Zhou. Yes. The younger brothers behind him lined up in a row and saluted Zhou Yang in a very serious manner. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Seeing this scene, not only Zhou Yang was stunned, but everyone at the scene was stunned. What are you doing? Zhou Yang said, I just want an explanation for my friends. Yes, yes. Aaron smiled and said humbly, we were wrong about this matter, very wrong. Mr. Zhou, please make your request and we will definitely meet it. Seeing this, Zhou Yang didn't think too much about it. Since the other party said so, he had to seize the opportunity. First of all, I want the guys who beat and threatened us tonight to apologize to us. Zhou Yang said. Aaron walked up to the tall and thin man and slapped him on the back of the neck. Apologize to Mr. Zhou and all the beauties. Yes, yes, yes. The tall and thin man was so scared that his face turned pale. Seeing that Brother Long was so polite to that kid, I guess that kid has an extraordinary background. He felt like he had offended someone he shouldn't have tonight, and his heart was in turmoil. I'm sorry, it's our fault. The tall and thin man put his hands together in a praying gesture. No sincerity. Zhou Yang shook his head. Bang! Aaron kicked the tall and thin man to his knees, kneeled down and kowtowed to Mr. Zhou. Several younger brothers behind Aaron also came forward and glared at him. In an instant, the group of tall and thin people were scared to death and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow to Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, I was wrong, please forgive me. The tall and thin man kowtowed continuously, and his forehead became swollen. He knew how serious this was. Someone who is respected so much by Brother Long must have an extraordinary status. The younger brothers around also kowtowed, and for a while, kowtows could be heard one after another in the box. This scene completely stunned Xiefeng and Lu Yan. The two of them thought that Zhou Yang had offended Brother Long and would definitely be doomed tonight. I didn't expect there would be such a reversal. Big Bear, who had been blowing the whistle all night, was also dumbfounded at this moment. From the beginning of the party, he boasted about his status as a gangster and boasted to the girls around him about how powerful he was. At the same time, he also pulled and stepped on others, and while elevating himself, he always ridiculed people like Zhou Yang, saying that they were useless, cowardly, and the first to run away when something happened. This scene slapped him hard in the face. Their heads are bleeding. Bai Lu pointed at one of the younger brothers and said tremblingly. That little brother was really honest. There were broken wine bottles on the ground when he kowtowed, and now the blood on his forehead was on his clothes, looking very tragic. Okay. Zhou Yang stopped in time. Mr. Zhou, I just got here and I don't know what happened. Aaron said, just now I heard you say that someone came to your box to cause trouble? What happened? Zhou Yang pointed at Xiefeng and Lu Yan's group. We were having fun, and they kicked the door open and started behaving like scoundrels, even attacking my friends. That's why I attacked them. Zhou Yang said, I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have caused trouble in Brother Long's place. The last sentence is full of tea. When Aaron heard this, he became furious. How dare you mess around here, you fucking blind men? Along pointed at Xiefeng and said, come here, all of you. Xiefeng and others did not dare to disobey and came to Along tremblingly. Hit me. Aaron waved his hand. The younger brothers behind him swarmed forward, surrounded Xiefeng, Lu Yan and others, and attacked them with punches, electric cannons and flying kicks. For a while, there were ghosts howling and begging for mercy. Zhao Ziying and the innocent girl with glasses felt a chill down their spines and were filled with fear. If they were still hanging out with Xiefeng and Lu Yan, would they be beaten up now? Fortunately, Zhou Yang was chosen. For a moment, the two girls admired Zhou Yang even more. Along's younger brothers beat Xiefeng and others until their heads were bleeding. Aaron stepped forward, grabbed Xiefeng's hair with one hand, and Lu Yan's hair with the other, then lifted their heads up so they were staring at him. He said coldly, if you dare to cause trouble on my territory again, I'll destroy you. I won't dare to do that anymore. The two begged for mercy. Get out. Aaron shouted. The two men got up and crawled to their feet. When they went out, they didn't even dare to look at their girlfriends, for fear that they would be caught and beaten if they stayed for another minute. Seeing them running away in a panic, Zhao Ziying and the innocent girl with glasses felt contempt in their hearts. Tonight, they saw what a real man is. Zhou Yang, I apologize to you for my previous mistakes. Zhao Ziying said, please forgive me for the fact that we are colleagues. Zhou Yang ignored Zhao Ziying and asked by Lu and the others, are you hurt? No. Everyone is well protected by you. Everyone looked at Zhou Yang with gratitude. Since none of my friends were injured, it's fine as long as you apologize. Zhou Yang said, however, it's best to make amends mentally. Aaron scratched his shiny bald head and said, on the spiritual level, how can we make up for it? Compensate for the spiritual pain with material things. Zhou Yang said, for example, giving away VIP membership cards at a club wouldn't be a problem. Aaron slapped his forehead and said, Mr. Zhou, forgive my stupidity, but I'll give everyone here a VIP membership card. From now on, you can enjoy a 30% discount. The higher the purchase, the lower the discount. Thank you, Brother Long. Zhou Yang's eyes turned into crescents when he smiled. Oh, Mr. Zhou, you're too polite. I was afraid I couldn't take good care of you, said Aaron. The others were delighted at this moment. Everyone thought they couldn't escape this disaster tonight, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise and they even got a membership card. This is all thanks to Zhou Yang. At this time, Aaron said to Zhou Yang with a serious face, Mr. Zhou, in fact, I came to see you tonight mainly because of my eldest brother's order to give you something. Chapter 38 Sister Mei is going to. Your elder brother? Zhou Yang asked. Xiao Yuliang. Along said, he's the patient who suffered severe bleeding in Jiangrun Hospital. Oh. Zhou Yang finally understood. Dean Wei just called him and said that Xiao Yulian wanted to thank him in person. Since I can't thank you in person, I sent my younger brother to express my gratitude. No wonder Brother Long is so polite to me. Mr. Zhou, this is a gift from my elder brother Xiao Yuliang. Please accept it. Aaron asked his men behind him to present the gift. It was a beautiful little box. Aaron opened the box and found a golden card inside. Mr. Zhou, this is a pure gold nameplate. It has my eldest brother's company logo and his contact information on it. Aaron said, my eldest brother only has 3 gold nameplates in total. This is the last one, so I will hand it over to Mr. Zhou. That's not possible. Zhou Yang quickly refused. This gold nameplate is thick and heavy, and it is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars based on the gold price. Zhao Ziying and others behind him had golden light in their eyes. But Zhou Yang absolutely could not accept this generous gift. Brother Long, I appreciate your kindness. Please take the things back. Zhou Yang said. Mr. Zhou, you're making things difficult for me. Along said, I brought my brother to give you something. If you don't accept it, it means I'm not doing my job well, and I'll be punished when I get back. Zhou Yang frowned, feeling a little confused. Aaron continued, this gold medal is not just about material things. It's our eldest brother's honor. Anyone who gets the gold medal he gave will have a chance to seek his help unconditionally. You hold the gold medal. No matter where you are, call him for help, and he and his men will do their best to help you. This is the greatest significance. Zhou Yang sighed in his heart, people in the underworld really have so many rules. However, Zhou Yang was very tempted by the opportunity to ask Xiao Yuliang for help. Right now, he has enemies all over EPS, and he is in the limelight, so there are people who are jealous of him behind his back. Who knows when someone like Lu Yan and Xiefeng will show up to oppose him? When the time comes, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let Xiao Yuliang step in to deal with them. Since Brother Long said so, I won't be polite. Zhou Yang accepted the gift readily. Ah, this is what Mr. Zhou deserves. Jiangrun Hospital will still have Mr. Zhou's protection from now on. Along said happily, Mr. Zhou, this place is too messy. I will open a top-notch private room for you. You can have fun as you like. Tonight is free. Then he waved to his younger brother and said, open the private room in heaven on earth on the top floor and give it to Mr. Zhou. Also, call some people over to clean up this place. Yes, Brother Long. Aaron smiled and shook hands with Zhou Yang, then I won't bother you anymore. I wish Mr. Zhou and all the beauties have a good time. Thanks. Soon, Zhou Yang and others were sent to the top floor and entered the magnificent top-level box. At the same time, the waiter also brought high-quality drinks, all arranged by Aaron. These young men and women who had just graduated from college a year ago were instantly lost in such a glamorous environment. They all scrambled to add green bubbles with Joe Yang, and their plans were very obvious. This made Bai Lu complain, "The student I brought here is now everyone's." "Hey, Bai Lu, don't be so stingy," said the charming little boy, "it's just that our junior doesn't like my style. If he doesn't mind, I'm willing to pose for him in 108 different ways." "Get out," the other girls yelled in unison. "You're so naughty." Big Bear on the side also scolded with a smile. Then, he approached Zhou Yang tentatively. "Brother Zhou, I didn't realize you were so secretive." Zhou Yang took a sip of his drink and ignored him. "Brother Zhou, I'll just take a sip." Deshion licked his face and drank a glass of wine. "Brother Zhou, I will follow you from now on. If anyone dares to disrespect you, I will deal with him. You, take a break." Zhou Yang waved his hand and went to the side to order a song. The innocent girl with glasses asked Zhao Ziying, "Sister, is Mr. Zhou your colleague?" "Yeah." Zhao Ziying was still thinking about how to get closer to Zhou Yang, and turned a deaf ear to what the girl with glasses said. "I'll be transferred to your department as a sales support specialist next week." The girl with glasses said, "Then I'll be able to see Mr. Zhou every day." Zhao Ziying. Before we knew it, another competitor had arrived. The more this happened, the better Zhao Ziying felt about Zhou Yang. The more she looked at Zhou Yang, the more handsome he seemed to her. Moreover, Zhou Yang drove a car worth over 500,000 yuan and had secured clients worth over 1 billion yuan, so his annual income was also considerable. This is the Prince Charming in the hearts of these office workers. It seems that I really missed it before. Thinking about meeting clients with Zhou Yang, it was such a good opportunity. I could lure Zhou Yang into the car and use all my tricks. I would definitely be able to win over Zhou Yang. I don't know when the next opportunity like this will come. At this time, Zhao Ziying's phone rang. It was Xia Feng calling. She didn't even bother to answer and just hung up. But Xia Feng was shameless and called repeatedly, so Zhao Ziying answered the phone impatiently. "What are you doing?" "Ziying, I'm sorry you embarrassed me tonight." Xia Feng said, "I can't help it. This is how society is. There are always people who are better than you. I'm screwed today. Why are you telling me this?" Zhao Ziying said, "I have nothing to do with you anymore." "No, Ziying, you just agreed to be my girlfriend today, you can't change your mind so quickly." Xia Feng was itching to get drunk tonight and win over Zhao Ziying, but he didn't expect this episode to happen. "Ziying, wait until I bandage your wound, then I'll pick you up at the Dynasty Club. I'll park the car at the door and you can get out. Get lost." Zhao Ziying was so angry that she hung up the phone directly. "Then, block them." The girl with glasses next to her had anticipated this and turned off her phone. I couldn't get through to Lu Yan on the phone either. The two of them surrounded Zhou Yang and joked with him whenever they had nothing to do. Even though Zhou Yang only had eyes for Bai Lu, the two of them persisted. A night of pleasure. The next day was Saturday. Zhou Yang was so drunk that he felt dizzy and restless, so he stayed at home all day. On Sunday, Tang Yumei was also at the villa, and she and Zhou Yang spent some time together. "Zhou Yang, I may have to go to North America to expand the market in a while," Tang Yumei said. "Ah? When?" Zhou Yang asked. "It's hard to say the exact time." Tang Yumei said, "But before I leave the country, I will give you a gift." "What gift?" Zhou Yang asked. Tang Yumei suddenly smiled charmingly and unconsciously lifted her suspenders, causing her chest to shake. "I'm divorced and single now. What gift do you think I will give you?" After saying that, her fair hand subconsciously stroked her thigh, looking very seductive. Zhou Yang's blood boiled immediately. Looking at Tang Yumei like this, could it be? Chapter 39 Promotion and Salary Increase. "Sister Mei, are you kidding me?" Zhou Yang said. Tang Yumei remained noncommittal and said, "You're young and energetic. I saw you doing it in the bathroom that night." Zhou Yang was instantly extremely embarrassed. Indeed, one day he felt like doing it, so he went to the bathroom alone to do it. Tang Yumei just happened to come back and ran into her. But he remembered that the door was closed at that time. Could it be that it was not closed tightly and Sister Mei saw it through the crack in the door? But none of this matters anymore. Right now, their relationship is heating up, and many of their secrets are known to each other. Now that Tang Yumei is free from the constraints of family and marriage, she feels much freer. Zhou Yang no longer bears the constraints of morality. So, no matter what happens, neither of them will feel burdened. Okay, it's the weekend today, let's go out for a big meal, said Tang Yumei. Good. The two changed their clothes and went out. Sunday passed quickly, and Zhou Yang came to the company. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhao Ziying walking up in high heels with a twisted waist. Congratulations, Zhou Yang, you're going to be promoted. Ah? Zhou Yang was stunned and didn't understand what she meant. You'll know soon, said Zhao Ziying. Soon, Monday morning meeting began. Su Jing was wearing an office outfit, standing in front of everyone, and the first thing she said was a bomb. Business is tight right now, and our superiors have instructed us to expand our marketing department, and the staff structure must also be expanded. Su Jing said, we'll add 3 more people to the original marketing planning and research teams, and each team will have a manager. I'll announce the candidates later. The sales team and sales support team and the sales module must also select a manager to lead the team. Chen Shui will temporarily be the acting manager of the sales support team. If a suitable candidate is found in the future, the replacement will be made. Su Jing said, looking at Chen Shui. Okay, Mr. Su. Chen Shui nodded. As for our sales team, since we have a large staff, we need to appoint 2 sales managers to lead the team and divide it into 2 sales areas, East City and West City. For Xiqing District, last year's top seller, Lu Yan, will be the acting manager. He will be responsible for the daily management of sales in Xiqing District and follow up on business. Yes, Mr. Su. Lu Yan replied hurriedly. But he looked a little funny today, with a bandage on his head. It seems like only half a month has passed since the last time I put on a bandage. And Dongcheng District. Su Jing looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's performance is the best so far this year. He won the Sanqing account, and it was even mentioned at the chairman's meeting last week. The meaning was that Zhou Yang would be the sales manager for Dongcheng District. Ah? Everyone was stunned instantly. Zhou Yang has only been in the department for less than a month and he has become a manager? This promotion speed is too fast, like riding a rocket. Boss Su, I have an objection. Lu Yan said, Zhou Yang has only been in the department for less than a month and has very little sales experience. We have so many experienced salespeople in our department who are qualified to be sales managers. Letting him be the sales manager will be unpopular. This also expresses the thoughts of many salespeople. Don't worry about this. After all, you and Zhou Yang are both acting managers and have not been promoted to regular managers. During this period, if other sales staff achieve more outstanding results, we can kick you 2 out. Su Jing said. This time Lu Yan remained silent. I wanted to sow discord, but I found out that I haven't even secured the position of manager yet. How embarrassing. That's the arrangement for now. Su Jing said, sales for the East City and West City areas will be assigned to these 2 managers. Afterwards, Su Jing talked about some work arrangements and adjourned the meeting. She called Zhou Yang and Lu Yan to the office to arrange the work of the sales manager. From now on, you're no longer single-handedly working as salespeople. You'll each be responsible for meeting performance targets in your respective regions. Su Jing said, our department still has many management positions vacant, such as deputy director. I plan to promote him from the sales manager group. Come on, you too. Yes, President Su. Lu Yan said, I will definitely live up to your trust. Zhou Yang seemed relatively calm. Zhou Yang, do you have anything to say? Su Jing asked. I'm not sure. Zhou Yang said. In just over a month, Zhou Yang went from an intern who was about to be fired to the acting manager of the department. This rapid jump in positions made him confused. Su Jing said, just do it with all your heart, just like you did with Sanqing. Treat this job with your heart and whether you succeed or not, don't have any regrets. Thank you, Mr. Su, I understand. Su Jing's few words instantly made Zhou Yang feel better. Afterwards, the 2 left Su Jing's office and returned to their respective posts. During the lunch break, Zhou Yang felt a little sleepy and prepared to take a nap in the car. Because I parked my car in the underground parking lot today, it was cool and quiet there. When Zhou Yang came to the front of the car, he saw Zhao Ziying also hurried over. She was wearing high heels and a slim-fitting skirt, revealing most of her white and plump thighs. Her wavy hair was draped over one shoulder, revealing her deep cleavage. She was the ultimate mature woman temptation. Zhou Yang, you want to go out? Zhao Ziying came in front of Zhou Yang and said in a coquettish manner. No, I'm going to take a break. Zhou Yang asked, what do you want? Oh, now that you're a leader, you've become so assertive. Zhao Ziying pouted, looking delicate and aggrieved, and said, I just wanted to talk to you. You are a salesperson in Xiqing district. If you want to talk, go talk to your sales manager. Zhou Yang said, opening the car door and getting in. Zhao Ziying directly opened the passenger door and sat in. Manager Zhou, I don't want to do this in Xiqing district anymore. I want to go to your Dongqing district. Zhao Ziying bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and said in a soft and charming voice, I want to be under you. This sentence is full of teasing and temptation. Zhou Yang said, everyone knows that Xiqing district has good performance. You'll be starving if you come to my place. Zhao Ziying said, Dongqing district has great potential. I'd like to give it a try. Manager Zhou, could you please talk to General Manager Su and transfer me under you? As she spoke, she gently patted Zhou Yang's thigh with one hand. I will definitely listen to you. Take it away. Zhou Yang said coldly. It's not that he has no feelings for this beauty, but he feels that he is not familiar with Zhao Ziying at all. The other party can be so shameless, and it seems that her character is not very good. Hey, Manager Zhou, are you still mad at me? Zhao Ziying said, I was wrong that night. I shouldn't have laughed at you. Now I've broken up with Xie Feng. He's no match for you. He's no match for you in any way. As she spoke, she put her mouth close to Zhou Yang's ear and whispered, You are a real man. Get out of the way. Zhou Yang gently pushed Zhao Ziying's head. Ouch. Zhao Ziying's head sank, her upper body leaned forward, and she fell on Zhou Yang's legs. Chapter 42 Women Fight for Zhou Yang. At the same time, a figure appeared in front. It was a woman in a white dress, and she was looking towards Zhou Yang's car. The woman was none other than Zhou Yang's ex-girlfriend, Lu Wei. From Lu Wei's perspective, the scene in the car was that Zhou Yang pressed Zhao Ziying's head and pushed her down. This action made Lu Wei instantly furious. She rushed to the car, knocked on the door and shouted, What are you doing? Zhao Ziying stood up hurriedly, panicking for a moment. Zhou Yang, who was upright and fearless, rolled down the car window and shouted, Why are you knocking on my car? You two are so shameless doing that in the car, aren't you? Lu Wei looked at Zhou Yang's waistband. But Zhou Yang's pants have elastic bands and no belt, so they can be pulled up instantly. Looking at Zhao Ziying again, her face was flushed, her almond eyes were charming, and she definitely had ulterior motives. Zhou Yang, this is the company. It will have a bad impact if you have sex in the car. Lu Wei said. What's it to you? Zhao Ziying was very upset when LV Wei interrupted her. Manager Zhou and I are discussing work. Who do you think you are? Manager Zhou? LV Wei was stunned. Who is Manager Zhou? Zhou Yang. Zhao Ziying raised the corner of her mouth and sneered, You may not know yet, but Zhou Yang was promoted to sales manager this morning. He's now in management. Ah? Lu Wei was stunned. She had already regretted breaking up with Zhou Yang, and now, after hearing this, she regretted it even more. Zhou Yang, you did a great job. Lu Wei said. You want me to say? Zhao Ziying said, Manager Zhou has negotiated a $1 billion client, so of course he did a good job. Lu Wei had also heard that Zhou Yang had negotiated a 1 billion yuan Sanqing customer for the department. Their administrative department prepared many customer gifts and sent them to the marketing department, asking Zhou Yang to give them to the employees of the other company to build closer relations. At that time, Lu Wei was already jealous. A billionaire client. At the end of the year, sales can earn millions in commission. This is real money, much more valuable than that verbal check from Xie Feng. Especially when Zhou Yang was with her before, he gave her the monthly salary to manage, which meant that millions of dollars just passed her by. Lu Wei couldn't stand this blow, so she kept looking for opportunities to reconcile with Zhou Yang. It was not until Monday that he had just had his lunch break that he went to Zhou Yang's department. Someone said that Zhou Yang went to the underground parking lot, so she went downstairs and happened to see the scene just now. Zhou Yang, can I talk to you alone? Lu Wei said. We've already ended it a long time ago, there's nothing to talk about. Zhou Yang said lightly. You are my first love. We were together for 4 years in college. Just because you say it's over, is it all gone? Lu Wei asked. Don't you feel embarrassed when you say these things? Zhou Yang asked, who was the one who heartlessly proposed breaking up? Who hooked up with a rich man and kicked me out? And who said she didn't want to live with me and suffer for the rest of her life? A series of rhetorical questions came like a tidal wave, leaving Lu Wei unable to refute. But I found that I still like you, Lu Wei said. Have some shame. Zhao Ziying said from the side, you've been living with Xiefeng, and now that Zhou Yang is getting better, you're back to him. I'm not as shameless as you. Bitch, who the hell are you talking about? Lu Wei was already anxious and angry, and after hearing what Zhao Ziying said, she was immediately furious. Who do you say is a bitch? I think you are the bitch, said Zhao Ziying. Alright. Zhou Yang shouted, you two, get out of here and stop arguing. I want to take a nap. As he said that, he pushed Zhao Ziying out of the car. Manager Zhou, can't I just stop making noise? Please don't chase me away. Zhao Ziying looked delicate and kept pulling Zhou Yang's arm with her hands. Don't touch him. You shameless thing. Seeing Zhao Ziying's coquettish look, Lu Wei became furious and reached out her hand to pull Zhao Ziying's hair. Zhao Ziying was not a pushover either. She turned around and stretched out her hand to scratch Lu Wei's face. You're shameless, bitch. The two women started fighting through the car door. Do you want me to call the police? Zhou Yang yelled. The two stopped instantly. Let go of me. Zhou Yang pulled Lu Wei's hand away, and Zhao Ziying also let go. The clothes of both of them were torn open. Zhao Ziying revealed half of her plump and proud face, and Lu Wei also revealed her black lace bra. But looking at this scene, Zhou Yang had no interest at all. Get out of the car. Zhou Yang said to Zhao Ziying. I won't get off the car. Zhao Ziying said coquettishly. You have no right to say such things. Zhou Yang said, get out of the car quickly. Don't wait for me to do anything. Seeing that Zhou Yang was really angry, Zhao Ziying was a little scared and got out of the car angrily. Zhou Yang didn't even look at the two of them and drove straight out of the basement. He needs to find a quiet place to rest. Woo woo woo. Lu Wei squatted on the ground and started crying. At this moment, overwhelming regret swept over her body, and she wanted to slap herself a few times. Zhao Ziying snorted in annoyance and turned away. In the afternoon, Su Jing received a call from a district manager, saying that a major client was interested in cooperating with EPS and needed the sales department to negotiate. The customer is in the east district of the city, which is Zhou Yang's area, and Zhou Yang should have taken the salesperson to talk to him. But the client knew that the sales director was Su Jing, so he specifically asked Su Jing to go. The project that the client was cooperating on was quite large, involving hundreds of millions of dollars in funding, so Su Jing felt that there was no problem in personally discussing it herself. The client has made an appointment for dinner, so you can come with me in the evening, Su Jing said to Zhou Yang. Good. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yang drove Su Jing to the location designated by the client. It was already 6 o'clock when they arrived. This is a restaurant opened by the client himself. There are not many customers in it, just a few. Zhou Yang and Su Jing followed the instructions of the relevant personnel and came to the box. The box is very luxurious and made entirely of wood, as if you have entered a spacious wooden house. The surrounding walls are also carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes, with an antique style. There is a huge round table in the middle, with a tea area and a mahjong area on the side. At this moment, the boss was sitting in the tea area, sipping tea. Mr. Su from EPS is here. The service staff brought Su Jing and Zhou Yang into the room and then left. Mr. He has a buzz cut of about half a centimeter, and his hair is all white. It is hard to tell whether it is dyed or natural. He was wearing a plaid shirt with the collar open, and a large gold chain dangled from it. At this evening time, in the dimly lit box, he was actually wearing a pair of sunglasses. It feels like he is a big brother in the underworld. Several subordinates were sitting in front of him, drinking tea with him. Mr. Su is here, come and sit down. Mr. He stood up and said. But after Su Jing saw the other person's face clearly, she frowned, looked disgusted, and even prepared to turn around and leave. Chapter 41:5 Updates. Su Jing is in danger. Zhou Yang steps forward. Zhou Yang, let's go. Su Jing said. Mr. Su, where are you going? Zhou Yang was stunned. Let's not talk about this client anymore, Su Jing said. Ah? Zhou Yang was even more confused. Why don't you talk about it now? The next second, when Mr. He saw that Su Jing had brought a young man with her, a look of displeasure flashed across his face. Mr. Su, I only asked you to come over to talk to me, why did you bring another one with you? Mr. He asked jokingly. He Quan, do you think this is fun? Su Jing said angrily, you tricked me into coming all the way here to discuss business with you. Are you okay? Mr. Su, what are you talking about? I really have a big business to discuss with you. He Quan spread his hands, looking a bit like a rogue. Mr. Su, do you know this person? Zhou Yang asked. Yeah. Su Jing nodded. He Quan is a customer on the EPS blacklist. EPS Group will label some dishonest customers with red alerts and blacklists. Cooperation with red alert customers is restricted, and cooperation with blacklisted customers is simply prohibited. The reason why He Quan's company was put on EPS's blacklist was because he resold drugs and disrupted the market. He used the name of a chain drugstore company to promise to purchase more than 100 million worth of medicines from EPS every year. EPS then signed a contract with him and gave him the low discount that a large customer with a purchase amount of 100 million should enjoy. But in fact, He Quan does not have any pharmaceutical chain stores. It is just a shell company. He then sold the EPS goods to small roadside pharmacies at high prices and made a profit from the difference. This results in consumers seeing that the prices of EPS drugs sold in various pharmacies vary widely, and some are sold at very high prices. This led many consumers to directly complain to EPS Group to the Consumer Association Center. EPS's reputation has been damaged, and He Quan has been blacklisted. EPS will never cooperate with such clients who use such tricks. Without EPS's medicine, He Quan's source of income was mostly cut off. He tried to find a way to change his appearance and sign a contract with EPS. He even asked his family members to register a company with their ID cards and try to cooperate with EPS. However, his series of operations were discovered by EPS. Now, a year has passed, and he has changed his appearance countless times, but has not won another cooperation opportunity. In desperation, he could only conceal his information and ask the branch office to contact the marketing department to call Su Jing out for a proper talk. Mr. Su, don't go. He Quan hurried forward. It was Su Jing who negotiated with the client He Quan together with a salesperson. In the end, something went wrong and Su Jing was ashamed. So she was very resistant to He Quan. Mr. He, our cooperation has ended. Su Jing said. Boss Su, you can't do this. He Quan spoke with a vulgar tone, I know I was wrong at the beginning, but I also brought you good results. I'd rather not have those achievements. Su Jing said, besides, don't you know how much money you've embezzled? You're the biggest beneficiary. President Su is still as cold as ever. He Quan said, let's not talk about the past. Today I want to have a good discussion with you about cooperation. Sorry, there's nothing to talk about. Su Jing quickened her pace and was about to leave the box. Boss Su. He Quan frowned and shouted, you're not interested in money, are you? What do you mean? Su Jing asked. If you can give me a chance to cooperate, I will give you 30% of all the profits I make. He Quan said, Boss Su, this is my greatest sincerity. The last time they worked together, he made over 80 million yuan by reselling medicines. 30% is more than 20 million. Although Su Jing is at the EPS director level, this huge sum of money is enough to keep Su Jing busy for several years. He thought the conditions he offered were tempting enough. Su Jing sneered, 30%? Even if you give it all to me, I still can't cooperate. After saying that, he turned around and left resolutely. Boss Su. You really don't know how to behave. He Quan gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand gently, and his subordinate handed him a cigarette and lit it. He Quan took a deep breath and looked up and down at Su Jing's back, with obscene light flashing in his eyes. Su Jing arrived at the door and prepared to push it open to leave, but the door seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds and could not be opened no matter what she did. Ha ha ha. He Quan walked towards Su Jing with a cigarette in his mouth. Boss Su, we haven't discussed the matter yet, how can you just leave? What do you want to do? Su Jing's eyes flashed with a cold light. What do I want to do? I want to talk business with you. He Quan grinned, revealing half of his gold teeth. You're breaking the law by doing this, Su Jing said. I advise you to behave yourself, or you'll end up in jail sooner or later. Mr. Su is really good at talking. He Quan said, however, since you've come to me today, the initiative is in my hands. I just want to ask Mr. Su, can we cooperate? Cannot. Su Jing was resolute and not afraid at all. Zhou Yang was also very impressed by this scene. Apart from the halo of sales director, Su Jing is just a woman in her early 30s. Facing this group of social elements with bad intentions, she remained calm and composed, domineering and cool. What a heroine! Boss Su, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. He Quan took off his sunglasses, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. He Quan, I'm telling you, don't try to scare people with this. I, Su Jing, won't fall for it. Su Jing's pretty face was furious, and she shouted, open the door, or I'll call the police. Call the police? Ha ha. He Quan sneered, can you even make the call? Several of his men stepped forward and stared at Su Jing with murderous eyes. If Su Jing dared to take out her phone, they would snatch it away in the next second. Boss Su, you're such a smart person, you must have seen clearly that I, He Quan, dare to do this business because I have someone backing me up. He Quan said with a sinister smile, to be honest, I'm just an assistant. It's my boss who asked me to come to you for help. If you don't agree today, he's going to get angry. I don't care who your boss is. I'll count to 3 and you must let us out today. Su Jing said. 3. 2. I'm giving you face. He Quan shouted, tie her up for me first. Several younger brothers behind him rushed directly towards Su Jing. Let's see who dares. The next second, Zhou Yang stepped forward and stood in front of Su Jing. Su Jing looked at Zhou Yang's strong back and was suddenly stunned. She was worried that Zhou Yang would be scared when he saw this scene, but she didn't expect that he would dare to stand up. But today she brought Zhou Yang to meet the client. If something happened, she would implicate Zhou Yang. She tugged at Zhou Yang's sleeve and said, don't be impulsive. Then, he said to He Quan, don't you want to talk to me about something? Okay, I'll talk to you. Let my subordinates go first. Su Jing was so brave at this moment that Zhou Yan was even a little moved. Facing those evil people, she, a weak woman, had such courage and responsibility, which is really admirable. Let him out? He Quan smiled sinisterly, no. He could see that Su Jing still cared about her subordinates and was planning to use Zhou Yang as a bargaining chip. How could she let him go? If you negotiate a good cooperation with me, you will all be safe, and there is no need to let him out. He Quan said, unless you are playing tricks on me. He Quan, I'll say it again, let my subordinates out first. Su Jing was not at all inferior in momentum and was very aggressive. Let him out and call the police? Ha ha ha. Stop it, Mr. Su. He Quan said, I won't waste time talking to you. You must sign the contract with me today, otherwise. He stared at Su Jing's body with obscene eyes, scanning up and down, and finally landing on her chest. What else? Zhou Yang suddenly asked, can you still eat people? Do you have the right to speak with him? A younger brother roared loudly and pretended to rush towards Zhou Yang. He Quan grabbed his younger brother and said to Zhou Yang, young man, how much do you get paid for working? Don't work so hard. Zhou Yang said, I don't want to fight to the death, but if anyone dares to touch my boss, I don't mind fighting him to the death. My life is not as valuable as the lives of all of you here. If I die with one, I won't lose anything, but if I die with 2, I'll make a lot of money. Then, he stared at He Quan with cold eyes, if I am lucky enough to take you with me, I will die with my eyes closed. Zhou Yang's words scared the other party. I didn't expect that this seemingly gentle young man would speak with such a gangster-like tone. Boy, you've got guts. He Quan said, but you'd better not do something as stupid as an ant trying to move an elephant. The implication is, you ant, don't think you are so powerful. Zhou Yang smiled coldly. The reason why he was so confident was that when he happened to come out today, he brought the gold medal given to him by Brother Long from KTV. He said to He Quan, although I am an ant, I have an elephant behind me. Have you heard of Huashi Qiao having a beam? Seeing that He Quan and the others were also gangsters, he bet that they had heard of Qiao Youliang's name. I don't know him. He Quan said, why, are you making up a name to scare me? No need. Zhou Yang said, if you don't believe me, I'll make a phone call now and show you who is the ant and who is the elephant. What the hell? He Quan jokingly said, you want to call the police? Do you think I'm stupid? Whoever calls the police is a bastard. Zhou Yang said, I'm Qiao Youliang's friend. If you dare to touch me today, Brother Qiao won't let you go. Seeing that the other party was very powerful and did not seem to be lying, He Quan began to have doubts in his heart. Okay, I'll let you make a phone call so I can see what your bridge, beam, and other things are like. He Kwon said, but you have to put the phone in front of us when you do it. Can. Zhou Yang took out his cell phone, then took out his gold medal and dialed the number on it. Everyone was stunned when they saw the gold medal, and then waited for the call to be connected. Chapter 42 The Big Boss Enters. After a moment, the call was connected. Hello, who is this? It was a woman's voice, probably Xiao Yuliang's mistress. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Xiao. I'm Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang said. Hearing it was Zhou Yang calling, Xiao Yuliang quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhou, what happened? Because the number left on his gold medal is a special mobile phone number. As long as this phone is rang, something has happened. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry to bother you while you're injured. Zhou Yang said, I did run into some trouble today. I'm at 88 Huijin Street right now, and some people have held my boss and me hostage. Could you please use your connections to smooth things over? What's the other person's name? Xiao Yuliang asked. He Quan. Zhou Yang said. Xiao Yuliang had never heard the other party's name before, and said to Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou, let him answer the phone. Good. Zhou Yang handed the phone to He Quan. Hey. He Quan said in a scoundrel tone, who are you? I'm Punan Xiao Yuliang. Xiao Yuliang said, Zhou Yang is my brother. If there's anything, I'll help him solve it. Just tell me directly. Xiao Yuliang is worthy of being a big brother in society and he is loyal. He didn't even ask what Zhou Yang had done wrong. Even if it was exposed, he would still take the blame. Who do you think you are? He Quan shouted, I've never even heard of you. You don't need to hear it. Tell me, how can I let my brother go? Xiao Yuliang said in a low voice. He has been able to control his temper. If He Quan was in front of him now, he would probably kick him. He Quan said, I have no grudge against your brother, but he insisted on showing off and protecting his boss. His boss and I have a big business deal to discuss, and you, my brother, are ruining my business. What do you think I should do? Xiao Yuliang said, I don't care what big business you want to discuss, you must release my brother and his boss now. Damn, you're so awesome. He Quan sneered. Although he didn't know Xiao Yuliang, the calm tone of Xiao Yuliang's voice on the phone and the natural majesty when he spoke made him a little confused. He expected the other party to be quite powerful, so he used his own people as a backer and said, I don't care where you come from, but this business belongs to my boss, Brother Hao. Don't play tricks on me. If you want to play tricks on me, Brother Hao is the ancestor. Brother Hao? Xiao Yuliang asked, Li Jiu Hao? Have you heard of my boss? He Quan was shocked. Xiao Yuliang sneered, I didn't expect that the men trained by Yao Hao are so ignorant of the rules. I think it's necessary to remind him. Then, he said to He Quan, I'm hanging up now and calling your boss. You'd better not mess around. Do you know Brother Hao? He Quan was even more surprised. More than just knowing him. Xiao Yuliang sneered, didn't your boss tell you who he followed when he was out there? He Quan heard the meaning of these words and felt that the Xiao Yuliang in front of him seemed to be Brother Hao's former boss. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Yuliang hung up the phone and prepared to call Li Jiuhao. The mistress beside him said that Li Jiuhao is an ungrateful bastard. He hasn't come back to see you since he left you. Are you sure calling him will work? Xiao Yuliang said, he has always been dissatisfied with me. Now that he has grown stronger, he naturally doesn't need to curry favor with me anymore. But given the current situation, I took the initiative to call him, and he still doesn't dare to ignore me. After saying that, Xiao Yuliang made a phone call. Ha, Brother Liang, what brings you here? Li Jiuhao's voice rang out. Do you have a younger brother named He Quan? Asked Xiao Yuliang. Yeah. Li Jiuhao paused and asked, what's wrong? Xiao Yuliang said, He Quan has held my brother hostage. Oh my, how could this happen? Didn't the flood flush out the Dragon King temple? Li Jiuhao said, Brother Liang called me just for this? Yes, I need your little brother now, let him go immediately, said Xiao Yuliang. Hey, Brother Liang, let me be frank. If your brother didn't do anything wrong, how could my little brother hold him hostage for no reason? Li Jiuhao said, you used to be my big brother. You always taught me to be reasonable in what I say and do. You can let me go, but I also have to ask my little brother, what exactly did your brother do? My brother is just a small employee of the company. How could he do such a bad thing in front of you? Xia Yuliang said, Ahao, you don't have to laugh at me. I'm putting this on the line. This guy must be released today. Li Zhouhao gritted his teeth and said, Ha, brother Liang, you used to be my boss. I'm giving you this face. I'm going to call Yi Quan now. Wait for my news. After Li Zhouhao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Xiao Yuliang frowned, thought for a moment, and said to his mistress, Contact Ah Hu and ask him to take a few brothers to number 88 Huijin Street. Hurry! The mistress frowned and asked, Didn't Ah Hao agree to let him go? Ah Hao is a ruthless person, and he has always held a grudge against me. He's just not as powerful as me right now, so he has to give me this face. However, he might resort to some shady tactics. Xiao Yuliang said, Hurry up and call Ah Hu and the others over, just in case. Good. The mistress called Ah Hu. On this side, Li Zhouhao hung up the phone, gritting his teeth in anger. Fuck. Xiao Yuliang, you F King think you're my boss? And you're giving me orders? FCKU. Brother Hao, if we fight head-on right now, we are no match for Xiao Yuliang. Please be patient, said the military advisor beside him. Li Zhouhao took a deep breath, and the flesh on his face twitched slightly. After a moment, he picked up the phone and called Yi Quan. Hey, brother Hao. Xia Yuliang's brother is in your hands, right? Li Zhouhao asked. Yes, that boy's name is Zhou Yang. Why hold him hostage? Brother Hao, didn't you ask me to finalize the EPS contract quickly? I asked the sales director of EPS to come over to discuss business today. Zhou Yang is the sales director's subordinate and came along. Now the business talks have broken down and the other party doesn't agree to cooperate. Naturally, I can't let her go. Yi Quan said. Is that so? Li Zhouhao nodded. The last time he cooperated with EPS, he made 80 million in just 2 months. This time, they are well prepared, and if they can cooperate, making hundreds of millions will not be a problem. With such a huge income, Li Zhouhao naturally had to do everything he could to get it. Yi Quan is his right-hand man, and Li Zhouhao naturally agrees with Yi Quan's approach. Quan, Xiao Yuliang was my former boss, I have to give him this face. Li Zhouhao said. Then I'll let him go? Yi Quan said unwillingly. I can release him, but only after the job is done. Li Zhouhao said, I can't stop doing business just because of Xiao Yuliang's words. So what do you mean, brother Hao? Yi Quan asked. You must act now, no matter what method you use, force them both to sign the contract. Li Zhouhao said, the more ruthless the better. Just leave that kid named Zhou Yang some breathing space. Okay, I understand. Yi Quan said. Chapter 43, Kill Them All. In the restaurant box. Yi Quan hung up the phone with a sinister sneer on his face. Zhou Yang, your elder brother is useless. He can't save you. If you two don't sign the contract today, you won't be able to leave here. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 5 burly younger brothers rushed forward behind him, staring at him fiercely, ready to attack at any time. Bang! Yi Quan threw the contract he had prepared long ago on the table and looked at Su Jing. Boss Su, I don't have time to waste. Sign the contract now, or I'll let the brothers take turns to kill you. Su Jing gritted her teeth and shouted coldly, Yi Quan, you won't end well if you do this. Stop talking nonsense. Sign it now. As Yi Quan spoke, he walked forward and tried to pull Su Jing over to sign. Zhou Yang took a step forward and stood in front of Su Jing. If anyone dares to touch my boss, I will fight him to the death. You don't want to live anymore, beat me. Yi Quan waved his hand, and the yellow-haired little brother on his left rushed towards Zhou Yang first, and his fist as big as a casserole hit Zhou Yang in the face. Zhou Yang had fought a lot recently and was very experienced in this kind of situation. Instead of retreating, he advanced and lowered his left shoulder slightly to avoid the punch. Then, the yellow-haired man swung another punch horizontally, hitting Zhou Yang's arm. Zhou Yang blocked the punch head-on, grabbed the opponent's wrist, and pressed his thumb precisely on the Yangshi point on the radial styloid process. Ah! The yellow-haired man screamed and his entire arm went limp in an instant. Zhou Yang spun around and rammed his right knee into the yin bao point on the inside of his thigh. The yellow-haired man fell to his knees like a cut piece of wood, and his knees made a dull sound as they hit the tiles. He's a martial artist. Seeing this, another scar-faced brother picked up the mahogany chair behind him and threw it at Zhou Yang. Snap! The mahogany chair hit Zhou Yang's arms, breaking both legs instantly, and Zhou Yang was also knocked off balance. Seeing that Zhou Yang was about to fall, Scarface took advantage of the situation and raised the chair to smash it down on Zhou Yang's head. Careful! Seeing this, Su Jing, who was standing by, pushed Su Jing away and was hit hard on the shoulder by the chair. Ah! Su Jing felt severe pain in her shoulder and stumbled down under a pillar. Boss Su! Seeing this, Zhou Yang's eyes turned red instantly. That fearless spirit filled his body again. Come at me if you want to fight. He stood up and rushed towards the thugs in front. Scarface raised the stool again and threw it at Zhou Yang. Snap! The stool hit Zhou Yang and broke into pieces. But Zhou Yang seemed not to be afraid of the pain. He rushed forward and kicked without any pause. Scarface was caught off guard and was kicked backwards. The other two thugs were behind Scarface and were rushing forward, but were knocked back by Scarface's body. Zhou Yang took advantage of the situation, put his right index finger and middle finger together, and pointed at the Tsuchi point on the scarred face's right elbow, holding the chair as fast as lightning. There was a slight click sound, and Scarface howled miserably, with his entire arm twisted at a strange angle. Zhou Yang picked up the broken stool leg on the ground and rushed forward. Get your weapons! He Quan shouted. The two younger brothers who were dizzy from the collision just reacted when they saw a flash before their eyes and Zhou Yang's stick had hit them on the head. One of the younger brothers had his head smashed in an instant, and the other younger brother wearing a flowered shirt hurriedly took a step back and touched his waist. Zhou Yang had already approached the opponent. He remembered the markings on the joint vital points diagram in golden scales. Before the opponent could take out his weapon, he pressed the stick in his hand against the Lianxuan point below the opponent's throat. Ah! The screams of the man in the flowered shirt were like a cat with its tail stepped on, echoing terrifyingly in the box. In an instant, He Quan's nameless subordinates had lost their combat effectiveness. He Quan was dumbfounded at this moment. How could this frail young man in front of him have such strong fighting power? He didn't have time to think about it, so he picked up a bottle of wine and walked towards Zhou Yang again. Zhou Yang dodged sideways and swung the wooden stick in his hand towards He Quan. Bang! He Quan was hit hard on the left arm with a stick. But his fighting ability was stronger than those younger brothers. Enduring the pain in his left arm, he hit Zhou Yang's head with the wine bottle. Snap! The bottle shattered, splashing a piece of broken glass. Zhou Yang ignored the pain and rushed forward, grabbing his injured left arm like lightning. Ah! It hurts, it hurts! He Quan screamed in pain. Zhou Yang seized the opportunity and pushed in the opposite direction along the joint. Ah! He Quan's screams rang out, shaking the chandelier. Zhou Yang did not give up. He accurately poked the Jichuan point under his armpit with his right index finger, and at the same time pushed his left knee towards his crotch. He Quan felt as if all his bones were pulled out, and he fell to the ground, twitching continuously. Zhou Yang stepped on He Quan's face, lowered his head, and shouted angrily, "I told you not to touch my boss, but you refused to believe me. How about this time?" Zhou Yang's head was also broken by the wine bottle, and blood flowed down his forehead and dripped onto He Quan's face. The severe pain made He Quan lose his fighting ability. I give in, I give in. Humph. Zhou Yang snorted coldly and turned to Su Jing. Boss Su, how are you? I'm fine. Su Jing rubbed her shoulders. She had just been hit by a stool and her shoulder was a little swollen, but other parts of her body were fine. Zhou Yang said, I'll take you to the hospital. As he said that, he helped Su Jing up and prepared to walk out. At this time, there was a noisy sound coming from outside the box. Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou, which box are you in? The next second, someone kicked open the door of the box, and more than a dozen burly men rushed in. The leader was Brother Hu, a fierce general under Qiao Yuliang. Although I didn't know Zhou Yang, I knew I had come to the right place when I saw the scene in the house. Mr. Zhou, who is Mr. Zhou? Brother Hu asked the people who fell to the ground. I'm Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Ah? Brother Hu was stunned and hurried forward. Mr. Zhou, I'm the person Brother Qiao Yuliang asked to pick you up. Just call me Ahu. Are you okay? It's okay, just a superficial wound. Zhou Yang said. Then Brother Hu looked around and saw the ground in a mess. 5 or 6 thugs were lying on the ground wailing. Mr. Zhou, you defeated them all by yourself? Brother Hu asked in surprise. Lucky. Zhou Yang smiled modestly. Awesome. Brother who gave a thumbs up. At this time, Xiao Yuliang had not received any call from Li Jiuhao, so he called him in a hurry. "Ahao, I asked you to release him, but you haven't replied to my message for such a long time." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yuliang asked. "I don't mean anything." Li Jiuhao sat at the table, drinking tea, and said slowly, "I've also been discussing this with my younger brother. Alas, as a big brother, you know that these days, younger brothers have strong personalities and are difficult to lead." "Stop talking nonsense and let him go," said Xiao Yuliang. "Let him go. Let him go." Li Jiuhao stretched out his tone and said nonchalantly, "Don't be so anxious, I will ask my men to let him go. I have to give you face." Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Li Jiuhao hung up the phone. Xiao Yuliang gritted his teeth and said, "This bastard, I knew he would play dirty tricks." Xiao Yuliang hurriedly called Ahu. "Ahu, you guys need to move faster, Mr. Zhou is in danger." "Brother, we are here," said Ahu. "Have you found Mr. Zhou?" "Found it." "How is he?" "He's pretty good. He took down everyone on the other side by himself." Chapter 44 Talent. Ah. Xiao Yuliang couldn't help but feel a little surprised. How many people are there on the other side? 5 or 6. Ah, who replied? One person takes on 5 or 6 opponents, how impressive! Xiao Yuliang exclaimed. A gangster like him has seen the world and met many capable people. He often brags on the internet that he can beat 10 people alone, but this hardly ever happens in reality. Of course, there are some killers and special forces who are well versed in killing and can do it. But that is too far away from the world of ordinary people. You know, Zhou Yang is just an EPS salesman. Under such circumstances, he can fight 5 or 6 thugs alone. His talent is evident. Xiao Yuliang is well aware of the value of such talents. Being good at fighting not only shows his bravery, but also his wit, calmness, inner strength, and many other valuable factors. In addition, his medical skills are so superb that it is rare to meet such talents in normal times. Xiao Yuliang has many brave generals around him, but in his heart, Zhou Yang is unique. Is Mr. Zhou injured? Xiao Yuliang asked hurriedly. Mr. Zhou suffered minor injuries, said Ahu. Hurry up and send Mr. Zhou to the hospital. I will discuss the rest with Li Jiuhao, said Xiao Yuliang. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yuliang called Li Jiuhao. After ringing for a long time, the other end finally picked up the phone, still in a nagging tone. Brother Liang, what's the matter? I told you I'd let him go. There's no need to keep rushing me. I have other things to do. Xiao Yuliang sneered in his heart. I called you this time not to urge you to release the person, but to comfort you. Consolation to me? Li Jiuhao was stunned. Consolation to me for what? Your men are all down. How badly injured are they? Xiao Yuliang was feeling proud. Oh, I told you to let them go, but you insisted on causing trouble. Now look what happened. I got a beating. You're asking for death. The last 2 words seeking death were said by Xiao Yuliang with gritted teeth, and the intention conveyed was very clear. Li Jiuhao was a little confused. What do you mean? What do I mean? Xiao Yuliang snorted and laughed. Just call your men and ask them and you'll know. By the way, let me remind you, don't even think about going against me. You don't have the ability to do that. After saying that, Xiao Yuliang hung up the phone. Li Jiuhao was furious and called He Quan. A few seconds later, He Quan Kai answered the phone. How is the task assigned to you going? Li Jiuhao asked. Brother Hao, ouch. Brother Hao, we were beaten by that kid. He Quan said, the brothers are all injured now, and that kid has been taken away. Fuck, waste. Li Jiuhao was so angry that he threw the teapot to the ground and picked up the tea in the broken pieces. Who picked up that kid? Li Jiuhao asked. That man's name is Ahu, and he's Xiao Yuliang's subordinate. He Quan said. Was it Xiao Yuliang's men who beat you up? Li Jiuhao asked. No, brother Hao, it's that kid named Zhou Yang, he's alone. When He Quan reached this point, he felt too embarrassed to continue. After hearing this, Li Jiuhao was so angry that his teeth almost broke. No wonder Xiao Yuliang was so confident just now. It turned out that he already knew the situation in advance. Why the hell didn't you notify me first? Li Jiuhao asked. Ouch, ouch, I almost can't breathe in so much pain. This is the only way I can speak normally, brother Hao. He Quan explained. The reason why he didn't call Li Jiuhao immediately after the accident was mainly because he hadn't figured out how to explain it to Li Jiuhao. There were 5 or 6 of them, and they were defeated by a young man from the other side. They would be too embarrassed to tell others about it. Useless. A bunch of fucking useless. Li Jiuhao hung up the phone angrily, gritting his teeth. Xiao Yuliang, we'll see what happens. Here, Hu and others wanted to send Zhou Yang and Su Jing to the hospital, but Zhou Yang refused. I'm fine, I can go by myself. Sorry to trouble you. Zhou Yang said. Look at what you said, we can't help much. Hu said. At this time, his phone rang. It was Xiao Yuliang calling. Mr. Xiao, thank you for your help. Zhou Yang said after answering the phone. Oh, what a shame. Xiao Yuliang said, you handled the situation on your own this time, so my help isn't counted. The gold card is still valid. Next time you have any problems, call me. Okay. Zhou Yang said. Mr. Zhou, I heard from Hu that you were also slightly injured. Why don't you ask them to take you to Jiangrun Hospital? Xiao Yuliang said, all medical expenses are free. He actually wanted to take this opportunity to meet Zhou Yang. No need, Mr. Xiao. There's a hospital nearby. Zhou Yang said, I can provide treatment nearby. By the way, tell your brothers to go back first. Since Zhou Yang said so, Xiao Yuliang didn't want to force it and immediately asked Hu and others to go back home. After seeing everyone off, Zhou Yang drove Su Jing to a nearby hospital for treatment. Zhou Yang carefully helped Su Jing register, escorted Su Jing to the medical room, and took very thoughtful care of her. The doctor said that Su Jing only had skin injuries and no internal injuries, and she would be fine after recovery. As for Zhou Yang, he needs to make an appointment to see a doctor as soon as possible because his wound needs to be cleaned and disinfected as soon as possible. It's okay, help this lady first, I will go to register later. Zhou Yang said. Seeing this, Su Jing felt warm in her heart. Zhou Yang ignored his own injuries and was so attentive to her. A man like this is really suitable to be a boyfriend and husband. Zhou Yang, don't worry about me, go and take care of your wound first. Su Jing said. Then I'll go. Seeing that Su Jing was fine, Zhou Yang didn't waste any time. After treating the wound, Zhou Yang drove Su Jing home. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Are you hungry? Su Jing asked Zhou Yang. Yes, a little bit. Zhou Yang said. They hadn't had dinner yet when they came out. Let's go, I'll take you to a nice restaurant. Su Jing said. Okay. The two got out of the car and came to a small local restaurant. Beautiful lady, you're here again. The shop owner recognized Su Jing and greeted her warmly. Seeing Zhou Yang behind her, he immediately said, oh my, you're finally in love. Your boyfriend is quite handsome. But why is your head injured? Su Jing blushed, I knocked on it. Ouch, be careful. If you hit your head, you'll become stupid. The shop owner said to Zhou Yang, you just found such a beautiful girlfriend. It would be a shame if she became stupid. Wouldn't that make her a good gift to someone else? Zhou Yang felt shy and secretly glanced at Su Jing. Su Jing's face was also flushed at this time, as beautiful as the sunset. Boss, he's not my boyfriend, he's my colleague. Su Jing said, order. Oh, this is still the probation period, young man, come on. The boss hurriedly handed over the menu. These words made Su Jing's face turn even redder. She looked towards Zhou Yang and happened to meet Zhou Yang's gaze. Their eyes met and Su Jing was a little at a loss for a moment. Chapter 45 Sister gives you a gift. Zhou Yang, I'm familiar with this place, I'll just order the dishes. Su Jing hurriedly. Good. Su Jing ordered the dishes and started chatting with Zhou Yang. I heard that you are in love with a girl from the administrative department? Su Jing asked. No. Zhou Yang said. It's time to get off work now. There is no boss or subordinate relationship between us, so we can speak freely. Su Jing said. In fact, it was Lu Wei who spread the word everywhere that she and Zhou Yang were a couple. This matter reached Su Jing's ears, but Zhou Yang never cared about the personal affairs of his subordinates. They happened to be having dinner together today and there was nothing to talk about, so he asked one more question. I have nothing to hide. Zhou Yang said, LV Wei from the administration department and I were indeed boyfriend and girlfriend, but we broke up later. Oh. Su Jing nodded. Then how did you get to know those people in society? That's a coincidence. Zhou Yang told about meeting a client that day and how he helped Xiao Yuliang stop the bleeding. Su Jing recalled Zhou Yang pressing her acupuncture points when she was having menstrual cramps, and she couldn't help but feel touched. You are such a good doctor, you can definitely go into medicine, why do you want to be a salesperson? Zhou Yang smiled faintly, for the dream. Dream? Su Jing was a little confused. Zhou Yang said, being a doctor can only save a part of the people, but if I can stand on a high enough mountain and carry forward what I inherited from my ancestors, I can save the whole world. At this moment, there was an indelible gleam in Zhou Yang's eyes, which made Su Jing palpitate. This guy is a bit of a middle school student. However, in today's society, there are too few young people who have such ideas and ambitions. Zhou Yang's innocence and dreams deserve praise. As a result, Su Jing also had a new understanding of Zhou Yang. At this time, the food came up and the two of them ate and chatted. It tastes good, Zhou Yang exclaimed. Su Jing smiled and said, of course. I don't have time to cook when I get home from get off work, so I come here to eat. Mr. Su, it has to be you. You have unique vision and good taste. Zhou Yang praised. Women naturally like to be praised, and even someone as strong as Su Jing is no exception. She felt very comfortable in her heart. Boss Su, I just heard from the shop owner that you're still single. Zhou Yang said, how come you're such an outstanding woman, still single? This doesn't make sense. We're talking about your own thing, why are you bringing me up? Su Jing said with a cold face. Oh, I finished talking about mine, it's your turn now. Zhou Yang said. You ask too many questions. Tell me about it. Shut up and eat. That's not fair. Zhou Yang put down his chopsticks and said angrily, you just said it was time to get off work, but now you're acting like a boss, saying one thing and doing another. You. Su Jing frowned, and after a while, she sighed, I have a fiancé. Ah? Zhou Yang looked at Su Jing in surprise. But I don't like it. Su Jing said, I moved out to live on my own just to avoid him. If you don't like it, just break up. Zhou Yang said. We're not even dating, so how can we break up? Su Jing said, my fiancé is the CEO of a group. My family arranged for me to be married. Is that so? Zhou Yang exclaimed, it turns out that a woman as outstanding as President Su must be worthy of a CEO. I don't really care about that. Su Jing said, having money and being in love are two different things. I've been out for the past few years just to show my family that I'm capable of making enough money and don't need to find some CEO to marry me. Zhou Yang nodded, if my girlfriend had thought like you, we wouldn't have broken up. This sentence was very ambiguous, linking Su Jing with his ex-girlfriend, which invisibly brought their identities closer. Su Jing said, let's not talk about this anymore, let's eat. After dinner, Zhou Yang wanted to take Su Jing home. Su Jing smiled and said, no need to take me home. My rented house is in this community. I'll go home first. Remember not to be late for work tomorrow. Su Jing changed back into the appearance of a cold female director, and the big sister next door had long disappeared. Zhou Yang sighed, okay, Mr. Su, let's withdraw. Zhou Yang. Su Jing suddenly called out to Zhou Yang who was opening the car door. What's wrong, Mr. Su? Zhou Yang stopped and looked at Su Jing. Thank you for today. Su Jing said, and hurriedly turned around and left, because her face felt like it was burning and she was afraid of being seen by Zhou Yang. You're welcome, Mr. Su. You're my boss, it's my duty. Before Zhou Yang finished speaking, Su Jing had already entered the community. Alas, has President Su always been so decisive? Zhou Yang got in the car and left. After returning to the villa, Tang Yumei was sitting in the spacious living room in a daze. Sister Mei, why haven't you slept yet? Zhou Yang asked. What's wrong with your head? Tang Yumei hurried forward when she saw Zhou Yang coming back. Oh, it's okay. I bumped into him when I went to meet a client today. Zhou Yang said. Why are you so careless? Tang Yumei said with some heartache. Sister Mei, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why aren't you asleep yet? Zhou Yang put on his slippers and walked to the sofa with Tang Yumei. He asked, are you worried about something? It's not really a worry. Tang Yumei smiled somewhat reluctantly. Suddenly, she looked up at Zhou Yang with sincere eyes. I'm going to the United States next week. Ah? Zhou Yang's expression froze. Although Tang Yumei had told him this a long time ago, he was still a little surprised when he heard the news. Sister May, why so fast? Zhou Yang asked. Market expansion in North America has begun, and I need to devote myself wholeheartedly. I can't delay any longer. Tang Yumei said, actually, I should be there this week. Then why? Zhou Yang asked. I haven't given you a gift yet. Tang Yumei looked at Zhou Yang with tenderness in her eyes, her beautiful eyes as gentle and moving as spring water. Zhou Yang was suddenly shocked. Sister May actually delayed her trip to North America for a week just for me? Sister May. Zhou Yang choked up a little, thinking that this gentle elder sister suddenly disappeared from his life. He didn't know when he would meet her again, and his heart ached. Sister May, please don't let me delay you. Zhou Yang calmed down and said, you can give me my gift any time. Your career is more important. No, I must give you the gift before I leave. As she spoke, Tang Yumei stood up, took Zhou Yang's hand in hers, and asked lovingly, Zhou Yang, you like me, right? Yeah. Zhou Yang nodded. It would be a lie to say that I don't like her. A charming mature woman like Tang Yumei has the innocence of a girl and the charm of a mature woman. She is simply a killer of boys. The two kissed passionately in the bathroom, which was enough to show their feelings for each other. Then do you want a sister? Tang Yumei asked gently, her pair of white jade arms wrapped around Zhou Yang's neck. Zhou Yang was shocked. It's finally here. He guessed that Tang Yumei was going to give her body to him. But when Zhou Yang heard her say it herself, his heart was still filled with turmoil. What? You don't want to? Tang Yumei stared at Zhou Yang eagerly. It's not that I don't want to. Zhou Yang said, it's just, are we suitable? I'm divorced and single, and you don't have a girlfriend. Is there anything wrong with love between a man and a woman? It's legally and morally permitted, isn't it? Tang Yumei said, grabbing Zhou Yang's wrist with one hand and letting him put his hand on her lower back. Hold me tight. Chapter 46, Breaking the Taboo? Zhou Yang was so distracted by Tang Yumei that his hand climbed up to her. When there was no distance between their bodies, hormones quickly swept through the entire living room. The moonlight outside the window soaked the curtains into a translucent layer of gauze, which slightly penetrated. Tang Yumei's eyes were blurred at the moment, and the slit of her skirt revealed her beautiful legs, which were tender and white, revealing her eager charm. Zhou Yang! Tang Yumei moaned softly, her sexy red lips slightly opened, revealing her white teeth. The lychee wine she had just drunk made her voice taste sweet as lychee. At this late night, at this moment, Tang Yumei is an irreplaceable goddess in Zhou Yang's heart. She is so beautiful, so sexy, and so graceful. Zhou Yang was also a young man full of vigor and vitality. He could not resist such temptation and kissed her immediately. When Zhou Yang's first kiss landed on the corner of her lips, he tasted the sweetness between her lips, like the juice bursting out when biting into fresh fruit flesh. Tang Yumei's body softened and she fell onto the sofa. The jade bracelet hit the side of the leather sofa, making a dull sound. The pearl pendants on her earlobes trembled slightly with her breathing. Just as they were about to move on to the next step, Tang Yumei suddenly grabbed Zhou Yang's hand. Zhou Yang, not yet. Why? My relatives are here, said Tang Yumei. Ah? Zhou Yang instantly felt that he had been fooled. Don't be angry. Tang Yumei said, I'm just not sure whether you really want this gift from me. Otherwise, if I accept your wish, it will be so embarrassing. What about now? Are you sure? Zhou Yang asked with a frown. Yes. Tang Yumei said in a rather coquettish tone, I was supposed to go to the United States last Friday, but because of relatives coming, I couldn't give you this gift, so I chose to go a week later. Only then did Zhou Yang realize that Tang Yumei had actually wasted a whole week just to give him a gift. This touched him deeply. Sister May, how long will it take you to come back from the United States this time? It's hard to say, Tang Yumei said. It depends on how the work is progressing. If it goes well, I can come back in a month or two and stay for a while before leaving. If it goes slowly, I'll have to stay there for a long time, and I might not have enough time to come back. So, do you plan to settle down in the United States in the future? How is that possible? Tang Yumei's cold fingertips brushed Zhou Yang's cheek, and she said teasingly, how can I settle down in the United States while you're here? I'll just come back after I stabilize my business. Yeah. Zhou Yang nodded. Before I leave, I will tell you a secret that you really want to know. Tang Yumei said with a mysterious smile. Oh? Sister May, your method is very clever. It makes me feel itchy. Zhou Yang said. Look forward to it. Tang Yumei said, in 2 or 3 days, I will give you the gift and tell you the secret. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Zhou Yang said. When Zhou Yang returned to his room that night, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep for a while. He began to recall what he had learned in Golden Scale from childhood to adulthood. Because recently, every time he fought, as long as he could stay calm, he could always rely on what he learned from the Golden Scale to defeat his opponent. Although we live in a harmonious society, there is still disharmony in many corners. So Zhou Yang decided to focus on physical training starting from today. From childhood to adulthood, he has been physically trained more than ordinary people, otherwise he would not have faced so many thugs and still had a chance to win. In addition, there are many methods similar to stimulating the Higu point in Golden Scales to instantly strengthen oneself and double the combat effectiveness. The human body is a very complex thing. Martial arts novels often say that if the Ren and Du meridians are opened, a person will become enlightened. There is a similar statement in Golden Scales, but it is not talking about the Ren and Du meridians. In the Golden Scale, there are some acupuncture points that, after stimulation, will not cause any pain for a short period of time, making one extremely brave. There are also some meridian gates that, after being stimulated, will make the body more agile, and the brain's insight and reaction abilities will be first-rate. These things are powerful, but they have to be consumed in advance. People feel very weak after using it. Therefore, Zhou Yang decided to exercise well and try to turn the tide with his own abilities. Use those trump cards in dangerous moments. As he was thinking about this, Zhou Yang suddenly felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. The next day when he arrived at the company and just entered the department, Zhou Yang felt that everyone's eyes were a little strange. Zhao Ziying came up to Zhou Yang and said, Manager Zhou, I have something to tell you. As he said that, he motioned Zhou Yang to go to the corridor. Is there anything that can't be said here? Zhou Yang frowned. Zhao Ziying is quite good-looking, with the allure of a mature woman in her temperament, and her figure is top-notch. Her proud presence sways in front of Zhou Yang. It's a private matter. Zhao Ziying said in a low and coquettish voice. This is a company, we don't talk about personal matters. Zhou Yang said. Manager Zhou, I don't understand. Zhao Ziying was furious and said directly, why do you still have this habit of returning to your ex? How am I inferior to her? What do you mean? Zhou Yang was stunned. Humph. You know it yourself. Zhao Ziying rolled her eyes at Zhou Yang in frustration, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. You didn't want something better and fresher, but insisted on hanging yourself on a tree. How disgusting. I've never seen anyone like you. After saying that, she twisted her waist seductively, turned around, and walked towards her workstation. Sexy mature women are indeed different. Even the way they walk makes people feel excited. It even caused several male colleagues to watch secretly. But Zhou Yang didn't buy it. He glanced at Zhao Ziying's charming back, then lowered his head and turned on the computer. Zhao Ziying thought that her actions just now would make Zhou Yang unhappy, but when she glanced at Zhou Yang secretly, she found that Zhou Yang was checking emails calmly and didn't take her words to heart at all. This made Zhao Ziying annoyed. She is the dream girl of many male colleagues. Many of them may be thinking of her when they are working at night. Now, she found a sense of frustration in Zhou Yang. But the more this happened, the more Zhao Ziying wanted something to happen between her and Zhou Yang. Perhaps it was to prove her charm, or maybe she really fell in love with Zhou Yang without realizing it. In short, she wants to deal with Zhou Yang now. At this time, Zhou Yang's phone rang. It was the beautiful senior student Bai Lu calling. Zhou Yang got up and went outside to answer the phone. Senior, what's the matter? Manager Zhou, you didn't tell me about such a good thing as your promotion? Bai Lu teased. I was promoted just yesterday, and I'm an acting manager. Zhou Yang said. You've only been at headquarters for less than a month, and you've already made the jump from specialist to management. It's truly a miracle. Bai Lu said, congratulations. Thank you, senior sister. Zhou Yang said, I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. I'm not calling you today to ask you for food. Bai Lu said. What's that? Zhou Yang asked. Chapter 47 You Can't Achieve Me Now. LV Wei from our department has been spreading the word that she's your girlfriend, Bai Lu said. If I didn't know the inside story, I would have believed it. Zhou Yang. No wonder Su Jing also heard that he had a girlfriend. Zhou Yang now fully understood the inexplicable words Zhao Ziying had just said. Zhao Ziying said, "You're not going to use something fresh and better, but you're going to hang yourself on a tree." Maybe he heard the rumors and thought he and Lu Wei had reconciled. This Lu Wei is really causing trouble. Zhou Yang was very angry. He decided to talk to Lu Wei and make things clear, otherwise he didn't know what tricks that guy would do next. This is also a damage to one's reputation. Besides, he has been popular with women recently, and he doesn't want to lose all his romantic opportunities because of her. "Senior, I'm going to your department now." Hey, don't. Bai Lu wanted to say that LV Wei's ex-boyfriend was here and it was not convenient at this time. But before he could finish his words, Zhou Yang had already hung up the phone. Soon, Zhou Yang arrived at the administrative department downstairs and saw Lu Wei talking to a man in the corridor. The man had his back to Zhou Yang and a bandage on his head. It was Xie Feng who was beaten in the Dynasty Club before. "LV Wei, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Xie Feng said, "You went back to Zhou Yang just to piss me off, didn't you?" When LV Wei saw Zhou Yang coming, she deliberately said, "You take yourself too seriously. I just like Zhou Yang. I was with you at that time just to work in the EPS administration department. In fact, I never liked you." "Nonsense." Xie Feng gritted his teeth and said frantically, "How is Zhou Yang better than me? How is he better than me?" Lu Wei smiled disdainfully, "He is better than you in every way, especially that aspect." "That aspect?" Xie Feng was stunned, then understood instantly. In an instant, his whole body turned red and warm, like a bomb about to explode. "In short, I don't like you, Zhou Yang is my boyfriend," Lu Wei deliberately said loudly. In fact, she really didn't lie to Xie Feng. She really didn't like Xie Feng as a person, she only liked his background and money. But now, Xie Feng's background is gone. Because of falsely accusing his wife Tang Yumei, his father Xie Yon was demoted to manager level by the group. If Zhou Yang becomes a regular employee, he will be on the same level as him. So Xie Yon couldn't afford to lose face and resigned directly. Xie Feng's human resources company relies on his father, the human resources director. Now, my dad's big tree has fallen, and his human resources company has lost its business. The relationship between Xie Feng and his mother Tang Yumei also reached a freezing point. So, he has lost both his background and money. How could Lu Wei still be by his side? "LV Wei, you will regret treating me like this," Xie Feng said fiercely, gritting his teeth. This woman had severely trampled on his dignity, and he vowed not to let her go. But Lu Wei ignored her and ran around him towards Zhou Yang. "Honey, you're here." As she said that, she threw herself into Zhou Yang's arms. This scene made Xie Feng so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Zhou Yang pushed LV Wei away and said, "LV Wei, I'm warning you, stop spreading rumors, or I'll see you in court." LV Wei held Zhou Yang's arm with a look of grievance. "Isn't it because I like you, and you ignored me, so I resorted to this desperate measure?" Zhou Yang shook off Lu Wei's arm and said, "From today on, you and I will keep our distance. And don't do anything rash or I will be rude to you. Do you understand?" Seeing that Zhou Yang was really angry, Lu Wei nodded. Zhou Yang snorted coldly and prepared to leave. But when he passed by Xie Feng, he suddenly became interested, stopped, and turned around to look at Xie Feng. "Isn't she your girlfriend? Please take good care of her and don't let him come to me again. If I get unhappy one day and have sex with her, you'll be cheating on me. You fucking bastard." Xie Feng was so angry that he wanted to hit Zhou Yang. But thinking of Zhou Yang's terrifying fighting ability, his momentum instantly dropped, and he cursed angrily, "You two dogs and bitches, I will not let you go, just wait and see." After saying that, he turned and left angrily. Zhou Yang ignored Lu Wei and turned to walk towards the front desk at the end of the corridor. Looking at Zhou Yang's resolute figure, Lu Wei was very sad. But she knew that all this was her own fault. She felt regretful, angry, helpless, and her mind was a mess. However, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Didn't Zhou Yang just say that if he ever gets unhappy, he'll kill me and cheat on Xie Feng? So, he's still interested in me. While Lu Wei was fantasizing, she was thinking about how to make Zhou Yang do it to her. At this time, Zhou Yang had already arrived at the front desk and greeted Bai Lu, "Senior sister, are you busy?" "It's fine now." Bai Lu came over, a smile on her pretty face, and said in a low voice, "I just saw Lu Wei's ex-boyfriend leave in a huff. What's the matter? Did he lose the argument with you? I don't bother to pay attention to him." Zhou Yang said, "Senior sister, I came here specifically to thank you." Thank you for tipping me off. Otherwise, Lu Wei would have been behind the scenes, and I would still be in the dark. You're welcome. You helped me cure my illness, and I haven't thanked you yet. Bai Lu said. But you don't look very good today. Zhou Yang said, is your insomnia coming back? No. Bai Lu said, I just ran into a difficult neighbor. There's a little gangster upstairs. She brought a bunch of her friends over to our house for a party last night. They made a lot of noise all night. When I tried to talk to her about it, she ignored me. Then call the police. Zhou Yang said. Alas. Bai Lu said, that little gangster girl is pretty, but she has a bad temper and some gangster friends. She threatened me not to call the police. I can't afford to offend someone like her. After saying this, Bai Lu's beautiful big eyes were filled with helplessness and grievance. Although Bai Lu's family is well off, they are from another place, not in Shanghai. After she graduated from university, her family planned to send her to South Korea to be a trainee. But she felt that her personality was not suitable for the entertainment industry, so she resolutely applied for a job at EPS. Now, she is also working hard with her family to prove that she can find a better way. So, she was working hard in Shanghai alone. That little gangster girl is powerful and she can't afford to offend her. Society is always full of those bedbugs. Laws and police can deter them, but they cannot be eradicated. Honest people can't afford to offend them, so they can only bow their heads and let them bully them. Because even if you call the police, they will go in and admit their mistake, and when they come out, you will still be the one who suffers. This is also the reason why Bai Lu did not dare to call the police. For someone like Bai Lu who has suffered from insomnia for a long time, meeting such a worthless neighbor is simply like entering hell mode. Zhou Yang cannot ignore this matter. Senior, are you free tonight? Zhou Yang asked. Yes. Bai Lu said without hesitation, why, do you need me for something? I got a promotion. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Zhou Yang said. Okay. Wherever you want to go tonight, I'll drive you. Bai Lu was very happy, but still looked tired and yawned. Seeing this, Zhou Yang hurriedly said, Senior sister, this time I will drive you to your house. Ah? You're inviting me to my house? Bai Lu didn't sleep much last night and her mind was a little confused. Zhou Yang said, you showed me your cooking skills last time. This time I'll go to your house and show you my cooking skills too. Can you cook? Yes. Okay, let me try your cooking. See you tonight. Zhou Yang said. Chapter 48 The Vicious Conspiracy of Social People. After returning home, Xiefeng became more and more angry and started smashing things in a rage. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Xia Yong sat on the sofa, also looking distressed. After he divorced Tang Yumei, he lost his job and now he feels like he has lost his soul. Fortunately, I have a company that is managed by my mistress, so income is not a problem for the time being. However, she now feels uncomfortable no matter how she looks at the mistress. Every night when she lies in bed, all she thinks about is Tang Yumei. As a result, he hated Zhou Yang even more. He felt that Zhou Yang had ruined his marriage. Xiefeng also felt that it was Zhou Yang who broke up his family. The most similar thing between the father and son is that when something goes wrong, they never look for the reasons in themselves. That bastard Zhou Yang, I want him to die miserably. Xiefeng's eyes were red and he was as angry as a wild beast that had lost its mind. When Xia Yong heard the name Zhou Yang, he became extremely angry. Is he causing trouble again? Xia Yong asked. He stole my girlfriend. Xiefeng said, that bitch is so fucking shameless. We broke up, and she went back to him. Xia Yong shook his head angrily. A little Zhou Yang not only ruined his marriage, but also stole his son's girlfriend. Both father and son were defeated by him emotionally. This was unbearable. Xiaofeng, don't just shout slogans. What do you want to do? Xia Yong asked. Xiefeng said, I haven't thought about it yet. Xia Yong was so angry that he wanted to slap Xiefeng. All he does all day is yell and shout, but his brain is a mess. In fact, it's not Xiefeng's fault. Zhou Yang is indeed invincible now. Although I've been working in a company for these years, I've also made some friends in society. Xia Yong said, I'm going to do something drastic. I'm going to drown Zhou Yang in the river. As he spoke, a fierce light flashed in Xia Yong's eyes. Xiefeng had never seen his father like this before, and he actually felt a little scared. Dad, is this okay? Murder is against the law. Xia Feng said. In his opinion, there is nothing wrong with shouting and killing, but he dare not do it seriously. At the very least, he just wanted to cripple Zhou Yang, and it would be best if he could cut off his thing. After all, Lu Wei's words "he is better than you" in that aspect really hurt his self-esteem. But he didn't expect that his father Xie Yong would be much more ruthless than him and would actually want to sink Zhou Yang into the river. Of course, murder is against the law. Xie Yong narrowed his eyes slightly, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes, like a shrewd and calculating fox. He said, "What if he accidentally fell into the river?" "Dad, what do you mean?" "The group of people I know are willing to do anything as long as they are paid. They have plenty of ways to make someone disappear," said Xie Yong. "Great." Xie Feng said with a grim expression, "Let's do this. Kill Zhou Yang and put an end to it once and for all." He did it right away. Xia Yong took out his cell phone, opened the address book, and clicked on a person he hadn't contacted for a long time: Lu Dafei. "Dafei, what have you been busy with lately?" "Hey, what a rare visitor." "I'm not busy at all." "What's up, Boss Xie?" "Something's up." Xia Yong said, "Let's get straight to the point. I need you to help me deal with someone. Name your price." Dealing with a person also requires different levels. Teach him a lesson? Or cripple him? Or cancel his account? There are package prices for all these. Lu Dafei said nonchalantly. Xia Yong gritted his teeth and said, "Cancel my account." "Fuck." Lu Dafei's tone suddenly became serious. "Boss Xia, you are not kidding, right? Why would I joke with you like this?" Xia Yong said, "Just tell me if you can do it. It's a small matter." Lu Dafei's tone became frivolous again, as if canceling someone's account was a very simple matter for him. "However, this is a matter of life and death, so it's no small matter." Lu Dafei said, "We need to discuss the details and price in person." "Okay. Do you have time tonight? Let's have dinner together." Xia Yong said. "No, I have something to do tonight," said Lu Dafei. He also has to go to Lu Qianqian's house to have fun. "So when are you free?" "I will notify you in advance, wait for my call," said Lu Dafei. Xia Yong hung up the phone and called his mistress. "Hey, Xiao Jie, prepare some money. I need it urgently. The more the better." At night, after get off work, Zhou Yang drove Bai Lu back to her home. "It's different after being promoted to manager. I can even drive a Cadillac." Bai Lu joked with a smile. "A friend gave it to me." Zhou Yang said. "What kind of friend? A car gift?" Bai Lu said, "Give me a friend like that." "Ha ha ha." Zhou Yang didn't respond and said, "Come upstairs. I'll show you my skills today." He carried the vegetables they had just bought at the market and went upstairs with Bai Lu. He had been to Bai Lu's house more than once and was already familiar with the place. After entering the door, Zhou Yang was not idle either, so he went to the kitchen to busy himself. Soon, the aroma of food wafted out, surprising Bai Lu. She leaned against the kitchen doorframe and looked inside. "Zhou Yang, you are such a good cook." "It's not that I'm a good cook, I just know how to use ingredients better," Zhou Yang said. "Be humble." Soon, a table of food was ready and the two of them started eating. After dinner, Zhou Yang suggested going downstairs for a walk. His intention was to let the neighbors see that Bai Lu was not alone and not to bully her. "Especially I want to touch the neighbor upstairs." Bai Lu didn't know what Zhou Yang meant, she just thought it was a walk after dinner, so she happily agreed. The two were taking a walk downstairs. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, a girl came downstairs on a Harley motorcycle. The roar could be heard by almost everyone in the community. "Well." Bai Lu got a headache the moment she saw her. "Is it you're upstairs?" Zhou Yang asked. "Yes." Bai Lu said. Zhou Yang looked over in the light and saw two women with high ponytails. She was wearing a slim-fitting t-shirt and dark green shorts, revealing a pair of slender, long legs that were very straight. She wore thick-soled leather sandals and her nails were painted yellow-green, glistening under the streetlights. It must have been painted with fluorescent powder. Because her face was tilted to the side, Zhou Yang couldn't see her appearance clearly. His biggest impression was that she was very white. Apart from her clothes, the exposed parts of her body glowed with a cold white light under the streetlights, which was very eye-catching. "Hello," the female neighbor answered the phone. come to my house at 9 o'clock tonight, see you there. After saying that, he parked the car and walked towards the building door. There's another party tonight. Bai Lu shook her head inside helplessly. I'll go tell her not to disturb others so late at night. Zhou Yang said as he prepared to walk over. No. Bai Lu grabbed Zhou Yang and said, you'd better not provoke her. Last time I heard, there was a young man in the community who bumped into her while walking. She called her friends and beat him up, and he had to be hospitalized for several days. Therefore, no one dares to mess with her in this community. Although Bai Lu knew that Zhou Yan was also very good at fighting. But the girl has many friends, and they are all gangsters. These people are more experienced in fighting than ordinary people. Bai Lu was naturally afraid that Zhou Yang would suffer a loss. But Zhou Yang was not afraid at all. It's okay, I just warned her. As he said this, he walked towards the girl. Chapter 49, beat up the little girl upstairs. But due to Bai Lu's dissuasion, time was delayed. Just as Zhou Yang took a few steps, the girl went upstairs. Seeing this, Bai Lu felt relieved, at least there would be no conflict. Zhou Yang, thank you for the meal you made today. I like it very much. Bai Lu smiled sweetly, or, you can go back and rest early. He was afraid that if Zhou Yang went upstairs, some uncontrollable events would happen again. But little did she know that Zhou Yang came here tonight just to support her. Senior, why are you so anxious to get me out? Zhou Yang asked, what's the matter? No. Why are you in such a hurry? Just go up and sit down. Zhou Yang said. At this moment, a black plastic bag flew down from the fourth floor window and hit Bai Lu's shoulder. The plastic bag was full of garbage, which broke into pieces and fell to the ground. There was even a sanitary napkin among them. Bai Lu was startled and hurriedly patted her shoulders. Fortunately, her body was not contaminated by the garbage. Watch your step. Someone upstairs opened the window and poked their head out. Are you stopping me from taking out the trash? It was the little girl upstairs in Bai Lu building. Are you blind? Don't you see there is someone down there? Zhou Yang shouted angrily. You guys are blind and didn't see people throwing away garbage? You're still walking down there. The little girl said, you've broken the garbage bag. It's so annoying. She pointed at Bai Lu and said, you, pick up all the garbage and throw it into the trash can. Bai Lu said, this is the garbage you threw away. You should come down and clean it up. Would it have broken if it hadn't hit you? The little girl said, hurry up and clean up the garbage, or don't blame me for being rude. Bai Lu's face turned red with anger, but in order to keep the peace, she bent down to pick up the garbage bag. Senior. A hand reached out, grasped Bai Lu's wrist, and helped her up. You just indulged her too much, so she got used to bullying you. Zhou Yang said. Then, she looked up and pointed at the little girl and said, you, come downstairs and clean up the garbage yourself. The little girl gritted her teeth and said, who the hell are you? His boyfriend? Stop talking nonsense and come down to clean up the garbage now. Zhou Yang said. Now that you have a boyfriend, you're more confident. You dare to challenge me? Fuck. The little girl glanced at Zhou Yang and Bai Lu with disdain. It's up to you whether you want to pick up the trash or not. Anyway, the trash will break into pieces when it's thrown on you. After saying that, she retracted her head and closed the window. Shit. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Looking at Bai Lu's aggrieved look after being bullied, he became furious and stood up and walked upstairs. Zhou Yang, Zhou Yang. Bai Lu knew something was wrong and chased after Zhou Yang. But Zhou Yang seemed to have made up his mind and rushed up the stairs at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Lu Chanqian on the fourth floor was still humming a little tune and smoking. The next second, there was a knock on her door. Boom, boom, boom. The door opened so loudly, and it shook like an earthquake, which surprised Lu Chanqian. Who the hell is knocking on the door? Can't you be more gentle? She walked over in her slippers and opened the door. Outside the door, Zhou Yang was furious. I told you to go downstairs and clean up the garbage, can't you hear me? Zhou Yang shouted. You idiot, get out of here. Lu Chanqian started cursing and then reached out to close the door. However, Zhou Yang grabbed the other person's hair and pulled him downstairs. Hey, let go, fucking let go. Downstairs, Bai Lu saw Zhou Yang pulling Lu Chanqian's hair and going downstairs, and her face turned pale with fright. At this time, Lu Chanqian's hair was disheveled and one of her slippers was missing. Zhou Yang dragged her downstairs and brought her to the bag of garbage. Zhou Yang pointed at the sanitary napkin on the ground and shouted, "Eat it for me." "Fuck you, do you know who I am?" I have to say that Lu Chanxian is very brave. Even when Zhou Yang grabbed her hair, she was still so arrogant. "I don't care who you are, eat it for me," Zhou Yang said again. "Fuck you, let go. Otherwise I'll have someone kill you," Lu Chanxian shouted. Bang! A crisp sound made the scene quiet down instantly. Zhou Yang actually slapped him. He never hits women, and after this slap, even he was a little stunned. I was really pissed off by this woman. Lu Chanxian felt her face burning, and she became angry and said, "If you want to eat it, go eat it yourself. Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Still being stubborn? At this moment, Zhou Yang's anger rose again. He grabbed the other's shoulder blade and pressed down hard. Ah! Lu Chanxian screamed in pain and suddenly knelt on the ground. "Give it to me." Zhou Yang pointed at the sanitary napkin on the ground and pressed Lu Chanxian's head hard. Lu Chanxian supported herself with one foot on the ground, but her strength was far inferior to Zhou Yang's. When Zhou Yang pressed her down, she actually did a split and was pressed to the ground with her legs spread forward and backward. "Do you want to eat?" Zhou Yang was still pressing her head. It seemed that her mouth was about to touch the sanitary napkin. Woo woo woo! Lu Chanxian suddenly burst into tears. "You, a grown man, bullying a girl, what kind of ability is that?" Woo woo woo! This scene made Zhou Yang speechless for a moment. "Weren't you so arrogant just now? He was clamoring to kill me. Why are you crying like a slug now? Why are you crying? Weren't you very cool just now?" Zhou Yang said coldly. "Who can eat that thing? You are making things difficult for me," Lu Chanxian said with red eyes. "When you bully others, do you know that they feel the same way?" Zhou Yang asked. "I was wrong. Will you bully others again in the future? Stop bullying me. Apologize to my friend." Zhou Yang pointed at Bai Lu. "I was wrong." Bai Lu had never seen Lu Chanxian so obedient, but as a woman, she could see through Lu Chanxian's cunning. "Zhou Yang, forget it." Bai Lu said, "We're all neighbors." Zhou Yang said to Lu Chanxian, "Pick up the trash and throw it into the trash can." "Okay." Lu Chanxian picked up the garbage and threw it into the trash can. Zhou Yang and Bai Lu went upstairs. "Wait, I have something to go out for a while and we'll be back soon," Bai Lu said. She went out and actually went to the 4th floor to find Lu Chanxian. "What are you doing here?" Lu Chanxian was sitting on the sofa, rubbing her legs and making a phone call. "I'm here to apologize to you," Bai Lu said. "I'm here to apologize to you on his behalf. Please don't call those friends from society. It would be embarrassing if it escalates." "Huh, are you scared?" Lu Chanxian said as the phone rang. "Brother Fei, I've been bullied. Can you come when you can?" "What? Someone dares to bully you? Oh my, that little bitch downstairs found a boyfriend. She's relying on his male strength to make me use sanitary pads." Lu Chanxian said, "When have I ever been treated this way before? Brother Fei, come and help me, destroy him." "Chanxian, wait for me, I will take the brothers there right away," said Lu Dafei. Chapter 50. The little girl is completely convinced. Bai Lu's home. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa and ate fruit. Bai Lu came back from outside and didn't look very well. "Senior sister, did you go upstairs?" Zhou Yang said with a faint smile. "How do you know?" Bai Lu asked in surprise. "I saw you walking upstairs when you left the house," Zhou Yang said, "and I guess you went to talk to her." Seeing that Zhou Yang had guessed everything, Bai Lu stopped hiding it and said, "We can't afford to waste time with someone like that. She could be trying to scheme against us every day, but we have to focus on our work and can't afford to mess with them." Zhou Yang said, "Senior sister is right, but this kind of people also have a common problem, which is to bully the weak and fear the strong, and to strike the first blow to prevent 100 blows. Bai Lu said, "But Lu Chanxian seems very resilient. She doesn't seem like someone who would give in easily. Although she says soft words, you can see from her eyes that she's never been afraid. Especially when I went upstairs just now, she was even calling for help." Zhou Yang smiled and said, "I knew she would call for help. With her temper and personality, she won't give up until she's completely convinced by a beating. Zhou Yang, it's getting late today, you should go back first." Bai Lu looked at the wall clock, it was already 11 o'clock. Senior sister, you have 2 rooms, so I'll sleep here today. Zhou Yang said. Huh? Bai Lu was panicked and surprised. Zhou Yang, this won't do. Why not? I don't have a boyfriend yet. How come you sleep here? Bai Lu said, her face flushed red. In fact, she didn't mind Zhou Yang sleeping here. Instead, she felt safe with Zhou Yang around. But the situation is different now. The other party has already called for help. If Zhou Yang doesn't leave, he will definitely suffer a loss soon. Senior sister, to tell you the truth, the main reason I came here today is to meet you, my upstairs neighbor. Zhou Yang said. Ah? Why do you have such an idea? Bai Lu said. Although she said that, Bai Lu was thinking in her heart, could it be that Zhou Yang wanted to help me from the beginning? I love punishing evil and promoting good. Isn't that right? Zhou Yang said, what's more, I'm helping you recuperate. If he makes such a fuss, your health will deteriorate, and my medical skills will seem flawed. However, no matter what Zhou Yang said, Bai Lu knew in her heart that this guy was obviously helping me because I was being bullied. But on the surface he pretended to be indifferent. Seeing Zhou Yang making excuses, Bai Lu felt deeply moved. This junior classmate, who was a year younger than him, made him feel unprecedented warmth. Bai Lu suddenly felt an impulse. She stood up suddenly and gently kissed Zhou Yang on the cheek. Ah! Zhou Yang was stunned. Bai Lu's cheeks were also as rosy and beautiful as the sunset. She quickly turned her head and said shyly, Zhou Yang, thank you. Zhou Yang scratched his head and said, Senior, this way of saying thank you is quite unique. Being kissed by the most beautiful campus girl in Shanghai, Zhou Yang felt a sense of happiness all over his body, and his sweet happiness index soared. Zhou Yang, listen to me, hurry up and leave. Bai Lu said, once they come, you won't be able to leave. What will you do if I leave? Zhou Yang asked. I'm a girl and they can't do anything to me. The main reason is that you just hit someone. I heard from Lu Chanshan that she wants to deal with you. Bai Lu said. No, I just got a kiss from my senior and I haven't digested it yet. I won't leave. Zhou Yang said. Oh. Bai Lu said shyly, stop talking nonsense and leave quickly, or I'll get angry. However, at this moment, there was a banging sound at the door. Open the door, open the door. It was Lu Chanshan knocking on the door. It's over, they're coming. Bai Lu panicked. Zhou Yang was extremely calm, good timing. He suddenly stood up and opened the door. Zhou Yang. While Bai Lu was speaking, Zhou Yang had already opened the door. Lu Chanshan stepped directly into the house with a black plastic bag in her hand. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chanshan walked in with a group of thugs following behind her. The leader was a bald man of medium height, very strong and with a very fierce look. Lu Chanshan threw the black plastic bag containing sanitary napkins on the ground. She pointed at the bag and shouted at Zhou Yang, eat it. Bai Lu hurried forward, Miss Lu, let's sit down and talk it over. None of your business, get out of here. Lu Chanshan pushed Bai Lu away and said to Zhou Yang, I told you to eat it, don't you understand? Zhou Yang smiled slightly, I think you really like courting death. Lu Chanshan gnashed her teeth in hatred and said to Lu Dafei behind her, Brother Fei, he's not listening, get him. Okay. Lu Dafei exposed his arms and rolled up his sleeves, then stepped forward to surround Zhou Yang. Lu Chanshan turned around and walked outside, leaning against the doorframe and smoking with her back to the room. The scene was so tragic that she couldn't bear to look at it. Bai Lu wanted to call the police, but was stopped by Zhou Yang. Don't call the police, it's useless against this group of people. Zhou Yang said. But? Bai Lu was almost crying. You're a smart kid. Lu Dafei sneered, calling the police will only make things worse for you. Brother Fei, stop wasting time with him and deal with him. Lu Chanshan said indifferently with her back to the house. Good. Lu Dafei waved his hand at everyone and said, destroy him. In an instant, the sound of bones and flesh colliding could be heard in the house. Next, there was the sound of glass breaking, followed by shouting, wailing, and finally begging for mercy. Lu Chanshan threw the cigarette butt in her hand to the ground, crushed it, and turned back to the house. Brother Fei, is it done so quickly? As she spoke, she looked into the house and was stunned. She swallowed back the rest of her words. Because what she saw was not Zhou Yang being beaten. Instead, all the younger brothers brought by Lu Dafei fell to the ground and wailed. Lu Dafei's face was covered in blood, and he was stepped on by Zhou Yang, begging for mercy with his teeth bared. Brother, brother, please spare me. Bai Lu was completely stunned. She covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes wide open, and she was speechless for a moment. Because she just witnessed a wonderful fight that looked like something out of a movie. At this moment, her mind was still stuck on the exciting scene just now. At the moment, Zhou Yang was also panting. He had just stimulated a certain acupoint of his own in advance, so his combat power was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and he was also overdrawn. However, his current strength is still unmatched by ordinary people. You want me to show mercy? Zhou Yang looked coldly at Lu Dafei under his feet. If the person being stepped on was me, would you show mercy? Brother, I was wrong. Lu Dafei said, please let me go. I will never dare to offend you again. Just now, Lu Dafei felt like he had experienced a nightmare. He didn't want to experience that feeling of despair and powerlessness again. His nose was broken and the pain was unbearable, so he wanted to go to the hospital to get it bandaged. The girl just now said the same thing, but in the end, she came to you to take revenge on me? Zhou Yang pointed at Lu Chanshan. Brother, I absolutely mean what I say. Lu Dafei said, my name is Lu Dafei. You can ask around here. I'm a man of integrity. I lost today, and I'll avoid you from now on. I won't cause trouble again. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and saw that Lu Dafei was indeed scared, so he kicked him on the shoulder, causing his body to slide to the door. Get out! Zhou Yang shouted. Hey! Lu Dafei got up in a hurry and stumbled away. The younger brothers had no time to care about anything else and got up and ran away. Only Lu Chanshan was left standing at the door, trembling. Chapter 51 The Beauty of Accident. Do you have any other ideas? Zhou Yang came in front of Lu Chanshan and said condescendingly. Ah? Lu Chanshan came back to her senses, and her legs were shaking. She wanted to run now, but she couldn't. I was wrong, said Lu Chanshan. Zhou Yang pointed to the garbage bag in the house and said, you really want me to eat your sanitary napkins, don't you? I don't want to, I don't want to. Lu Chanshan waved her hands hurriedly, cursing Lu Dafei in her heart. He abandoned his teammates at the critical moment. What a piece of shit. Brother, I sincerely admit my mistake to you and will never dare to do it again, said Lu Chanshan. There was only one reason why Lu Chanshan bullied Bai Lu. She felt that Bai Lu was too beautiful and too cool, and she was jealous. Even as a woman, she had an impulse towards a woman like Bai Lu. Of course, there is a bisexual element in Lu Chanshan's personality. She has feelings for handsome men and also for beautiful girls. Therefore, bullying Bai Lu also stems from a very complicated emotion deep in his heart, just like a child who likes to play pranks on the girl he likes. But she didn't grasp the right degree. At this moment, Zhou Yang's appearance also made her completely give up the idea of bullying Bai Lu. Brother, I mean what I say. I will never bully Miss Bai again, and I will never offend you. Lu Chanshan said. Look at you, you are quite pretty. If you had been so reasonable earlier, wouldn't you have saved us a lot of trouble? Zhou Yang said. Yeah. Lu Chanshan nodded continuously. Zhou Yang said, clean up this room for me, and pay for the broken items according to their prices. I'll forgive you this time. Okay. Lu Chanshan said. At this moment, she kept thinking about what Zhou Yang had just said. You are quite pretty. Lu Chanshan suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He said I was beautiful. He actually praised me for being beautiful. The whole time she was cleaning the house, this sentence was filling her mind. At 1 o'clock in the morning, everything was done and Lu Chanshan went back upstairs. Senior sister, I'm going back. Zhou Yang said. Ah? Bai Lu was stunned. Didn't you just say you were living here? Zhou Yang was also testing Bai Lu. Seeing that she was a little surprised, he asked with a smile, why, are you reluctant to let me go? You're such a chatterbox. Bai Lu pouted and said, you're the one who said we could live here, and you're the one who said we couldn't live here. What do you think of my home? Zhou Yang said, I'm not afraid of affecting your reputation. The most beautiful campus beauty of Xin University spent a night with a strange man, dry firewood and passionate. Pa, what a raging fire. Bai Lu said, if you want to stay, go take a shower. If not, I won't stop you. Stop. Zhou Yang said hurriedly. Bai Lu pursed her lips and smiled secretly, then said seriously, I'll get you a towel. Okay, senior. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. He was sweating all over because he had just fought with that group of people, so he went into the bathroom first. However, as soon as he entered the bathroom, he was stunned. There was a row of clothes hanging on the clothes rack above the bathroom. To be precise, it is a row of socks, underwear, and other small items. Zhou Yang's eyes immediately fell on the row of black lace. Small, exquisite, and interesting. It's hard to imagine how charming Bai Lu would look wearing these items. Then, Zhou Yang took off his clothes and stood under the shower to take a shower. Soon he became interested and shouted to the door, Senior sister, have you brought the towel? It's hanging on the handle outside your door. Bai Lu said. Zhou Yang opened the door and reached out to get a towel. Because he didn't bring pajamas, he could only wipe his body and walk out of the bathroom wrapped in the towel. When Bai Lu saw Zhou Yang's muscular upper body, she suddenly felt a pang of fear. Hey, why did you come out like this? Zhou Yang said, I didn't bring any pajamas either. My body is a little wet, so I came out to dry it. Bai Lu lowered her head, her face as red as a ripe peach, making her look even more charming and attractive. I'm going to take a shower too. She hurriedly hid in the bathroom. She had been single for many years, but was stimulated by Zhou Yang's male hormones, which awakened her inner desire for love. She forced herself to suppress the throbbing in her heart and prepared to take a shower, but suddenly saw the row of small objects on the clothes rack, and she instantly became extremely embarrassed. Zhou Yang must have seen it all. She was so shy that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That was her only set of sex toys. She is very conservative in her thinking, but she cannot resist the rise of new media short videos, and those girls all come out to show off in coquettish poses. Bai Lu is very confident about her figure. After all, at this young age, she has a strong desire for beauty, so she also wants to try wearing those. So, I bought a set eagerly and put it on just to appreciate it myself. This beautiful schoolgirl is somewhat narcissistic. As a result, Zhou Yang saw it today and it was hard to explain. With something on her mind, Bai Lu started taking a bath. But when the water flowed across her skin, she suddenly felt something strange. It seemed that Zhou Yang was the first man to take a bath in her bathroom. The more she thought about it, the more her heart beat. She shook her head, throwing the thought away and letting the warm water flow over every inch of her skin. When I walked out of the bathroom, Zhou Yang had already fallen asleep on the sofa. He had activated the overdraft technique in Golden Scale today, and after the exertion, he was very tired and fell asleep accidentally. Bai Lu wanted to ask Zhou Yang to go to the house to sleep, but after calling a few times, she saw that he was sleeping too soundly, so she stopped disturbing him. After all, it's late at night. She took out her quilt, covered Zhou Yang with it, then went back to the room and covered herself with a blanket to sleep. Nothing happened that night. Zhou Yang woke up early the next day. Feeling the fragrance in the quilt, Zhou Yang felt refreshed. That was the senior student's quilt, which was now covering him. However, because he tossed and turned in his sleep at night, the bath towel had been rubbed off, so he was sleeping naked in Bai Lu's quilt. Thinking that Bai Lu also slept in this quilt on weekdays, with her skin tightly fitting against the quilt, Zhou Yang felt very happy. At this time Bai Lu woke up. She walked out of the room in a daze, wanting to see if Zhou Yang had woken up. Zhou Yang was startled and quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. But as smart as Bai Lu was, she had already seen that he was pretending to be asleep. Bai Lu came to the window and opened the curtains. The sunlight came in through her pajamas, showing off her graceful figure to the fullest. Zhou Yang had just woken up and was full of energy early in the morning. When he saw Bai Lu's sexy figure with her back to him, he reacted instantly. At this moment, Bai Lu was grinning evilly. She approached Zhou Yang and suddenly pulled off his blanket. I saw you pretending to sleep. The sun is shining on your butt. Hurry up and get up. However, the next second, he saw a man's strong body. And that's because of the energetic performance. Oops. Zhou Yang didn't expect Bai Lu to use such a naughty trick. Bai Lu didn't expect that Zhou Yang didn't wear anything at all. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was awkward and ambiguous. Bai Lu panicked and turned around and ran back to the house, but the scene she had just seen was deeply rooted in her mind and could not be erased. Chapter 52: Hiring a Killer. The two of them quickly packed up, had breakfast and went to work together. The day passed quickly. At night, Zhou Yang returned to the villa. Tang Yumei had already hired someone to sort out many of her things in the villa. Zhou Yang felt very reluctant when he thought that Tang Yumei would be going to the United States in a few days. Zhou Yang, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back all night? Tang Yumei asked. I went to help a friend and didn't come back because it was too late. Zhou Yang said. Oh. Tang Yumei didn't think much about it and continued, this villa is also considered marital property. Xia Yong owns a small part of it, so I will sell it after I go to North America. So, I will give you some money. After I leave, you can use the money to rent a smaller place for yourself. It's clean and you don't have to clean it so hard. This is also a kind of protection that Tang Yumei provides to Zhou Yang. She knew that Xia Yong and Xia Feng held a grudge against Zhou Yang, and after she left, they would definitely launch a crazy revenge against Zhou Yang. If Zhou Yang still lived in this villa, they would have plenty of ways to harass Zhou Yang. It would be better to let Zhou Yang find a more secluded place to live. Zhou Yang nodded and said, Sister Mei, if you're not here, I won't live here anymore. I'll move out, but you don't have to pay for it. I can do it myself. Tang Yumei said, why are you being so polite to me? You haven't received your salary for this month yet. Just listen to me. Zhou Yang did not refuse again so as not to upset Tang Yumei. Tang Yumei felt a lump in her throat for a moment, and she quickly changed the subject, saying, it's a good thing you didn't come back last night. That father and son came to the villa. Oh? Your ex-husband and son? Zhou Yang asked. Yes. Tang Yumei said, they came to my place last night to see me off to the United States. We drank some wine last night and the atmosphere was pretty good. At least, there wasn't any tension. Zhou Yang nodded, after all, we are husband and wife. Besides, Xia Feng is your flesh and blood anyway. Tang Yumei, alas, he and his father are close, and there is always a gap between us. After she finished speaking, she stood up and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go out for something to eat. There's a new tea restaurant on the corner that's pretty good. Okay, I'll treat you this time. Zhou Yang said. You haven't received your salary yet, so I'll treat you. Please give me a chance, Sister Mei. When I come back from the United States, you will treat me to a big dinner. Good. On the other side, Xia Yong and Xia Feng, father and son, booked a private box and were waiting for Lu Dafei. More than half an hour later, Lu Dafei arrived at the designated location. He still had a bandage on his nose and several minor injuries on his face. What's wrong with you? Xia Yong asked. Hey, fighting is inevitable when you're in the underworld. Lu Dafei said, it's normal to get injured. What's the big deal? Although he said it calmly, Lu Dafei still couldn't help but feel scared when he thought of the guy's terrifying fighting ability yesterday. That was when the other party was unarmed. If they had weapons, they would probably have lost their lives. After all, after Zhou Yang activated a powerful acupuncture point, his combat power became so terrifying that ordinary people found it incredible. Lu Dafei and others were also scared. However, when facing his employer, he has to package himself well. Tell me, what business is it that you called me here today? Lu Dafei said. Xia Yong lowered his voice and said, help me get rid of this person. Lu Dafei looked at Xia Feng standing beside him and asked, who is this? Oh, look at me. I forgot to introduce you. This is my son, Xia Feng. Xia Yong said, one of us. Oh. Hello. Lu Dafei took the initiative to shake hands with Xia Feng. After knowing that there were no outsiders present, Lu Dafei said seriously, tell me the details. Xia Yong said, the man I want you to deal with is a young man in his 20s who just graduated from college. His name is Zhou Yang. He caused my wife and children to break up, and I must cancel his account. Boss Xia, canceling an account is a big deal, and the risk factor is extremely high. I don't recommend you do this unless it's absolutely necessary. Lu Dafei was very afraid. You know, it's no problem for him to fight and chop people, and he would even dare to do it if he were asked to cripple the other person, because there is still room for maneuver. But if you kill someone and get caught, you will have to eat peanuts. Lu Dafei was also very conflicted, so he wanted to persuade Xia Yong to give up this idea. What's wrong, Dafei? Are you scared? Xia Yong asked coldly, with a hint of disdain on his face. I'm afraid? What a joke. Lu Dafei gritted his teeth and said, in society, I've got my head hanging on my waistband. When it falls off, it's done. What should I be afraid of? Xia Yong said, well, if you help me deal with Zhou Yang, I'll give you this amount. As he spoke, Xia Yong stretched out 2 fingers. Lu Dafei frowned. Just 2 million? So how much do you want? Seeing that Lu Dafei was not satisfied, Xia Yong asked a question in return to test Lu Dafei's price. I've said before that account cancellation is done at different levels of difficulty, with different price packages, Lu Dafei said. If you make a young man in his 20s disappear, his family will definitely track him down. This is an extremely risky business. Then tell me, what price do you want? Xia Yong asked again. This number. Lu Dafei spread out the 5 fingers of one hand. 5 million? Xia Yong frowned. In this society, even if you accidentally kill someone while driving, you can settle the matter with a few $100,000. 5 million is simply an exorbitant price. In fact, Lu Dafei also knew that his price was too high. However, he was determined to take a risk and thought that it was worth taking a risk of 5 million. No problem. Xia Yong thought about it and agreed. Lu Dafei suddenly felt excited and threw all his fears behind him. Money talks these days, and that's 5 million. It could be stacked up to make a single bed. Lu Dafei took a deep breath and held out his hand, saying, "Give me a photo of the target, and detailed information about him, such as his hobbies, usual routes, habits, etc." No need to bother. Xia Feng said, "We've already stepped on it for you in advance." Oh? What do you mean? Lu Dafei asked. Xia Feng said, "Zhou Yang works at EPS Group. Apart from meeting clients, he usually only goes between the office and home. Therefore, you rarely have the opportunity to attack him. Now he's a sales manager. He always goes out to meet clients with salespeople, so you don't have a chance to make a move. The best chance is when he gets home from get-off work in the evening." Lu Dafei said nothing and listened carefully. "Zhou Yang lives in my mother's villa. You can sneak in at night, kill Zhou Yang, and take the body away." Xia Feng said, "As for how to deal with the body, I believe you have more experience than us." "But this is your mother's villa, how can I get in?" Lu Dafei said. "I have the key." Xia Feng took out the key and shook it. "Besides, no one knows we have the key. So, as long as you sneak in and kill Zhou Yang, clean up the scene, and move the body away without anyone noticing, no one will think it was you. As long as you do it quickly and efficiently and don't let my ex-wife find out, it'll be fine." Xia Yong said, "How's that?" Lu Dafei thought for a moment. "Sounds good. Chapter 53 I give myself to you as a gift." It turned out that Xia Yong and Xia Feng went to see Tang Yumei last night, saying that they were seeing her off to the United States, but in fact, they had other purposes. The two men tried to reason with her and appeal to her emotions, talking about the past days of the 3-person family, using emotions to numb Tang Yumei, and drank some more wine. In a fuzzy atmosphere, Xia Feng secretly used a mold to copy the key to Tang Yumei's villa. Moreover, while Xia Yong and Tang Yumei were talking, Xia Feng went to the yard to check the surveillance and caused it to malfunction. After the two left, Xia Feng used a mold to make a new key. Of course, Xia Yong and Xia Feng also have the right to ask for a key to the villa. But that would expose it. At present, only Tang Yumei has the key. If something happens to Zhou Yang, only Tang Yumei will be a suspect. As for whether Tang Yumei would be involved, Xia Yang was not worried. He hated Tang Yumei in his heart, and if Tang Yumei could be implicated, that would be the result he most wanted to see. Last night, while drinking with Tang Yumei, Xia Yang also tested Tang Yumei to see if they could reconcile and live as a couple. It was such a pity that he hadn't been able to sleep in the same bed with Tang Yumei for so many years. Although Tang Yumei drank a lot of alcohol, she was sober and drew a clear line between herself and Xia Yang. Xia Yang felt hatred in his heart. And Xia Feng was also brainwashed by Xia Yang. At first, he was worried that his mother Tang Yumei would be implicated if he did so. But Xia Yang kept reminding him that he was Tang Yumei's only heir, and if anything happened to Tang Yumei, all the property would be in his name. Xia Feng doesn't have a very good relationship with Tang Yumei and her grandparents, and he can't get any benefits from Tang Yumei at the moment. After his father Xia Yong said this, his heart came alive. Therefore, this plan has the meaning of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You have to get it done quickly, because in a few days, my ex-wife will be going abroad, and the villa will be put up for sale online. Xia Yong said, "It will be difficult to get it done then." "Don't worry." Lu Dafei said, "Pay me the money first. I can give you 1 million as an advance payment, and I'll give you the rest after the deal is done." Xia Yong said, "You don't believe me?" Lu Dafei frowned. "If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't look for you." Xia Yong said, The advance payment must not be less than 3 million. Lu Dafei said. Xia Yang gritted his teeth and said, okay. Come with me to get it later. Lu Dafei stretched out his hand and said to Xia Feng, give me the key. By the way, send me some photos of the target's daily life so that I don't mistake him for someone else. Sure. Xia Feng said, but I don't have any photos of him on my phone right now. I have to go to his company to get some clear photos. Okay, just give it to me before we take action. Lu Dafei said, and went to get the key. Wait. Xia Feng didn't hand the key to Lu Dafei and said, you have to remember, none of this has anything to do with us. After the job is done, the key must be destroyed. Don't worry, you can rest assured about the professionalism, said Lu Dafei. Okay. The two sides shook hands and reached a cooperation agreement. 3 days later. Night. Inside the villa, there are candlelight, highball glasses, and a table full of precious ingredients. Tang Yumei will travel to North America tomorrow, and tonight, she is ready. The two of them sat at the table, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. Zhou Yang, try this. Tang Yumei was dressed coolly today, in yoga pants and a long white shirt, and she looked radiant. She kept picking up food for Zhou Yang and seemed to enjoy the feeling. Sister Mei, you eat too. Zhou Yang said. The two drank and chatted, talking about their first meeting and every detail along the way. There was laughter, touching moments, and reluctance to leave. When they were drunk, Tang Yumei sat down beside Zhou Yang and said softly, Zhou Yang, I know that you always solve the problem yourself. Ah? Zhou Yang asked, how did you know? Don't you need toilet paper? Tang Yumei smiled mysteriously. But I have to criticize you. Even if you're young and in good health, you can't waste it like that, right? Doing it every now and then is too wasteful. It's just that I can't help myself when I'm with a beautiful lady like you every day. Zhou Yang said. You've suffered so much. Tang Yumei sighed, suddenly stood up, and sat on Zhou Yang. Today, you don't have to endure it anymore. Sister will give herself to you as a gift. Sister Mei. Zhou Yang, under the influence of alcohol, was no longer reserved and gently stroked Tang Yumei's cheek with both hands. The two kissed passionately. Because of the excessive movement, several plates were knocked over. Zhou Yang, I want to be in your room. Tang Yumei said breathlessly. Good. Zhou Yang picked up Tang Yumei, went into his room and closed the door. At this moment, Lu Dafei and Dada happened to sneak into the villa. It was already past 11 o'clock, and the lights in the villa were off. They thought Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei had already gone to bed. Using the key to open the door of the villa, the two men put on black hoods and sneaked into the villa. What the two didn't expect was that there were still candles lit on the dining table in the villa's living room, but the light was not very strong. Brother Fei, has the target's photo been sent over? Big Head asked in a low voice. Not yet. Lu Dafei said, but it doesn't matter. Zhou Yang is the only man living in this villa. Then, he whispered to Dadu, turn on your phone and record the video first. I'll take the clip and send it to the employer to get the remaining payment. Okay. Big Head turned on the video on his mobile phone. Following the clues provided by Xia Feng, the two quietly approached the door. At this time, Tang Yumei's low moan was heard from inside the house. Fuck. Lu Dafei was very surprised. What's going on in the room? Big Head whispered, that voice is too enchanting. Lu Dafei took a deep breath and cursed Xia Feng in his heart. Didn't you say Zhou Yang was just your mother's tenant? It was obvious that they were sleeping together. In this case, the two can only wait for an opportunity. However, Lu Dafei and Datu were also young men full of vigor and vitality. This kind of thing was very exciting to them, so they hid by the door and eavesdropped. Datu also recorded the entire process on video and audio. After about half an hour, the sound reached its peak and then slowly stopped. The sound of two people talking could be heard from inside the house. The sound was so quiet that the two of them couldn't hear it clearly, but they heard the two words turn over. Then, the long symphony began again. The two of them could only wait outside. Datu was tired of taking pictures, so he picked up a small mobile phone holder on the table and put the phone at a suitable angle to take pictures. After about half an hour, the sound finally stopped. The two heard the sound of someone walking down the stairs in the house. Hurry, hide behind the sofa. Dafei and Dado hurriedly hid behind the sofa, but forgot to get their cell phones back. The next second, the door opened. Tang Yumei walked out with a happy face, putting on her pants as she walked. Because the living room was a bit messy and the candlelight was dim, she didn't notice the camera phone in the dark. Chapter 54, Sleepless Tonight. This scene was also captured by the mobile phone. When do we start? Behind the sofa, Dado asked Lu Dafei in a low voice. Don't be impatient, wait until they fall asleep before taking action. Lu Dafei said. What if they sleep in the same room? How do we do it? Asked Big Head. Lu Dafei was also very depressed. According to the information provided by the employer, Zhou Yang was a tenant and slept in a separate room from the hostess. As a result, there are very few opportunities to download the phone. Right now, we can only wait for the target to come out to use the restroom. Lu Dafei said, hold your composure. Okay, said Big Head. When he thought about the 1 million he could get after the success, he suddenly became very excited. After a while, Tang Yumei came back from the bathroom, seemed to have washed herself, and then returned to Zhou Yang's room. This time, I didn't even bother to close the door. Sister Mei, are you coming again? Zhou Yang said. What? You can't do it anymore? Of course not, I'm just afraid that you'll miss your flight tomorrow. Zhou Yang said. If you can make me miss my flight, I won't leave tomorrow. Tang Yumei said playfully. Zhou Yang said, then you must endure my baptism of storm. Next, the sound of the bed rocking and the sounds of pleasure were heard again. Datu adjusted the angle of the camera on his mobile phone to face the big bed in Zhou Yang's bedroom, where two figures were tightly entangled together. Big Head watched with great interest. Lu Dafei was extremely annoyed. This pair of dogs and bitches are not done yet. Big Head said, well, although it's not in the bedroom, it's still like watching the fight live, which is quite exciting. Loser! Lu Dafei cursed Datu. Nearly an hour later, the two reluctantly parted ways. It's finally done. Lu Dafei almost fell asleep leaning against the sofa. At this time, both of them walked out of the house and went to the bathroom. Then, they took a bath together, came out of the bathroom, and sat on the sofa. Zhou Yang, you're so amazing. Tang Yumei said, I'm almost falling apart. Zhou Yang said, this still retains some strength. What? You still have some left. Tang Yumei said, no, I can't accept this. Then what should we do? Zhou Yang said, if we continue like this, I'm really worried you won't be able to handle it. Tang Yumei said, I've been living alone in an empty house for so many years, and I'm leaving for America tomorrow. Since I've broken my vow tonight, I'm going to break it all. Okay. Zhou Yang said, Sis Mei has a request, and I'll try my best to satisfy it. I want to make up for all the loneliness you've had for all these years, all at once. Zhou Yang, you are so kind. I really can't bear to leave you. As the two talked, their tone became softer and more ambiguous, and then Tang Yumei fell onto the sofa. Lu Dafei. At this moment, Lu Dafei felt like he had no desire to live. Are these two people crazy? Don't they sleep? But he and Datu were now hiding behind the sofa, not daring to move easily, and could only endure and wait silently. The voices of Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei were heard on the sofa, and the sofa occasionally shook. They were in the bedroom before and the noise was not very loud, but now it was right next to Lu Dafei and Datu, making them feel hot all over. Perhaps because the battlefield had changed, the two men were very excited this time and it took more than an hour for them to stop. No. Tang Yumei gave up completely. Zhou Yang asked with concern, Sister Mei, are you feeling well? It's very comfortable, but I'm very tired. Tang Yumei said with a satisfied look on her face, Zhou Yang, you make me so happy. As long as Sister Mei is happy. Zhou Yang said. Of course, the reason why he is so powerful is not natural. Golden Scales contains prescriptions for male nourishment, which have miraculous effects on patients and can increase the combat effectiveness of normal people many times. When Zhou Yang was approaching puberty, he was enlightened by the book Golden Scale and often bought medicine for himself according to the prescription, which caused nosebleeds many times. And the nourishment over the years has also given him strong capital and super fighting power during his adolescent growth period. That's why Lu Wei can't live without him. Tang Yumei is now somewhat dependent on Zhou Yang, but there is no way, as she still has to pursue her career. After the two chatted for a few sentences, Tang Yumei was obviously very tired. Sister Mei, let's sleep in separate rooms. Zhou Yang said, I'm afraid of sleeping together, and I can't hold myself back. My God, you are such a strange person. Tang Yumei said. Zhou Yang smiled awkwardly. Sister May, good night. The two of them returned to their own bedrooms. Now, Lu Dafei and Data finally got their chance. Don't worry. They must be sleeping soundly after all the trouble they have made tonight. Once they fall asleep, we will go over and take them down, said Lu Dafei. Okay, said Big Head. At this time, Lu Dafei discovered that there was an extra message on his mobile phone. It turned out that my phone was on silent mode and I was too nervous to pay attention to the messages. He opened the message and saw that it was a color picture sent from an unfamiliar number. It contained several photos of Zhou Yang's daily life, and the clarity was barely acceptable. Did the employer just send the photos? Asked Big Head. No, it was sent early in the morning. I wasn't checking my phone just now. Lu Dafei said, opening the photo and looking at it carefully. Why does this person look so familiar? Lu Dafei looked at Zhou Yang and felt that this person was very familiar, as if he had just met him not long ago, but his brain seemed to be stuck and he couldn't get around it, and he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Let me see. Big Head stretched his head to check the photo. Suddenly, he was shocked and said, Fuck, Brother Fei, isn't this that guy? Ah. Lu Dafei seemed to be instantly awakened by Data's words, and suddenly remembered Shanshan's boyfriend, the beautiful girl downstairs. Yes. That's the guy. Big Head said, he kicked me in the crotch that day. I'll never forget him in my life. Lu Dafei was instantly in despair. You know, they all witnessed Zhou Yang's fighting ability that night. That night, all 6 of them were knocked down by Zhou Yang. Moreover, judging from the situation, even if there were 6 more people, Zhou Yang would still be able to defeat them. How could the 2 of them handle such a terrifying guy? No wonder this guy worked for 3 hours. Lu Dafei said, he is not even human. He is simply a divine beast. Data said, Brother Fei, I don't want to take this order. Sorry, Brother Fei, I want to go home. Lu Dafei grabbed Datu and said, don't leave yet. Data said, Brother Fei, please spare me. We can't kill him with just the 2 of us. Instead, he will send us to the police station. Brother Fei, we have been friends since we were young. You can't betray your brother like this. I really can't kill him. Lu Dafei said, of course I know that too. Big Head, you knew that and you still stopped me? Lu Dafei said, I'm not stopping you from leaving. If you really want to leave, I'll accompany you. At least put your phone away. Lu Dafei pointed at the mobile phone holder on the ground. Oh. Big Head said hurriedly, okay. The 2 of them tiptoed out the door with their cell phones, ran out to the street, and then went back to the hotel across the street. They had booked a room there before and stayed there until the evening before taking action. Since there was no action, it was safe to return to the hotel and the other party would not notice anything. Shit, that's too dangerous. Lu Dafei, still in shock, patted his chest as he headed back to the hotel. He cursed inwardly, no wonder I asked Xie Yong for 5 million and he agreed without a second thought. Turns out he wanted to kill this guy. Xie Yong is such a piece of shit. Who would kill such a terrifying guy without a reward of tens of millions? He wants to accomplish something big with a small fortune and take advantage of me. Damn it. Brother Fei, what should we do next? Datu asked, how do we explain this to the boss? What's there to explain? Turn off the phone. Lu Dafei said. Ah. Big Head was stunned. What? Have a good sleep and then run away, said Lu Dafei. He had received a 3 million yuan advance payment from Xie Yong. Although the matter was not done, the money would not be refunded. He was sure that Xie Yong would not dare to go to the police station to report the crime, otherwise Xie Yong would be finished. Thinking of this, Lu Dafei instantly became extremely happy and fell into a sound sleep. Chapter 55, Internal Conflict between Xie Yong and his son and the killer. Poor Xie Yong and his son, they waited the whole night holding their cell phones. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Dad, wake up, wake up. Xiefeng pushed Xie Yong, who was lying on the sofa. It's already 10 o'clock, why hasn't Dafei called yet? Xie Yong hurriedly got up and called Dafei. Fuck. Xie Yong cursed angrily, his phone is turned off. I waited for news last night, but didn't dare to make any phone calls. I waited until they both fell asleep. When they got up and called, their phone was turned off. The father and son suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could he have run away with the money? Xiefeng said angrily. Do you think I'll have no backup plan after I hand over 3 million to them? Xia Yong gritted his teeth, opened an app on his phone, and clicked on GPS positioning. On the map, a red dot was quietly parked on the street across from Tang Yumei's villa. It turned out that on the day he paid the advance payment to Lu Dafei, he asked someone to install a GPS positioning device under Lu Dafei's car. He can control wherever Lu Dafei goes. These two bastards. The car has been parked there all night. Xia Yong was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. Xia Feng was also very confused. Did these two guys fail in their operation? Even if they failed, they should have called or sent a message. Xia Yong gritted his teeth and said to Xia Feng, "Don't you have a few good friends? Bring them all with you and let's go over there and take a look." Good. Xia Feng hurriedly called his friend, and then rushed to Tang Yumei's villa with Xia Yong. When he arrived at the street outside the villa, Xia Yong followed the GPS positioning and found that the car was not parked on the street, but underground. In other words, this area has an underground garage. Xia Yong just felt overwhelmed. How could things get so complicated? However, just as they were searching the street outside the villa, they saw the door of the villa open and a container truck drove out. Tang Yumei packed her things and wanted to have them airlifted to the United States. The logistics company came to pick up the goods this morning. After the car drove out, Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang happened to be in the yard and saw Xia Yong and his son Xia Feng on the street outside the yard. "Why are you here?" Tang Yumei asked. After a long conversation that night, Tang Yumei thought that the father and son had a change of heart, so she became gentler in her attitude towards them. "Are you here to see me off?" "My flight is in the afternoon," Tang Yumei said again. However, Xia Yong and Xia Feng were both staring at Zhou Yang at this moment. He is not dead, he is alive and well. So, Lu Dafei failed. Or maybe he didn't do it at all. Xia Yong and Xia Feng didn't know what was going on for a moment, and were in a dilemma and undecided. Zhou Yang glanced at the two of them indifferently, then turned around and went back to the villa. "Yumei, did anything happen last night?" Xia Yong asked tentatively. Tang Yumei thought of the lovemaking with Zhou Yang last night and immediately blushed. She said a little awkwardly, "No, nothing happened." Xia Yong let out a long sigh. Fortunately, although the mission was not completed, at least no trouble was caused and no one was alerted. Xia Yong instantly felt relieved of his guilt and asked Xia Feng's friends to guard Lu Dafei's car while he and his son Xia Feng swaggered into the villa. Zhou Yang was sitting on the sofa in the villa's living room at this moment, with empty eyes and a sad look on his face. After all, Tang Yumei is going across the ocean this afternoon, and it's unknown how long it will take for her to come back. "Hey, Zhou Yang, why are you so worried?" Xia Feng came into the room and teased Zhou Yang, "Let me guess. Oh, you're going to be homeless next, so you're worried, right?" Ha 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 ha. Xia Yong also said, "Zhou Yang, this villa is the joint property of Tang Yumei and me. After Yumei leaves, we will put it up for sale online, so I order you to move out immediately." "What are you two doing?" Tang Yumei said, "Even if Zhou Yang were to find a house, it would take time." Xia Yong said, "I don't care whether he needs time or not. Anyway, I can't waste time selling the house." Xia Feng also said, "Mom, you have taken in this stinky loser for a long time. Now that you are going to the United States, it's time for him to wake up from his sweet dream." Xia Feng walked up to Zhou Yang and whispered harshly in his ear, "Zhou Yang, you wanted to seduce my mom, but now you have no chance, right? You are still a lowly ant at the bottom of society. How could my mom possibly be interested in you? How do you know that sister May looks down on me?" Zhou Yang asked. "Fuck. How could you have such a stupid idea?" Xia Feng said, "If my mother likes you, would she go to America? I don't know when she'll come back. Don't dream on." Because the two spoke quietly, others could only hear them communicating fiercely but had no idea what they were saying. Zhou Yang just smiled faintly and said nothing more. Xia Feng was not satisfied yet and continued to tease Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, although LV Wei has changed her mind now, you must never forget that it was me who took her away from you. I cheated on you, and you will never be able to hold your head up high for the rest of your life." Zhou Yang sneered, "I didn't expect you to still be so upset about this. I don't have any feelings for LV Wei, so how can I talk about cuckoldry? Besides, LV Wei is just my leftovers. Before she kissed you, do you know where she kissed me?" These words were extremely hurtful. Xia Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he thought that Lu Wei and Zhou Yang must have made some bold attempts during their 4 years in college, and he suddenly felt unwell. "Damn you, Zhou Yang, anyway, I stole your girlfriend. You can never beat me in this matter. Xia Feng roared. Are you sick? Zhou Yang just thought it was ridiculous. Now, mentioning the name LV Wei is like a gust of wind, which will not have any effect on him at all, nor will it involve any of his emotions. As a result, Xia Feng still holds on to this nonsense, which is really infuriating and funny. Seeing this, Xia Yang waved his hand and said, Zhou Yang, I don't care how many evil thoughts you had towards Yumei before, but now that Yumei is leaving, I don't want things to get too awkward. You need to make it clear what your status is. Yumei is keeping you here because she pities you. Don't think you can be on equal footing with us father and son. You don't deserve it. Xia Yang was filled with resentment for not being able to kill Zhou Yang. If it weren't for Zhou Yang, he and Tang Yumei would still be husband and wife. Today he came to the villa and saw Tang Yumei wearing a suspender top and yoga pants. Her perfect sexy figure and goddess-like face made him feel like he was in a dream. It's hard to imagine that this is his ex-wife. He now regretted why he had not found a way to cultivate more feelings with Tang Yumei, and then sleep with such a beauty in his arms. What on earth did I think I was going to write? Just when he was regretting himself and angry at Zhou Yang, Xia Feng's phone suddenly rang. "Ah Feng, two guys got on that car," said Xia Feng's friend on the other end of the phone. "Stop them, don't let them run away," Xia Feng said hurriedly. Then, he said to Xia Yang, "Dad, we found the person. Hurry over." Xia Yang hurriedly stood up and walked out the door with Xia Feng. Soon, the two arrived across the street, where Xia Feng's friends were surrounding Lu Dafei and Datu in the car. Seeing this, Xia Yang and Xia Feng were so angry that their eyes turned red. They took a few steps forward, picked up a stone from the roadside, and smashed it hard against the other car's glass. Chapter 56 Xia Feng and his son, completely broken. Lu Dafei and Datu were startled and shouted outside, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Get the fuck out here." Xia Feng smashed the car window hard with a roadbed stone, and it was about to break. "Drive quickly," Lu Dafei shouted to Datu. Datu was a little panicked. He pushed hard with his feet and the car flew out like an arrow, hitting Xia Yang in front of him. Ah! Xia Yang was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. "Dad!" Xia Feng hurried over to check on Xia Yang's injuries. It was discovered that although Xia Yang was knocked away, his life was not in danger, only one leg seemed to be broken. Data took advantage of the opportunity and drove out quickly. However, at this moment, one of Xia Feng's companions rushed out from the side in a car and hit the car driven by Datu. Bang! With a loud bang, the car driven by Big Head was caught off guard and was knocked over. Lu Dafei and Datu were knocked unconscious and had to climb out from the car window. Xia Feng and others went up and pinned the two men to the ground. "Damn it, run again!" Xia Feng gritted his teeth. Xia Yang limped over and slapped Lu Dafei in the face. "You bastard, you took my money and didn't do anything, and now you want to run away. Can you run away?" Xia Yang said. Lu Dafei said, "You asked me to kill such a terrifying guy and you only gave me 5 million. You think I'm a sucker? What a scary guy." Xia Yang and Xia Feng were both stunned. Lu Dafei said, "Don't play dumb with me, Zhou Yang is no ordinary person." Xia Yang angrily cursed, Lu Dafei, you can't even complete the mission, but you come up with some weird excuses. Is that a reason to run away with the money?" Lu Dafei gritted his teeth and said, "You don't believe me, right? I'm telling you, my brothers and I have fought against Zhou Yang before, and we're no match for him. $5 million won't cut it for a target of this level." Xia Feng said, "I admit that Zhou Yang is a good fighter, but you're exaggerating too much. His abilities are limited, and you're just making excuses for yourself." Seeing that the father and son didn't believe him, Lu Dafei said angrily, "If Zhou Yang was only that capable, your mother wouldn't be writing on him." "What the hell did you say?" Xia Feng grabbed Lu Dafei's collar and shouted. Lu Dafei asked Data to take out his phone, show it to him. Data opened the video recorded on his mobile phone and showed it to Xia Feng. Xia Feng and Xia Yang came over, and along with their friends, they all leaned over to look. At the beginning of the video, some heart-pounding sounds were heard from Zhou Yang's room, along with the sound of the bed shaking. Xia Yang and Xia Feng suddenly became nervous. Then Data walked in quickly, and suddenly the door opened. Tang Yumei's white and sexy body appeared at the door. She was only wearing a t-shirt on her upper body, and she was putting on her pants while walking. At this moment, Xia Yang and Xia Feng felt like their heads were about to explode. Especially Xia Feng. He saw with his own eyes his mother walk out of Zhou Yang's room without even putting on her pants. The anger and humiliation in his heart were like a vast ocean. Several companions nearby exchanged glances with each other, then covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Do you think that's the end? There's more. Big Head was still talking with relish and continued to fast forward. Tang Yumei went to the bathroom to take a shower and then returned to Zhou Yang's room. Then, the two people started communicating again. After eating the forbidden fruit for the first time, both of them became more relaxed and their voices became louder. And this time, the door wasn't even closed. Xia Feng and Xia Yon watched the two figures entangled. Xia Yon's blood pressure soared and he felt dizzy. That was the wife he had married for so many years but never enjoyed. Even the birth of Xia Feng was through in vitro fertilization. As a result, he was pinned down by Zhou Yang. At this moment, Xia Feng felt like his blood vessels were about to burst. Before, he could still arrogantly say in front of Zhou Yang, "I once stole your girlfriend, you are my defeated opponent." But now, Zhou Yang did something even more explosive and directly became his father. Xia Feng felt that at this moment he was more embarrassed and miserable than a clown. But Dada seemed unsatisfied and continued, "Do you think this is the end? There's more." He continued to fast forward and played the footage of Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei being filmed on the sofa. The soft leather sofa was shaken by the two of them and almost fell over. This scene struck Xia Feng's heart directly. He will probably never be able to erase this shadow in his lifetime. At this time, more and more people gathered on the roadside to watch the car accident. Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei also came out. After all, the accident happened on the street in front of their home, not far from them. When Xia Feng and Xia Yang saw Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang again, the anger and humiliation they felt were like a huge wave, indescribable. "Tang Yumei, you did a great job," Xia Yang shouted. Tang Yumei was stunned. "What's wrong with me?" Xia Yang pointed at Zhou Yang with trembling arms. "You slept with him last night?" Xia Feng also gritted his teeth in pain and said, "And it was 3 times. Big Head interjected, "One time it took more than half an hour, and the last time, it seemed like it was almost an hour." Tang Yumei's face turned red instantly. People around don't understand what's going on with someone, and who's going to bed with whom. Are you monitoring me? Tang Yumei asked coldly. Seeing that her affair with Zhou Yang had been known to others, she no longer concealed it and said openly, "Yes, Zhou Yang and I are together, what's wrong?" You are shameless," Xia Yang shouted angrily. Tang Yumei sneered, "I'm a decent person. What right do you have to say I'm shameless? You and I are divorced. I'm single now. Is it illegal or immoral for me to date someone?" What Tang Yumei said was indeed correct. Xia Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred but was speechless. Xia Feng said, "Tang Yumei, I won't stop you from finding a boyfriend, but why did you choose him? Don't you know? He approached you to get revenge on me?" Tang Yumei took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. "If you weren't my son, I'd really want to slap you. From beginning to end, I've devoted myself to you, and what have I gotten in return? In return, you've helped me secretly monitor me? If you don't do anything shameful, why would I monitor you?" Xia Feng argued. "All right." Tang Yumei's eyes were red, her teeth were clenched, and she sneered, "All right. I've embarrassed you, haven't I? I just like Zhou Yang. I like that he's young and handsome, I like his good personality, I like everything about him. Who I date is none of your business. If you insist on finding it embarrassing for a mother like me, from today on, our mother-son relationship is severed." When Xia Feng heard that Tang Yumei wanted to break up with him, he was instantly frightened. What he feared was not anything else but the breaking of his own funding chain. You know, in terms of background and strength, Dad Xia Yang is no match for Mom Tang Yumei. It can be said that the gap is huge. Everything Xia Yang has today was built up by the support of Tang Yumei's family. If he lost this powerful mother, Xia Feng didn't know what his future would be like. "Mom, don't be angry, that's not what I meant," Xia Feng said hurriedly. "Xiao Feng? She's like this, and you still call her mom?" Xia Yang asked back. "What happened to me?" Tang Yumei asked. "Did I have a mistress during my marriage? Did I buy a house for her? Did I start a company and let her run it?" What Tang Yumei was talking about were naturally the things that Xia Yang did during their marriage. This left Xia Yang with a thorn in his throat, unable to refute. Tang Yumei suddenly asked, "How did you know about Zhou Yang and me? You all know what happened last night today. Are there any surveillance cameras in my villa?" Tang Yumei's question made Xia Yong and Xia Feng break out in cold sweats. With so many bystanders around, it would be a big deal if it were to be revealed that they had hired someone to commit murder. I'm sorry, I installed the camera. Xia Yong bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He felt that at least this way, nothing serious would happen. But Tang Yumei refused to give up and said, "Where is the camera? Come on, take me to see it." Chapter 57 Zhou Yang, I will be pregnant with your child. This sentence completely blocked Xia Yong's retreat. Xia Yong said helplessly, "Yumei, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me and my father. You and Zhou Yang can do whatever you want. We don't care." Zhou Yang sneered, "You care? What right do you have to care?" Xia Yong, fuck you. Xia Yong, I'm asking you where the camera is. Tang Yumei shouted. Yumei. Forget about looking for the cameras. You're flying to the US this afternoon, and Zhou Yang has already moved out. I installed the cameras just to make it safer when the real estate agent sells the house later. Xia Yong said, otherwise, if I give the real estate agent the keys, what if they keep living there? Then it'll become theirs. Tang Yumei thought about it and it made sense, so she stopped asking. Moreover, Xia Yong and his son were now completely convinced and no longer making a fuss, so she didn't want to be aggressive anymore. From now on, my affairs have nothing to do with you. I can be with whoever I want, said Tang Yumei. Yes, we are divorced. I have no right to interfere in your private life. Seeing that the other party no longer pursued the issue of filming, Xia Yong hurriedly gave them a way out. Xia Feng was afraid that Tang Yumei would really sever the mother-son relationship with him, so he didn't dare to say anything and remained silent. At this moment, Zhou Yang felt a sense of comfort he had never felt before. Zhou Yang, let's go. Take me to the airport later. Tang Yumei took Zhou Yang's arm and walked into the villa. Xia Feng suddenly cursed, "Bastard, this green-haired turtle." Zhou Yang frowned when he heard this, and then he stopped walking. He suddenly turned around and walked to Xia Feng and asked, "Until now, you still refuse to face reality?" "What reality?" Xia Feng gritted his teeth. Zhou Yang whispered in Xia Feng's ear, "I am your father." "Fuck you." Xia Feng finally couldn't help it and punched Zhou Yang. However, Zhou Yang raised his knee first and pressed it against his lower abdomen. Ah! The pain was unbearable and Xia Feng knelt down and wailed. Zhou Yang turned around and said to Tang Yumei, "Sister Mei, I'm sorry. He just scolded me and I couldn't hold it back." Tang Yumei was a little worried and whispered, "Don't ruin Xiaofeng." Zhou Yang smiled and said, "No. It just hurts." The two of them walked back to the villa while talking. At this time, someone called the police and they arrived. Because Lu Dafei and Xia Yong, father and son, felt guilty, they simply told the police that it was an accident. Both parties signed a settlement agreement and let the police leave. Tang Yumei was in a bad mood when she returned to the villa. I didn't expect that such an unpleasant thing would happen on the day I left the country. Sister Mei, don't be unhappy. Since we did it, it will be known sooner or later. Zhou Yang said, "It's only a matter of time before they come and make trouble." Tang Yumei nodded and said, "You're right. But we can't stay in this villa anymore. It's been monitored by security cameras. Come on, take me to the airport. I'm a VIP at the airport cafe. Let's go sit over there." Okay. Zhou Yang drove Tang Yumei to the airport and the two sat in a cafe. Watching the planes taking off and landing, Tang Yumei became more and more reluctant to leave, but the atmosphere between the two seemed a little silent. I don't know what to say, but it seems like I have said everything. Oh, right. Tang Yumei suddenly said, "I told you a secret before, but I almost forgot. If Sister Mei hadn't told me, I wouldn't have remembered it." Zhou Yang suddenly looked expectant. "What secret?" Tang Yumei said, "Didn't you once ask me if I was helping you behind the scenes and that's why you went to EPS Group headquarters?" Yes. Zhou Yang immediately became alert. How he got to the headquarters has never been clear. To be more precise, Zhou Yang was too lazy to investigate it later, always thinking that the truth would come out one day. Look, it seems that Tang Yumei knows the inside story. Tang Yumei said, "Do you remember that day when you told me you were fired? I took you to meet some of my best friends that night and asked them to find you a job. But you said those words to me, and it really impressed me. You are a young man with great ambitions." Zhou Yang also remembered that he had indeed told Tang Yumei about his lofty ideals and ambitions at the club that day. Tang Yumei said, I know you really want to come to EPS headquarters to realize your ambitions, so I'm here to help you. I asked my connections to help you transfer to EPS headquarters. Ah? Zhou Yang was surprised, your connections? Tang Yumei said, to be precise, it's my old man's connections. He used to be a cadre in the government and had many apprentices. One of them was expelled from the government due to some misunderstanding. Later, he went to EPS and became the vice president. Moreover, Xia Yong was able to become the human resources director of EPS because of our family's connections. I didn't expect it was really you, Sister May, who helped me. Zhou Yang said, you actually activated the vice president position to promote me. He can handle these things just by saying something to his subordinates. Tang Yumei smiled and said, and I also know that you are arrogant and always want to rely on your own abilities. So, I have never acknowledged it because I am afraid you will think too much. But now, you become a sales manager thanks to your own abilities, and no one dares to say anything behind your back. I can now tell you with confidence that the reason I recommended you is because I can see that you have the ability. All you need is a platform and an opportunity. Sister May. Zhou Yang was extremely moved, tears welling up in his eyes. You are so good to me. Why are boys crying? Tang Yumei reached out to wipe Zhou Yang's tears and smiled gently. You're really nice to me. We're just trying to keep each other warm. Zhou Yang forced a smile, took a deep breath, and said, Sister May, I'll be waiting for you in Xinjiang until you come back from the United States. Tang Yumei smiled, silly boy, why are you waiting for me? You are so young and have plenty of youth. If you meet a girl you like, cherish her. The two of us, having had her before, is already the most beautiful thing. After saying this, Zhou Yang felt even more sad. Zhou Yang, you should go back quickly. You still need to find a house, which will take time. Tang Yumei said, I want to be alone here and calm down. Otherwise, if you send me off until the last moment, I won't want to leave. When Zhou Yang heard this, tears started to flow again. Sister May, let's go back. Tang Yumei bit her lips, trying hard to hold back her tears, and turned her head away. Zhou Yang knew he couldn't force it any longer, so he stood up and walked out, looking back every few steps. The moment he left the house, he shouted to Tang Yumei, Sister May, take care. Tang Yumei waved her hands vigorously. At this moment, she could no longer stop her tears, which flowed down her cheeks like a river bursting its dam. However, after a brief period of sadness, a glimmer of happy anticipation flashed in Tang Yumei's eyes. Zhou Yang, I never told you I'm actually fertile. Last night, I didn't ask you to take any safety precautions 3 times. I really want to get pregnant. Tang Yumei looked at the direction Zhou Yang left and murmured, but even if I get pregnant with your child, I won't involve you. I will protect him and accompany him as he grows up. Zhou Yang, goodbye. Chapter 58 Beautiful Tenant. After coming out of the airport, Zhou Yang felt very uncomfortable. During this period, he has become accustomed to the feeling of living with Tang Yumei. I have to find a new house to live in now. Zhou Yang temporarily found a hotel and left his luggage there. If he found a suitable house in the next few days, he would move in. If not, he would stay in the hotel first. Before leaving, Tang Yumei left him some money, enough for him to cover his various expenses in the hotel. Since he had no work in the afternoon, Zhou Yang spent the whole afternoon visiting many real estate agencies and finally found a suitable house nearby. It is said to be suitable, but in fact, it is just closer to the company. The community environment is very nice. Zhou Yang even felt that he had been to that community before, but he just couldn't remember when. The house was also clean and tidy. In order to save some money, Zhou Yang rented a shared house. The house has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The master bedroom is already occupied, so Zhou Yang was arranged to stay in the second bedroom. Xiao Zhou, there's a beautiful woman living in the master bedroom. The landlord hunched over with a secretive smile on his face. Besides, she's your colleague, both from EPS Group. Ah? What's your name? Zhou Yang asked. What's your name? Look at me, I'm old now, I can't even remember it. The old man said, you can recognize each other later. Haha, okay. Zhou Yang said. The rent is 1,500 yuan a month, 1/3 deposit and 3/3 payment. The old man said, showing Zhou Yang the rental contract and said, I have to remind you, young man, I originally didn't let me rent the master bedroom to boys. She was worried that it would be inconvenient to live together. But I think you're a nice person and a colleague, so I'm renting it to you. You must be careful about your behavior and don't cause dissatisfaction among girls, otherwise I will have to kick you out. Besides, the deposit is non-refundable. Zhou Yang nodded. Don't worry, uncle. After 9 years of compulsory education and 4 years of university, my ideological and moral level is still up to standard. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. The old man handed Zhou Yang a bunch of keys. Here, these are the keys. If you have any questions, just call me. My number is on the contract. Okay, sir, you go ahead and do your work first. Zhou Yang said. Okay. The old man walked out the door humming a little tune, with a thick stack of bright red banknotes in his hand and a cunning and greedy smile on his face. 1,500 yuan a month. This area doesn't even charge that much. Besides, if the girl isn't satisfied and kicks him out, I've already told you that the deposit won't be refunded. It's a waste of money. It turns out that this was the landlord's little plan. It would be quite good if this house could be rented out for 800,1000 yuan a month. Moreover, the existing tenant requested to share the apartment with a female student. The old man felt that making money that way was too slow, so he specially hired a boy and made it clear to him that if anything happened, he would kick him out and all the money would not be refunded. Right now, the old man really wants Zhou Yang to have something unpleasant with the beautiful tenant in the master bedroom, so that he can make some quick money and then look for the next tenant. But Zhou Yang lacked experience and didn't know about the condoms used by the renter. He was only interested in settling down first, moving his luggage into the room, and then starting to decorate and tidy up. Then he went to the bathroom to get some water and prepared to clean the entire house. I have to say that the tenant of the master bedroom must be a girl who loves cleanliness very much. The public area of the living room is kept very tidy, and the blankets on the leather sofa are neatly folded. There is a shoe rack at the door of the master bedroom, which is filled with various women's shoes, including sneakers, casual shoes, and high heels with exaggerated conical heels. Moreover, every pair of shoes is branded, clean and spotless. She also looks like a very stylish girl. While thinking, Zhou Yang went into the bathroom to get water. However, as soon as I entered the bathroom, I was attracted by the group of beautiful women above my head. There is a window in the bathroom, and a steel wire is stretched across the window. A clothes hanger is hung on the wire, and on the clothes hanger are various women's underwear. There are 4 or 5 sets in total. Each set is very distinctive and interesting. Zhou Yang had never seen so many things before, and then he recalled what the old man said about the beautiful woman in the master bedroom. When a beautiful woman wears these things, it's simply a blast. Zhou Yang was extremely excited for a moment, feeling that he had found a treasure by renting this house. He had already developed a strong liking for the girl in the master bedroom whom he had not met yet. However, in the next few days, the girl in the master bedroom did not come back. Zhou Yang was very surprised and wanted to call the old man to ask, but then he thought it was inappropriate. The tenant's affairs have nothing to do with you. If you ask about them, it seems like you have ulterior motives. It's fine if she doesn't come back to live here. I can just live alone in such a big house. However, just when Zhou Yang had just adapted to the atmosphere of being alone, one night, the door opened and the girl came back. It was late at night and Zhou Yang was sleeping soundly, and had no intention of getting up to check. When I woke up the next day, the landlord called me. "Young man, the female tenant complained about you last night, saying that you snored very loudly," said the old man. "Huh?" Zhou Yang was stunned. "I don't snore much." "How would I know?" "She's a girl, she sleeps lightly." "You have to be understanding. If you snore like this again, she will still complain to you. Close the door tightly." "If that doesn't work, just cover yourself with the quilt and sleep," said the old man. Zhou Yang. "You want to suffocate me to death." "No, sir, I really don't snore much. Even if I do, I'm in my room and she's in hers, with 2 walls and such a big living room between us. How could she hear it so clearly?" Zhou Yang felt very wronged. "How should I know that?" The old man was clueless. "Anyway, you have to be careful. If she keeps complaining about you, I'll have to ask you to leave." "Okay, that's it for now." The old man hung up the phone with a sinister smile on his face. The girl in the master bedroom didn't complain at all, he was deliberately trying to sow discord. If he could make the relationship between the two of them awkward and if conflicts arose in the future, he could ask Zhou Yang to move out. People are evil. Zhou Yang was very angry. She had been living here for almost a week and had only been back for one night, but she ended up filing a complaint against herself. What the hell? No, I have to sleep late tonight. I'll wait for her to come back and argue with her. The more Zhou Yang thought about it, the angrier he became. He went to the bathroom to wash up and saw that all the beauties in the bathroom had been taken away. Moreover, there is a waterproof note above the sink that reads, "Pay attention to hygiene." Oh my god. Zhou Yan was about to explode. We are both tenants, but you act like the owner. Besides, when have I ever been unhygienic? I always clean the bathroom thoroughly and scrub away all the grease stains in the kitchen, making it spotless. On the contrary, it was her who was not home for a week and the living room was covered with dust. It was all his fault. No, I have to wait and see tonight. I want to see what kind of girl you are. Chapter 59, Dealing with the Beautiful Tenant. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yang's eyelids were drooping again due to sleepiness. These companies have a lot of business, and Zhou Yang and Lu Yan are leading the teams respectively, both of which are striving for performance. Because there is a saying that the sales department will select a deputy director at the end of the year. The position of deputy director will be selected from the sales manager, marketing manager, and director's secretary. Therefore, Zhou Yang and Lu Yan both have opportunities to compete. They have to work very hard in the second half of the year so that they can compete in the final evaluation at the end of the year. Su Jing is also very busy these days. There were problems with the launch of new drugs in the previous phase, and a series of subsequent reactions occurred. Many customers complained and many partners demanded compensation. The marketing and sales departments are very large. As the boss of marketing and sales, Su Jing has to do it herself and work with all the district managers to appease the customers and partners in the market. Su Jing hardly went back to the company this week. When she came back occasionally, she would leave in a hurry. The entire marketing and sales department is busy and the pace is fast. So Zhou Yang was very tired during the day and really couldn't hold on at night. As the clock ticked, Zhou Yang leaned his head on the table, but had already fallen asleep. After an unknown amount of time, a noise woke Zhou Yang up. It was the sound of the opposite door closing. Zhou Yang rubbed his eyes and shook his head hard to wake himself up as quickly as possible, then got up and walked to the door of the master bedroom. "Mom, I told you not to meddle in my affairs." A very small sound came from the master bedroom, but the content could be vaguely heard. Seeing that the other party was on the phone and it was inconvenient to disturb him, Zhou Yang lay down on the sofa in the living room and waited. Who knew that he would fall asleep again while waiting? When he woke up again, it was already midnight. It was obvious that the lights in the master bedroom had been turned off and the person had gone to bed. Zhou Yang knocked his head hard. You sleepyhead are really wasting time. During this period of time, I can't go to see the other person, after all, he or she is sleeping soundly. However, Zhou Yang did not gain nothing. At least he knew that the other party would come back to live with him. Moreover, if he came back to live with him for 2 consecutive days, he would probably come back on the 3rd day. I must not fall asleep again tomorrow. The next day was another busy and tedious day. After coming back in the evening, Zhou Yang wanted to take a shower. But he was surprised to find that there was the sound of water in the bathroom. She came back so early today? Zhou Yang hurried to the bathroom to confirm. However, the bathroom had a frosted glass door, and the woman inside immediately saw a figure outside and shouted, "Who is it?" I have to say that the girl is very brave. Even at this time, her tone can remain very calm. Zhou Yang said, "Oh, it's me, I'm the tenant of the second bedroom." When the girl heard this, she was instantly angry. "Can't you see I'm taking a shower?" The girl's voice mixed with the sound of rushing water gave Zhou Yang a familiar feeling. Why does this voice sound like a human? Zhou Yang was confused for a moment, but then he heard a cold shout from inside. "What on earth do you want to do? If you don't leave, I'll call the police." Zhou Yang felt very wronged and said hurriedly, "Hey, I don't mean anything else, I just want to communicate with you." But when these words are spoken, they sound meaningful. The girl was taking a shower, and Zhou Yang stood in front of the door and said he wanted to communicate with her. Who wouldn't he want to go astray? Especially when a girl is taking a shower with nothing on her, and there is a man outside, with only a layer of frosted glass between them. This feeling of helplessness is simply overwhelming. Any ambiguous words will make girls think too much. "I don't want to communicate with you," the girl said. "Don't bother me while I'm showering, or I'll call the police." Zhou Yang was helpless. Okay, don't call the police. I'll go back to my room first. When you finish washing, we can talk." "Okay," said the girl. As agreed, Zhou Yang returned to his room and closed the door. The girl peeked out through a crack and saw that the other person had really returned to the house. She hurriedly wrapped herself in a bath towel, tiptoed back to her master bedroom, and immediately locked the door. And this girl is none other than Su Jing, the director of marketing and sales of EPS Group and Zhou Yang's immediate superior. What a damned charmingly awkward coincidence. It's just that neither side knows the other's identity. Su Jing hurriedly called the landlord. Hey, Mr. Cui, why did you hire a male tenant without my consent? Didn't I tell you that I don't want male tenants? Uncle Cui said, alas, the rental market is not doing well. I need to eat too. Please be considerate of me. Su Jing said, I do understand you, but do you understand me? I was just showering when that guy stood outside and talked to me. I lied to him and said I was going to call the police, so he went back to his room. Didn't you just invite a pervert here? Mr. Cui liked to hear this and asked hurriedly, why, was he blocking your door while you were taking a shower? Almost. Su Jing said. This kid looks so gentle, but I didn't expect him to be so perverted. Uncle Cui said, don't worry, I'll go talk to him and kick him out. Uncle Cui hung up the phone and called Zhou Yang directly. Young man, what's wrong with you? Mr. Cui changed his previous friendly attitude and complained, you peeked at a girl bathing. Did you know that she's about to call the police? Zhou Yang hurriedly explained, I didn't peek at her taking a bath, I just went to communicate with her. What are you explaining? Uncle Cui said, I told you long ago that you should be careful when renting with a girl. I can't help you if you don't listen. For the personal safety of the tenant, I can only regretfully tell you that I can't rent this house to you anymore. You should move out immediately. Zhou Yang. I've only lived here for a week and you're asking me to move out. That's so cruel. Uncle, you misunderstood. I am not what you think. I haven't seen the master bedroom in the week since I moved in. I just went to say hello to her out of courtesy and in order to live in peace in the future. Zhou Yang said. You said hello just when she was showering? Mr. Cui said, don't bother explaining. Hurry up and pack your things and move out. Otherwise, if the girl doesn't call the police, I will too. No, sir, do you think you can be reasonable? Zhou Yang shouted. It's not that I'm unreasonable, it's that the girl hates you now and says you're a pervert, said Uncle Cui. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and said, I'll go talk to her. After saying that, he hung up the phone and walked to the door of the master bedroom with anger. Ding dang dang. Zhou Yang knocked on the door. Beauty, it was just a misunderstanding. Open the door and let's talk. Are you done yet? Su Jing shouted, I've seen a lot of hooligans these days, but I've never seen anyone as persistent as you. Su Jing is also very angry now. Why is this guy still not giving in? Zhou Yang was furious and asked, Are you sick? Who are you calling a gangster? If you're not a gangster, what are you? Su Jing said, I'm telling you, I'm not someone you can mess with. You'd better move out immediately, or you'll be the one who suffers. Zhou Yang suddenly laughed out loud, You're not someone you can easily mess with, who are you trying to scare? If you weren't someone you can easily mess with, why wouldn't you even dare to open the door? Su Jing frowned, gritted her teeth and said coldly, Don't force me. Zhou Yang said, You are forcing me. Hurry up and open the door. If you have anything to say, tell me face to face. Ding dang dang. Zhou Yang knocked on the door again. Su Jing held her head in her hands, I'm so fed up. He dialed 110 and said, Hello, I'm calling the police. There's a pervert here who keeps knocking on my door. I asked him to leave but he refused. I'm begging for help. I'm in danger. Okay miss, please tell me your exact location. After Su Jing hung up the phone, she sat in front of the door and said nothing. Hey, you're not coming out, right? No problem. I just want to tell you that I don't snore at night. Don't go to the landlord and complain with me on false charges. Also, I'm very hygienic, so I don't need you to remind me. I've even been cleaning the living room recently. Finally, I'm not a pervert. I just heard the sound of water in the bathroom and wanted to make sure if it was you who came back, so I went over there. I just want to ask you one thing. The landlord just called and said he wants to evict me. I only moved in a week ago. Moving is a very stressful thing, isn't it? Besides, he still won't pay my deposit. You can't tell me these things. Su Jing said coldly, I don't know you. Su Jing felt that the other party was using a delaying tactic, making her sound pitiful in order to gain her sympathy. This pervert is very cunning and dangerous, and Su Jing would not open the door no matter what. She looked at her watch and estimated that the 110 police had already been dispatched. The police station is not far from here. If we delay for about 10 minutes, the police will arrive. Chapter 60. Mr. Su, let us have a happy renting together. Zhou Yang was really helpless. The other party already thinks of herself as a pervert, and she will overthink everything she says. Now we can only wait until the emotions of both sides calm down before we can continue the discussion. However, just as Zhou Yang was about to return to his room, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Zhou Yang asked. Police, open the door. Zhou Yang was stunned. Why are the police here? Could it be? Zhou Yang immediately realized that it was the girl in the house who called the police. Hey, are you kidding me? I didn't do anything to you. What are you doing? Zhou Yang was very angry. You're blocking my door, banging on it like crazy, and nothing's happening? Su Jing said, hurry up and open the door. If you don't, the police will break in and it will be even more difficult to resolve the situation. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and walked forward to open the door. Who called the police? The leading policeman looked at Zhou Yang and asked. I called the police. Su Jing pushed the door open and walked out. However, at this moment, when Su Jing and Zhou Yang looked at each other, they were both stunned. It's you! It's you! The two people spoke almost in unison. The police were stunned for a moment. What's going on with you guys? Su Jing hurriedly said, I'm sorry, police officer, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The policeman said, didn't you call the police to report a pervert? Zhou Yang scratched his head, feeling very embarrassed. Su Jing said, no, he is not a pervert, he is quite normal, I made a mistake. The police officer sighed and said, you're treating us like Sunday? Don't you realize that this occupies police resources and will delay other matters? Yes, it's my fault. Su Jing admitted her mistakes repeatedly. The policeman was also a young man. In fact, when he saw Su Jing for the first time, he was amazed by her beauty. Seeing that she admitted her mistake with a very good attitude, he did not pursue the matter any further and said, let's just make a temporary record and then we'll go back. Okay. Su Jing said. After signing, the police left. Su Jing was wearing yoga pants and sitting on the sofa, with her beautiful legs folded together, her lines were very sexy. Zhou Yang stood opposite the coffee table with his head lowered like a prisoner. Mr. Su, it's obvious that you misunderstood me. Why are you interrogating me like a criminal? Zhou Yang said unconvinced. What are you talking about? You blocked my door when I was showering, and you blocked my door again when I went back to the bedroom. I'd be surprised if I didn't think you were a pervert. Su Jing said, you scared me too? Zhou Yang said, isn't it because you complained about me to the landlord? What did I complain about you? You said I snore loudly at night and it disturbed your rest. Zhou Yang said with a look of grievance, I recorded it with my phone the next day. I don't snore. Su Jing frowned slightly and said, when did I complain to the landlord about you? Zhou Yang said, Boss Su, you are my leader, you can't lie to me. Who am I lying to? I didn't come back to stay for a few days. I just came back yesterday. How could I have the time to complain about you? Su Jing said. Zhou Yang nodded and said, I understand. It was the landlord who tricked me. What do you mean? Su Jing asked with her beautiful eyes flashing. Zhou Yang said, when Lao Deng rented the apartment, he told me that if the female tenant was not satisfied with me, I would move out and my deposit would not be refunded. So, he was deliberately trying to sow discord between us and then drive me out. Su Jing nodded and said, Mr. Cui is a money grubber. He can do this. Zhou Yang said, Boss Su, I'm quite puzzled. You're a director of a Fortune 500 company, after all. Why would you choose to rent a small house like this? And share it with someone else? Zhou Yang really couldn't understand why Su Jing, with her status and background, had to rent a luxury suite. Su Jing said, I have rented more than one house, so for cost considerations, I didn't choose such an expensive one. And now I rent this place, which is also the cheapest one among all the houses I rent. Ah? Why do you rent so many houses? Zhou Yang asked. No wonder the master bedroom was empty for so many days. It turns out that Su Jing has another place to live. Su Jing said, "Don't ask me about this. I have my own difficulties." Zhou Yang nodded and said, "Then I beg Mr. Su to be so kind as to give the landlord, Lao Deng, a call." "What? He wants to kick me out." "Of course you have to speak for me and keep me here," Zhou Yang said. "Zhou Yang, I only said that you are not a pervert, but did I ever tell you to stay?" Su Jing suddenly smiled playfully and looked at Zhou Yang meaningfully. Her charm was so beautiful. "Zhou Yang, my dear leader, please stop playing tricks on me, okay?" Zhou Yang said, "I finally moved in with all my luggage, and I pay 3 months' rent and a month's deposit. Can you please have some pity on me, okay?" Su Jing frowned, "I don't share a house with a man. It's too inconvenient." Zhou Yang said helplessly, "I won't disturb you." Su Jing sighed and said, "Our identities are quite sensitive. I'm your boss, and if people find out about us living together, they'll gossip behind our backs." Zhou Yang said, "Don't you have so many houses already rented? Why don't you move into another one first and let me settle down? After a while, I'll find a more suitable house and move out. Okay?" Su Jing thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "But I have to remind you, during the time we've been renting together, if you do anything that makes me dissatisfied, I will kick you out immediately." Zhou Yang stood at attention and saluted, "Please rest assured, leader. I will work harder and harder to make you satisfied." Puff. Su Jing was suddenly amused by Zhou Yang. On weekdays, she always has a cold attitude and sticks to the title of iceberg female director. This smile today is like a bud blooming in March, so sunny and beautiful. For a moment, Zhou Yang was stunned. "I was also extremely amazed in my heart. There is such a beautiful woman in the world, and she is sharing a house with me. The luck value is maxed out. I'm going to call the landlord, Mr. Cui, and ask him to keep you and observe the situation for a while," Su Jing said. "Follow the leadership's arrangements." Zhou Yang saluted again. All right, stop pretending." Su Jing rolled her eyes at Zhou Yang, then called the landlord to explain that it was just a misunderstanding between her and Zhou Yang. The landlord couldn't make things difficult for Zhou Yang anymore, so he told him to tell him if he was unhappy living there. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang approached very attentively, "Mr. Su, you haven't had dinner yet, right? How about I cook a few dishes for you to celebrate that we live under the same roof?" Su Jing's beautiful eyes flashed, "You can cook? What do you mean? My cooking skills are comparable to those of a 5-star chef," Zhou Yang said. "Okay, cook a few dishes for me to try." Su Jing also became interested and said, "But I've already told you that if your cooking is unpalatable, I'll kick you out tomorrow." Zhou Yang. Serving the king is like serving a tiger, every step is frightening. Su Jing is usually very busy and has no time to cook, so she always eats in the company cafeteria or eats out. The kitchen was always empty. After Zhou Yang arrived, he prepared to start cooking and bought a lot of seasonings and kitchen supplies, so now he only needed to buy some vegetables to start. Zhou Yang went to the nearby vegetable market to buy vegetables. When he came back, Su Jing was sitting at the desk in the bedroom fiddling with the computer, and the bedroom door was not closed. This was the first time Zhou Yang saw Su Jing's bedroom. The sheets inside were all snow white, the room was very clean, beautiful photos of her were hung on the wall, sexy and graceful, and there were many books on the desk. "Mr. Su, cooking will make a lot of noise, please close the door," Zhou Yang said. When saying this, Zhou Yang was still very happy inside. Because Su Jing left the bedroom door open, it showed that she was not on guard against him and was very confident in him. Soon, Zhou Yang prepared a table full of dishes and invited Su Jing to the table. Su Jing stood up and stretched. Her slender waist was revealed under her snow-white long shirt, and her waist-to-hip ratio was simply perfect. "Wow! It's so rich." Su Jing came to the table, smelled the aroma of the food, and her appetite was whetted. However, at this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Zhou Yang asked. The person outside was suddenly stunned, paused, and said, "Is Xiao Jing here?"